This audiobook contains 0 censored sentences and 201 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. While the rest were trapped in Izumo, having no choice but to remain here forever. As a result, the natives of Izumo learned what the world outside of Izumo looked like from them, as well as from some of the books and records they brought with them. For that reason, many years later, various cultures in Izumo had mixed together, which could be seen in people's names like Bianca, Anna, or Teresa, names which clearly didn't match the Japanese-style names of Izumo's natives. Even Xuanyuan's ancestors, who ended up trapped in Izumo, were apparently travelers who had come from one of the Xianzhou ships. Moreover, Izumo itself only had a population of barely 10 million, an unbelievably small number for a planet, and thanks to the Kami invasions, the number diminished even more, which explained why there was only one nation, the Izumo Kingdom, on the entire planet. Over the years, too many people had been slaughtered by the Kami of Takamagara, and when combined with Izumo's harsh environment, the flora and fauna had become abnormal, making the growth of their civilization increasingly slow. In the end, the Izumo Kingdom now consisted of only 9 cities, with Amitsukuni in the center as the capital and the other 8 surrounding it. A province in my world has more people than your entire planet. Lucian couldn't help but mutter, making every guardian sitting at the round table wear somber expressions. It's not our fault. It's this world's fault. Kyushu nodded solemnly, then adjusted her monocle, which was purely decorative and had no prescription, before spreading her arms with a dramatic flourish. We have always awaited the arrival of a savior. And now, the great savior of light has come. Please bring eternal radiance to Izumo, illuminate the darkness, and drive away evil. Lucian glanced expressionlessly at the flamboyant Kyushu. In this one day, he realized he had been mistaken about her. He had thought Kyushu was a fairly normal and serious woman, but she was actually a severe Chinibu woman. I said, "Don't call me that. Call me boss. Or just my name directly," Lucian said helplessly while pinching the bridge of his nose. Privately, we're friends, so don't make it so distant. He believed that, to strengthen bonds, a relationship of friends was far better than one of superior and subordinate. Meanwhile, seeing Lucian's approachable manner and kind aura, the 12 women were left momentarily stunned, not expecting this god to be so easy to get along with no airs of superiority at all. "So, what's the next step, Lucian?" May asked gently, prompting Lucian to glance at the gloomy sky outside the giant window. Izumo's mortal enemies were gone, but the massive, lifeless black sun overhead still cast a huge shadow over everyone's hearts, causing an uneasy feeling to linger. Yet some minerals spawned by the black sun were very useful, and among Izumo's resources, these minerals were the only things that truly caught his eye. "Well, let's move everyone first," Lucian said casually after a brief moment of musing. "Move to a normal place, far away from that black sun." All the women in the hall froze, falling silent. Move? Where? How do we even move everyone? Relocating tens of millions of people at once was no easy task, especially since they had no technology to leave the planet. Izumo's current tech was entirely derived from Kami and from some records left by the trapped foreigners who had ended up living in Izumo. Despite the futuristic-looking tall buildings and urban structures, they couldn't even make airplanes, let alone spaceships. Lucian said nothing and slowly stood before walking to the giant floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the gray land below and the lifeless black sun in the distance, then extended his right hand not toward the door, but toward the ground itself. Under the gaze of everyone in the conference hall, he lightly touched the floor beneath him. No shaking, no loud noise, everyone only felt the slightest sway, like a gentle nudge on a boat by a passing wave, and the next second, the scene outside the window turned completely upside down. In just a few seconds, the annoying, massive black sun was gone. A deep, dazzling, Ink blue sky sprinkled with what looked like diamond dust suddenly unfolded, replacing the gloomy reddish sky. A huge, warm star, burning with golden flames, soon appeared in the sky. Hanging silently, its warm light poured through the windows, bathing everyone in brightness. Even the ruined houses and debris outside were coated in its radiant golden light. Holy shit! Himiko shouted in shock, nearly smashing the table. I had changed? Wendy muttered in disbelief, the cup in her hand slipping and clattering to the floor. No, has Izumo been pushed out? As the wielder of mist, she was sensitive to the changes in the wind, so she could tell clearly that their planet, Izumo, was moving. Ugh, I'm not dreaming, right? Senni mumbled, rubbing her eyes hard. What the hell is happening? Is it the sun I always heard about? Kyushu clutched the edge of the table, staring at the unfamiliar yet magnificent starry sky, lips trembling, unable to say a word. Anna's face went pale as she held Teresa's small hand tightly. Xinyuan, Sakura, Sarin, Asta, and Bianca, all of them froze in place, their minds completely blank. All right, new home, Lucian said while clapping his hands casually, as if he had just forced open a stubborn door. And that glowing thing, just like what Senni had said, is what you call the sun. He scanned the women, all with their jaws dropped, and stopped on the equally stunned May. May, come on, show me the city. I was holed up in this room all day and haven't had a chance to tour Izumo yet. In the eyes of Izumo's inhabitants, the star system of their new home looked like a painting. Above, the sky was blindingly blue as the golden sun poured warmth endlessly, illuminating everything brightly and warmly, a sight they had never seen before, and beneath them, the soil was soft and black, cushioned under their feet. Light, it's real sunlight mentioned in the books. Ah, it's the legendary golden sun. Is this what it's like? Ow, my eyes. Thank you, Lord God. Thank you for granting us true light. Surviving all the Kami invasions was worth it. All the people of Izumo erupted in excitement, crying and laughing as they rushed out of their temporary shelters, rolling on the ground, playing in rivers, and feeling thrilled, like sunflowers turning toward the light. For those long shrouded in the black sun, Lucian's actions were more than enough to earn their unshakable devotion. From now on, they would undoubtedly worship him as a true god, even if an Aeon appeared before them right now. They couldn't shake their devotion toward him. At this moment, all the guardians had let down their guard, playing under the sun like children. As for Lucian, after strolling in Amatsukuni with May for a while, he built a large house with a huge observation deck in an area with the best view on the hillside. From today on, peaceful days truly began. No Kami, no alarms. Only birdsong, insects, and laughter. Understanding this fact, the sorrow on people's faces slowly faded as well, replaced by relaxed smiles. Children ran madly across the fields in groups. Elders basked in the sun outside newly built homes. And the young and strong worked on cultivating the land and constructing new houses and settlements. Lucian's house was big, but simply arranged. Just like in Penacony, he took a hands-off approach, delegating political work to each guardian while operating in the background. He also appointed May as his personal attendant, which resulted in them living together and, in turn, gave him plenty of time to grow closer to her and allowed him to capture her heart. Sometime later, on one afternoon with the sun shining perfectly, Lucian lounged lazily on a garden recliner in the backyard, enjoying a sunbath with eyes half closed. May approached with a tray holding a pot of freshly brewed herbal tea and a small plate of cookies. "Lucian, your afternoon tea," May said softly, her face slightly embarrassed. "I just learned how to make it." "Oh." Lucian sniffed and focused his gaze on the cookies. "You made these cookies yourself? Learn from whom?" Teresa," May answered while fiddling with her fingers, looking slightly shy. "It's my first time, so I'm not sure if it's good." Because she resolved to protect Izumo and to slay all the Kami until the end of her life. She was much more skilled with blades than with pans. Using me as a test subject again?" Lucian said with a smile, then picked up a cookie and bit into it. Crispy, perfectly sweet, with a hint of cocoa bitterness. Well, not bad. Lucian nodded and picked up another. You know, the first time I saw you, I knew you had a talent for cooking. Even before May became Acheron and lost her taste, she could cook only her particular counterpart couldn't, which was embarrassing. May blushed at Lucian's direct compliment and couldn't help but smile gently. Her smile was beautiful, gentle, like a perfect wife and mother. As long as you like it, May spoke softly, watching Lucian eat each bite of her handmade cookies with relish, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Having this kind of peaceful, ordinary daily life was truly wonderful, which made her hope that this life would truly last forever. Fortunately, she had met Lucian at the hot spring that day. Law of calamity, by the way. This tea is made with moonlight grass picked by the lake. It calms the mind. May explained softly as she poured a cup of floral tea for Lucian, the pale golden liquid carrying a fresh scent of flowers and fruit that permeated the air. Lucian calmly took the cup and sipped, feeling a sweet and light taste in his mouth. He watched May standing in the sunlight, her long black hair softened to a gentle golden brown, her profile delicate, and her focused movements as she poured tea gave off a particular serenity. Seat. Lucian gestured to the other lounge chair beside him. May hesitated for a moment, then quietly sat down. Just like that, they sat side by side, drinking tea, neither speaking, just enjoying the rare tranquility and sunlight as a gentle breeze passed them, carrying the nearby lake's humid scent. You know, this is really nice, May said softly, with a relaxation she had never felt before in her voice. It's like a dream. Back then, I never even dared to imagine days like this. As long as you like it, it's all worth it, Lucian replied as softly, eyes closed. Thank you, May continued lightly but sincerely. Thank you for saving Izumo. Thank you for saving our homeland. Hearing this, Lucian didn't open his eyes, but the corner of his mouth lifted. Well, consider this compensation for stealing your first kiss. As soon as she heard first kiss, May was instantly speechless, her face flushed, and she dared not speak anymore. In the past, when Izumo was in chaos, her mind had been filled with national affairs and battlefields, leaving no room for other memories. Now, with peace settled, her thoughts constantly drifted back to that first encounter in the hot spring and that first kiss. In the end, May simply closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Hearing no response, Lucian opened his eyes and turned to look, only to see May sitting beside him, feigning sleep. How did he know she was feigning sleep? Her flushed cheeks betrayed her shyness. Lucian smiled and ultimately closed his eyes again, enjoying this rare moment of peace together with May. A few days later, in the study, Lucian handled some mundane tasks on a floating screen, his fingers typing relentlessly on the virtual keyboard. During the last relocation of Izumo, he had moved the planet near Jarilo 6 because the galactic environment here was favorable, and at this stage, Jarilo 6 was developing with various foreign civilizations coming and going. Lucian intended for Izumo to ride the traffic. More people, more elites only, then could the planet advance. However, thanks to that, the Guardians encountering foreign civilizations for the first time all had questions for Lucian, seeking his guidance, which was why he was now back to work again. Fine, Lucian muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. Once they're familiar, I can step back again and slack off. Just as his words fell, May entered the study with a freshly brewed cup of hot tea and placed it gently in his hand, letting the aroma of the tea swirl to his nose. After handing him the tea, she didn't leave immediately, but walked behind him and reached out with both hands, her slender fingers applying just the right pressure to his temples. Warm fingertips, gentle and skilled movements. If you're tired, just take a break, May said gently. Her voice was like a breeze brushing past his ear. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Or we'll worry. Being suddenly massaged by May. Lucian was a little surprised as he felt his body subtly relax, then unconsciously leaned back into the wide chair, eyes closing. May's massage was truly comfortable, carrying a sort of soothing magic that could calm his irritation. He could feel her soft fingertips tracing circles over acupoints, slowly easing the tension between his brows. Learned this from someone? Lucian asked casually with his eyes closed. No, I figured it out myself, May replied with a gentle smile, her voice and expression soft. When I used to get tired from battle, I'd always massage myself. Over time, I learned the most comfortable technique. How is it? Is my massage good? Good? It's the best in the world. No lie 100%, Lucian praised with a chuckle. Just like that, the study fell into silence. Sunlight streamed through the window, warm and bright, mixing with the tea's fragrance and mice's subtle scent, in a way like wisteria after rain. A while later, May eased the pressure of her massage, then looked at Lucian's relaxed profile. Hesitating for a moment, she ultimately leaned forward slightly, as if wanting a closer look. But the movement caused a strand of her hair to slip down, lightly brushing Lucian's cheek. Feeling a faint tickle on his cheek, Lucian opened his eyes. In that instant, their eyes met. They were so close that they could see their own reflections in each other's pupils and feel the warmth of each other's breath on their skin. Mai's cheeks instantly turned crimson, and her body flinched, wanting to pull back her hands, but before she could, Lucian quickly lifted his hand and gently held her wrist. Good skill, Lucian said, watching her flushed face and slightly panicked violet eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. From now on, massage me every day. Seeing his face and hearing his words, Mai's heart skipped a beat, then began pounding like a drum, while the spot where he held her wrist burned with surprising heat. Looking at the rare, gentle gaze in his eyes, her flustered heart strangely steadied, replaced by a thrill that made her cheeks burn. May gently bit her lower lip, lowered her gaze, her long lashes trembling. Okay. Just as Mai's almost inaudible reply fell, the house's doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, May quickly straightened her posture, then left the study, heading toward the front door as if she were escaping from Lucian. As she opened the front door, she found 11 women standing there. May, what are you and the boss doing? It took you so long to open the door. Kyushu complained with a frown as she stepped inside, and the other women followed one after another. It's cooler at the boss place. It makes me want to move in like May, too. May, you didn't do anything bad while we were gone, right? As May stood by the door like a waitress, Bianca and Himiko teased her as they passed. It couldn't be helped. Being Lucian's attendant and living in the same house with him meant that some girlish chatter and gossip were unavoidable. Wow, smells so good. Is there some snack? As they entered the study, Cindy swung her gray hair and came up to Lucian, sniffing the air. Boss, can I have these cookies? As always, Cindy expressed her desire to Lucian so openly, saying whatever came to mind without caring about consequences. And that was what made Lucian like her. Well, they're made by May, but there are only a few left, so you can only have one piece. What? Made by May? Himiko asked, raising her eyebrows in surprise. I've never eaten cookies made by May. I want some too. In the next moment, she raised her hand, grabbed a cookie from the table, and stuffed it into her mouth. Oh, I want one too. Xian Yuan chimed in with a smile, then took a step forward to grab a cookie. But when her raised foot touched the floor, thud. To everyone's surprise, Xian Yuan somehow tripped over her own feet and fell flat on the floor. However, seeing a battle-hardened warrior like her fall like that on a flat floor without any obstacles was somewhat odd. Ouch, ouch, it hurts, Xian Yuan complained, rubbing her sore buttocks. Is it just me, or have I been unlucky lately? Always tripping for no reason. Lucian's ears immediately perked up upon hearing this. Unlucky lately? Ever since becoming Izumo's sole ruler, he had always observed his surroundings very closely in case the conceptual ability law of calamity was activated, so he could see who in Izumo was dissatisfied with him. Before Xuanyuan's fall, he hadn't heard of anyone being constantly unlucky, but now there was. Xian Yuan, be honest with me. Lucian clasped his hands together on the table and asked calmly, do you have any ill intentions or thoughts toward me? Otherwise, you wouldn't be cursed by my ability. What? All the women in the study gasped in unison. Cursed? He could curse others? Just having ill intentions or thoughts toward him meant that you would be cursed. If that were true, it would be terrifying. Did that mean that even gossiping about him required the utmost care? All the women immediately looked at Xianyuan. Xianyuan, what are you thinking of doing to Lucian? Mei, staring sharply at Xianyuan, asked seriously, with a deep frown adorning her face. Even though Xianyuan was a companion who had fought against the Kami alongside her for years, a shared history that made their current relationship essentially no different from that of sisters and family, she would still never allow anyone to threaten Lucian, even if that person were her own family. Because allowing such a threat would disrupt this happy and peaceful life that every people of Izumo had always longed for. Being suddenly interrogated, Xianyuan remained calm, even smiling. Good grief, you found out, huh? Xianyuan said with a light smile, then shrugged her shoulders. Fine, admit. I did have a bit of ill intent toward the boss. Izumo's only faith, hot spring bath, well, I don't know if it's an ill intent, but I just want to siphon a bit of the boss power for myself. Xianyuan admitted her so-called ill intention. Honestly, her tone and expression as she spoke contained no deception. Lucian understood instantly upon hearing her reason. Apparently, because her sentinel form could steal others' abilities for personal use, and after seeing Lucian's beam of light that could easily extinguish a planet, her heart was itching to obtain an ability like that. It was no wonder that the effects of the law of calamity only caused her minor accidents like tripping, since her ill intention wasn't particularly dangerous in the first place. If she intended to extract the power completely from him, though, it would certainly amplify the severity and frequency of the accidents. Xianyuan, you don't have to hide things like that, just say it outright. Don't make things harder for others, Lucian said, waving his hand helplessly. But my power isn't something you can use. Your sentinel isn't qualified. Hearing this, Xianyuan didn't feel disappointed or angry, but merely got up from the floor and let out a cheerful "oh," as if nothing had happened. Seeing this anticlimactic outcome, the others sighed, then couldn't help but ponder Lucian's claim seriously. In their eyes, sentinels were Izumo's strongest creations, the strongest weapons. Yet he said Xuanyuan's form was not qualified? What kind of weapon would be qualified enough, then? Boss, please don't curse me, Anna said in a trembling tone, shaking her head in fear. I don't have any bad intentions toward you. I swear. Neither do I. I don't want bad luck. Not me either, Asta added hurriedly, and Wendy followed, though her tone was somewhat nonchalant. How dare mortals covet the power of the Savior of Light? Kyushu, with her back turned to Xianyuan, snorted and slightly tilted her head to give her a side glance. Beware of being burned to ashes by the flames of judgment. Girl, this is a one-time warning. Right after saying this, she turned to Lucian, grabbed his hand, and looked at him expectantly. Boss, can I have a cursing ability like yours? It's so cool. Needless to say, those with Shinibu syndrome really liked things that sounded cool and stylish. Not yet, Lucian said with a smile. You don't yet have the qualification to inherit my divine power. Keep training, girl. Understood. I'll work hard to earn your approval. Kyushu adjusted her monocle in a pretentious manner, then finally remembered to bring up the main point. Oh, by the way, boss, the citizens haven't seen you in a long time. You should show up occasionally, or they'll think you've abandoned them. Hearing this, Lucian calculated the time. It had indeed been a while since he last appeared in public. He couldn't help it when a private world with Mei was too cozy, as it made him forget about the others. Fine, Lucian said with a helpless sigh. Tomorrow, I'll give my blessing to the citizens, but remember, no flowers, no gifts. I'm too lazy to carry them. He casually set the event, showing none of the lofty airs of someone who considered himself above everyone, which was one of the reasons every guardian was so close to him. All right, I'll arrange it and tell them. Kyushu patted her chest proudly, then left along with the others to continue their duties, leaving only Lucian and Mei in the house. In the end, Mei continued giving Lucian a massage for a while, then prepared dinner, and finally lay with him on the observation deck, counting the stars together. Life was truly simple and ordinary. As Lucian had promised, the next day, he gave blessings to the citizens who believed in him. Even though the people of Izumo knew of eons from the records brought by their foreign ancestors, they did not follow any aeon. Several days ago, the large samurai statue standing before the Shuten castle had actually been replaced by Lucian's statue as proof of their belief in him. In matters of life and death, it was he who responded to them, not any gods or any eons, which was why he had become the only faith in Izumo. It wasn't until late evening that the blessing event concluded. At this time, every guardian was drenched in sweat from the busy work, especially since it was late autumn, when the temperature was higher than usual. I'm so tired. I'm not complain groggy. I want to soak in a hot spring. Yeah, I'm dead tired. Sunny cheered while grinning. I'll soak for 10,000 years. Soak for 10,000 years? Sakura raised her brows, then lifted her right hand to cover her teasing smile. Can you really do that? You always give up first whenever we soak together, though. You damn fox. Are you underestimating me? Seni retorted in anger, glaring at Sakura. Come on, let's see who lasts the longest. Hee hee, interesting. Xian Yuan chimed in with a giggle. He'll be the judge, then. You don't mind, right? Oh, a competition? Bianca said with a faint smile, looking interested. All right, count me in. Guardians competing among themselves, huh? Kyushu muttered, closing her eyes and nodding to herself repeatedly. This is youth. I, the leader of the Guardians, will show you who has the strongest body. Hot spring, huh? Himiko muttered with a smile, then smacked her fist against her open palm. I love it. Let go already. Ugh, make your own pool, Himiko. Sarin groaned with a helpless expression. Every time you soak in the pool, you always heat it, turning it into a boiling bath. Scalding. Right. Winnie nodded in agreement. If you want to soak together, control your power. Himiko, your sentinel's power is so troublesome. About that, don't worry, Teresa assured with a smile. I'll seal Himiko's power with bind if she heats the pool. No problem. Great. Asta cheered, raising a fist. We're saved with Teresa with us. By the way, you guys go ahead first, May said with a faint smile. They'll go ask Lucian if he wants to come too. Oh, let's go together, then, Kyushu said with a smile. If he refuses, we'll drag him along. As expected of someone living together with him always thinking about him first. Bianca leaned close to May and teased with a meaningful smile. Of course he'll think of him first, May replied calmly, smiling back at Bianca. Everything we have now comes from him, after all. Oh, you're right. Bianca let out a forced smile as she realized that her effort to tease May and make her embarrassed had failed. Just like that, the 12 Guardians walked out of Shuten Castle together and went to the hillside south of the castle where Lucian's residence was located. Boss, let's go to the hot spring. You can share a pool with Himiko. Feel her boiling frog treatment. As soon as Seni saw Lucian lying on a reclining chair in the front yard with his eyes closed, she ran over to him and shouted whatever came to mind without holding back, then boldly grabbed his arm and pulled him along. Hearing Seni's sudden invitation, Lucian froze for a moment, then opened his eyes and glanced behind her. Not far away, he saw 11 beautiful women of varying styles and body types chatting happily as they walked closer. 12 beauties inviting him to soak in a hot spring together? How could he refuse? Before Lucian could respond, May and the others, thinking he was reluctant when they noticed his silence, quickly moved in around him. Let's go. Soaking in a hot spring after a long day feels amazing. Bianca spoke with a casual smile and grabbed Lucian's other arm, while Himiko and Anna pushed lightly at his back. It was obvious they truly wanted him to join them. Lucian, as you can see, everyone wants to spend a little more time with you. Shall we go together? May stepped forward, gently persuading Lucian. All right. I'm in. Lucian sighed helplessly, then let out an earnest smile. Let's go. No need to push me. With that, he walked toward the hot spring together with the 12 Guardians, chatting merrily along the way. Lucian learned that Kyushu had apparently reserved the most luxurious hot spring in Amitsukuni, which was 3 times bigger than the one in Wagatsuma, where he met May for the first time. And as Cindy had said earlier, Himiko ended up sharing a hot spring pool with him. He had to admit that this red-haired big sister was very straightforward and bold, not at all bothered by soaking in the same pool with him. Her pair of large breasts, which were at least D-cup, covered by a thin white towel, floated on the water like a pair of buoys. Her face was beautiful, and her body was in a perfect golden ratio, truly identical to Himiko's. Now, the Astral Express had Himiko, and Izumo also had one except that their personalities were completely different. Boss, the water's not hot enough. I want to raise the temperature. Fine, adjust it to your liking. You know, boss, let's soak together again next time. Seriously, the others are too delicate they can't even handle my heat. Only you and I get along well, boss. Ha! Himiko laughed cheerfully at Lucian's response, causing her breast to bounce and her thin towel to almost slip off. In the next moment, she grabbed Flare, which was lying by the pool, and then activated its power to heat the water to almost a boiling point. Fortunately, Lucian was an emanator with a powerful body, so the high temperature didn't affect him at all. At the same time, in the neighboring hot spring pool, the rest of the Guardians were soaking together, filling the pool with girlish laughter and play. May, with her eyes closed and wearing a comfortable expression, leaned against the edge of the pool and focused her hearing on the conversation between Lucian and Himiko in the neighboring pool. Thanks to Himiko's consistently loud voice whenever she spoke, and the bamboo wall that couldn't properly soundproof the separation between the two hot spring pools, May could hear Himiko's words clearly by focusing her hearing. Soon, when she heard Himiko say get along, it suddenly stirred something inside her, and in that instant, she felt the pool didn't seem so comfortable anymore. May opened her eyes, then stood up, preparing to leave. May, you're done already? Bianca asked confusedly, her face tinged with worry. We've only just been soaking for a few minutes. Are you not feeling well? No, it's just too cold here. May replied with a forced smile, shaking her head. They'll go next door. Under Bianca's suspicious gaze, May decisively left the pool. Back at Lucian's side, Himiko had already stopped chattering and now closed her eyes in contentment to enjoy the boiling bath. A little bored, Lucian was about to casually sense the women in the neighboring pool, but before he could, the sliding door suddenly opened, and May entered with a somewhat shy expression, slowly approaching him. Lucian, can I join? May, why are you asking me? Lucian raised his eyebrows, then waved to her. Of course, come on. No need for my permission. He had to admit that the emotions of this younger Acheron were truly rich, and her expressions abundant. Right before his eyes, Mai's face was now slightly flushed, whether from heat or something else was unclear, but it was cute nonetheless. Like Himiko, she also wore a white towel that covered her body from the chest to the thighs, outlining her perfect figure. Hearing Lucian's response, May sighed silently in relief and then stepped into the pool, but in that instant, when she felt the water was scorching, she flinched slightly. Even though she was used to hot baths, this one was way hotter than normal, almost enough to cook her. Yet she didn't leave and instead endured it silently. As for why she went this far, it was mainly because of a single thought. I don't want Himiko to soak with Lucian alone. I have to stay no matter what. Oni nearly crying out from the scalding heat. May gritted her teeth and endured the searing heat that almost burned her feet as she slowly slid into the hot spring pool, where Lucian and Himiko soaked, letting the hot water envelop her entire body. In no time, her fair skin was visibly flushed with a tempting pink hue. Ha ha ha. Not bad, May. Himiko, noticing someone had entered the pool, opened her eyes and caught sight of May. Good, that's more like it. Himiko said while deliberately splashing a large wave of water that hit Mai's face. Why do you always soak in cold water? What's the point? A hot spring should be hot. It's not bad to try something new once in a while. May replied with a forced smile as she wiped her face, then carefully moved toward Lucian, trying to distance herself from Himiko, who was the source of the heat. If you're not comfortable, you can move to the edge over there, you know. Casually leaning against the pool's edge, Lucian spoke with concern as he watched May struggling to endure the heat. "I'm fine. I can handle it." May refused stubbornly, inching closer to Lucian until her skin nearly brushed against his strong arm, which caused her already flushed face to burn even more. Himiko, seeing their exchange, casually leaned a little closer as well, with the water tracing her full curves in an almost breathtaking way. "Boss, I've been having nightmares lately," Himiko said thoughtfully with her chin in her hand, her eyes fixed on Lucian. "Did you curse me? I swear, I haven't thought or said anything bad about you. So hurry up and lift whatever curse you put on me." "Curse my ass. You're overthinking it," Lucian replied while rolling his eyes at her. "I don't curse anyone on purpose. It's triggered passively if someone harbors ill intentions about me. That's when the curse activates. Since you don't have such intentions, it has nothing to do with me." Then that's strange," Himiko muttered with a frown. "Maybe it's just stress getting me?" A moment later, she ultimately gave up thinking about it, leaned back, and then stretched her body, which showed her stunning curves barely concealed by the rising steam, exuding a wild, magnetic charm. "But seriously, boss, your body is really well built and strong. I like it." As Himiko suddenly and unabashedly praised Lucian, May, who quietly listened to her words and watched her unguarded posture, felt a little sour, an uneasy feeling beginning to bubble up inside her as she could sense that Lucian's gaze, which was filled with pure appreciation, occasionally shifted toward Himiko because of it. In the next moment, summoning all her courage, May pretended to casually turn to the side, subtly adjusting her position in the water and ensuring that her bodice curves were more clearly outlined under Lucian's gaze. Lucian, feeling the soft touch of her movements against his arm, smiled faintly and shifted his gaze from Himiko back to the diligent wife sitting on his other side, subtly making her presence known. In that instant, he saw Mai's long, black hair clinging to her slender neck and collarbones, and water droplets slid slowly down her smooth skin. As she lowered her eyelids, the small water droplets on her long lashes made her appear even more delicate in this misty air. Seeing such a beautiful scene, Lucian raised his arm naturally and draped it over the edge of the pool, pulling May slightly closer within his embrace. Although it was merely a small gesture, it made Mai's heart race and flutter uncontrollably. Her body tensed instantly, yet she didn't dare move, only lowering her head and pretending to focus on the rippling water as she felt the warmth from Lucian's arm behind her neck, making her face feel hot even more than the hot spring itself. "Boss, when Izumo gets rich, take us to other planets to soak in their hot springs." Himiko continued talking, not noticing Mai's gesture at all. "I heard some planets have milk-scented hot springs. Others even have rainbow bubbles." Sure, Lucian replied with a chuckle, amused by Himiko's childlike enthusiasm. "If we get the chance, it'll take you all. Again, it'll definitely last longer than you this time." Just as Lucian's words ended, the loud noise and laughter from the neighboring pool suddenly reached them, and they could faintly hear Cindy shouting in defiance. "You've already lost 3 times." Sakura's voice, slightly seductive yet tinged with helplessness, echoed. "Cindy, admit defeat already." Xinyuan spoke teasingly, then giggled with a hint of mischief. Lucian, hearing the ruckus from the next pool, feeling May lean closer to him, and watching Himiko's carefree and energetic presence, sighed in satisfaction, relishing this rare moment of relaxation. "Well, I'm gonna go grab some drinks. Soaking in a hot spring without drinking just feels kinda incomplete." Lucian spoke while gently patting Mai's shoulder, then got out of the water and left the pool chamber. Clack! As soon as the sliding door closed, May stiffened before hurriedly stepping out of the pool, seeking cooler water to pour over herself. Ha. Can't take it anymore, May." Himiko teased the fleeing May with a boisterous laugh. But May, facing away from Himiko, did not respond to her teasing and ignored her. Now that Lucian was gone, there was no need to pretend anymore. "You know, May, you should." Just as Himiko started speaking, her words were abruptly cut off, as though someone had strangled her. In the next moment, Her whole body convulsed violently before her figure began to morph at a visibly rapid speed. Ugh! Ah dash! A painful scream suddenly tore from Himiko's throat as her once healthy skin gradually turned grayish and withered black, twisted lines emerging across her body. Her lively eyes were instantly clouded, turning into a murky, blood-red hue filled with cruelty and bloodlust. Her once impressive figure was now distorted and elongated, her nails turning pitch black and sharp like a beast's claws. Her fiery crimson hair turned into black, thrashing tendrils, and her horns grew longer and more menacing. Himiko, May, who had turned around as soon as she heard Himiko scream, saw her transformation clearly, her eyes widening in pure shock. Himiko's current appearance she knew it all too well. Before meeting Lucian, besides dealing with the kami every day, she had also dealt with the corrupted, transformed humans known as Oni. Oni. They were corrupted humans of Izumo who transformed into kami-like demonic beasts after drawing power from the kami of Takamagara for prolonged periods of time. Horns of the Guardians, Kyushu reptile-like eyes, or Sakura's fox-like ears were signs that they had been corrupted by the power of the kami that came from using sentinels, marking them as half-Oni. However, to say it was because of drawing power from the kami of Takamagara was not quite right. In times past, it was said that Takamagara was as endless as Izumo, for it was a paradise perfect in its own place, which indicated that Takamagara's inhabitants, the kami, were once just ordinary beasts or perhaps even humans like them. Many, particularly Izumo's inhabitants who had come from outside and were more knowledgeable than the natives, speculated that the shadow of Nine, which was the black sun that shone on Izumo and Takamagara, was the cause of the kami's emergence, spreading the curses of nihility to Takamagara's inhabitants and transforming them into beings that Izumo's inhabitants now called kami. In other words, even if the kami had not come to Izumo, as long as its inhabitants were exposed to the black sun, they would still become Oni sooner or later. Fortunately, Lucian had already moved Izumo away from the black sun, which caused every inhabitant's accumulated curses from it to halt, except for the 12 guardians, who still wielded sentinels. The rest of the inhabitants should now at least have a lower risk of becoming Oni. Nevertheless, seeing that the same companion who had just laughed boisterously moments ago had turned into a complete, true Oni made May devastated. Ardash, Himiko, now fully corrupted, had completely lost her sanity and let out a beastly roar filled with a powerful, bloody stench. Swish! In the next instant, Himiko leapt at May with claws extended. Her speed was several times faster than when she was still half Oni. Acting on her warrior instincts, May reacted immediately, grabbing Howl from the poolside and unsheathing it in an instant. Biribribari. Purple lightning crackled as May, instead of swinging Howl to slash, used the flat side of its blade in a forceful swipe. Boom! A muffled, thunderous sound echoed as Howl and Himiko's claws clashed. In the end, no matter how many kami or Oni she had killed, May, already mellowed out after Lucian had brought peace into her life, couldn't bring herself to kill Himiko and could only attempt to suppress her instead. Unfortunately, the worst was yet to come. Arg, kill. To Mai's horror, pitiful screams and beastly roars echoed one after another from the neighboring hot spring pool. I promise it'll give you a happy life in the neighboring hot spring pool. Wendy's body was surrounded by invisible wind blades, slicing into her skin as her expression twisted in agony. Cindy let out a sharp, piercing scream, her eyes flashing with a frenzied red light. Teresa emitted a low growl like a beast while her small body swelled and distorted, clearly in the middle of transforming. Xinyuan grinned eerily, her body decaying like dry wood before regenerating, then decaying and regenerating again. Seren wielded Sky, swinging it uncontrollably like a lunatic. Anna stared in terror at the ice spikes forming across her hand and screamed in agony. 7. At this moment, 7 guardians were almost completely corrupted by the curse of nihility, turning them into frenzied beasts devoid of reason, causing the situation to spiral out of control. "Wendy, stop!" Bianca screamed as she dodged the uncontrolled wind blades unleashed by Wendy. "Ugh, Senni, it's me, Sakura." Sakura, clutching her head in pain, desperately resisted the oncoming mental assault from Senni. "Teresa, wake up!" Asta tried to trap the rampaging Teresa with rocks, but her efforts were negated by the binding powers of Teresa's sentinel. Bind. "Anna, control yourself. Don't lose your sanity." Bianca had just repelled Wendy and now had to face Anna, who had also finally lost control and was transforming into an ice monster. "Sirin, as the big sister among us, I order you to calm down, or I'll beat your ass up." Kyushu awkwardly dodged the erratic light spears thrown by Sirin, causing her precious, stylish monocle to fly off. Facing the rampaging Seven Guardians, the still-sober Guardians found themselves completely on the defensive. It couldn't be helped. Like May, they had also mellowed out, and some of them even hoped that their omnipotent savior, Lucian, might have found a way to solve this problem without killing. Because of this, they couldn't bring themselves to deliver a fatal blow to their comrades in arms. So all they could do now was dodge, block, and try to regain control, looking awkward and hesitant. Just then, while Kyushu and the others were desperately suppressing their transformed companions, May kicked Himiko through the wooden wall that separated the two pool chambers from the neighboring pool, bringing all the Guardians together in one place. "Even Himiko," Asta muttered in disbelief, then shouted urgently, "Kyushu, what do we do? If this continues, we'll all—" "May, where's the boss?" Kyushu asked in panic, looking at May. "Where's our savior? Maybe he has a way to fix this. He went out for a drink," May replied while blocking Himiko's claw attacks. "I'll be back soon. Let's hold on until he returns. Even if he's here, nothing will change," Sakura shouted through gritted teeth. "People who have turned into complete Oni cannot be saved and must be slain. Are you saying we're going to leave the sin of killing our sisters to him?" Bianca exclaimed angrily. "No, I can't do that. I'd rather kill them myself." Hearing this, May and the others exchanged complicated glances, thinking that Bianca's words made sense. If they had to kill their companions, there was no need to let Lucian bear this burden. He had already done so much for Izumo. After all, he'll do it. May took a deep breath and stepped forward resolutely. "All the evil of the heavens, fall upon me. May the death enter the abyss." Just as May chanted Howl's mantra and was about to strike the fatal blow, whoosh, an invisible force suddenly enveloped the entire hot spring building. All the frantic actions, roars, and attacks were as if the pause button had been pressed, freezing everything for a moment. In the next moment, Lucian, wearing a calm expression, somehow appeared at the doorway of the pool chamber. "I went out for a bit, and it's already a mess?" Lucian, with only a white towel covering his waist down to his thighs, remarked as his gaze swept over the scene. Spotting the seven crazed, monster-looking Guardians who had lost their minds along with their human forms. "Damn it, the Shadow of Nine can actually do this?" Lucian frowned and cursed inwardly. It seems to be the result of overusing their sentinels. Upon careful thought, the answer was clear. Because the nihility from the Shadow of Nine had tainted Takamagara, giving birth to the Kami, and because the people of Izumo used the Kami's corpses to forge sentinels, the Guardians, who had long been exposed to their powers and had constantly interacted with the Kami, had a large amount of the curse deeply merged within their bodies, ready to erupt at any moment. And their current simultaneous eruption was probably due to the previous all-out Kami invasion, during which they overdrew the powers of their sentinels. He remembered that, in the original story, when Izumo counterattacked Takamagara with the sentinels they had forged, a large number of Izumo's inhabitants inevitably paid the price by turning into Oni. Unfortunately, all their efforts in fighting the Kami were futile, as all of them were ultimately swallowed by the Shadow of Nine, leaving only Acheron as the sole survivor. Thankfully, he had discovered this problem in time, so the situation was not as bad as it seemed. Lucian shifted his gaze from the transformed guardians to May and the others. Lucian's gaze lingered a bit longer on Kyushu, Asta, May, Bianca, and Sakura as he finally realized that they were actually stripped bare. Yes, amid this chaotic fight, all the guardians had inevitably lost their towels, leaving them fighting in the nude, with no time at all to put their clothes back on. Seeing their bare bodies so clearly displayed before his eyes, he had to admit that each woman truly possessed her own unique charm, whether big or small. They were all exceptional in their own right. Among them, May, Bianca, and Sakura were definitely the most impressive in every aspect. Kyushu and Asta weren't bad. Either one was right at the peak of her blossoming, while the other was just as captivating in her own distinct way, despite having the youngest-looking body among them. "Boss, save us!" Kyushu cried out, looking helpless. "Boss, can we do something about them?" Bianca glanced at Lucian and shouted urgently. "Boss, don't just gawk at me. Think of something." Asta, realizing what Lucian was looking at, shouted with a flushed face, instinctively crossing her arms in front of her chest. Lucian gazed at the three for a little longer before finally letting his eyes rest on May. He could see that Mai's eyes were filled with pain, struggle, and a deep sense of helplessness, along with a hint of resolve. It seemed that the task of killing her transformed companions would have to fall on her. Seeing the torment in Mai's eyes, a complex emotion flashed through Lucian's eyes before he sighed, then walked over to her, gently placing a hand atop her head and rubbing it softly. "May, step aside. He'll do it." Mai's body trembled at Lucian's words. Then she turned to look at him, her expression hesitant. "I promise he'll give you a happy life, without the burden of guilt for slaying your comrades this time." Lucian's voice held an undeniable force. As though it pierced through time and reached Mai's heart, his words were like a warm stream, instantly striking her softest and most painful spot. "But," May said softly, her grip on Howl loosening as her eyes misted over, "I don't want you to bear the guilt of killing them." "Who said I have to kill them?" Lucian said calmly, slowly raising his right hand, palm up. "You must remember one thing, I never abandon my own people." As his words fell, several white bandages began to emerge from thin air with a soft swish, as if possessing intelligence. The bandages flew toward the 7 women tainted by the curse of nihility, who struggled desperately like mad beasts. Swish, 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 swish. However, the bandages ignored their struggles and screams, quickly wrapping around their bodies completely. From head to toe, their bodies were tightly bound, just like mummies. Ugh, arg, ah! All the Oni guardians let out even more pitiful screams, their bodies writhing violently, but no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the seemingly flimsy bandages. "Great, we've got them under control," Sakura said with a relieved smile. Glancing at Lucian, "I knew the boss could do it. You're capable too." Lucian spoke with a smile, glancing back at Sakura. Sakura, noticing his gaze, slightly turned to the side, lifting her hand to cover her reddened face and her exposed private parts. "What do we do now?" Kyushu asked earnestly, not bothering to cover her body. "No rush, just wait a bit," Lucian replied calmly, then moved the 7 mummified bodies by the pool, lining them up. "Just watch, they'll be fixed soon." A few seconds later, as all the bandages scattered, the appearances of the 7 Oni guardians were revealed. Just as Lucian had said, they had returned to normal, their skin smooth and full, their twisted limbs fully restored, and even their horns had disappeared. In just under a minute, Himiko, Wendy, Teresa, Xianyuan, Serin, Seni, and Anna returned to normal. Soon enough, one by one, they opened their eyes, sat up, and looked around in confusion. As they saw the disheveled state of their companions and the destruction in the hot spring, their gazes shifted from confusion to clarity, then to helplessness and deep guilt. Did I just... Himiko, her voice trembling with relief at having survived, looked at her restored human hands. What the hell happened? When he stared blankly at her surroundings, Teresa fell silent, but her small body trembled uncontrollably. I almost died, Anna muttered, hugging her own body in fear. It felt like I was about to fall to the evil side. Xian Yuan remarked jokingly while rubbing the empty spot on her head where her horn should be. What happened to my towel? Who took off? Seni, either clueless about what had just happened or simply not caring, pulled her long hair forward to cover her modest breasts and questioned everyone, her face showing a mixture of shame and anger. Where her heart lost balance thanks to Lucian's arrival, the crisis in the hot spring bath was averted. Now, the 7 rescued guardians sat naked on the ground, still shaken after hearing Lucian's explanation. As for the other 5 guardians, who were still sane and had not transformed into complete Oni, they stood frozen in place, staring at Lucian in disbelief. It couldn't be helped. Who would have ever expected that even those who had already turned into complete Oni could be saved and restored? Still saying you're not a god, but turning 7 Oni back so easily, isn't that close enough to being a god? Mei thought in awe, and the other 4 also more or less had the same thought. Like the rescued guardians, they were also completely naked, water droplets sliding down their hair and skin, as their towels had long since been ripped away or had fallen off during the intense battle and evasions earlier. Now, they stood completely naked, their perfect bodies partially visible through the mist of the hot spring. As a result, Lucian's gaze swept across them one by one, taking in the 12 guardians' pale, water-beaded skin, their graceful curves, and the faint light of the hot spring reflecting on their skin, which together created a stunning, almost suffocating picture, all of it observed with an admiring gaze. Wait, the boss is still looking. Kyushu, who had acted nonchalantly earlier, was the first to realize it, screaming as she frantically reached for a towel lying nearby on the floor, her face turning bright red. Bianca quickly turned around, a flash of embarrassment and annoyance appearing in her ice-blue eyes. Asta couldn't bear the embarrassment anymore and jumped straight into the water, leaving only her head exposed. Mei instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, her cheeks flushed a deep red, not daring to meet Lucian's eyes. Himiko, on the other hand, was carefree as always, but when she looked at her own bare body and then at Lucian, she felt an unusual discomfort for the first time and scratched her damp red hair awkwardly. Soon after hearing Kyushu scream, the other women, who had gradually recovered, began to realize their situation as well, which in turn caused exclamations of surprise and embarrassed murmurs to fill the air. Serin, don't look at me. Look at them. Anna, pervert boss. Asta, embarrassing. Teresa, my purity. Himiko, what the hell is with all of you? He saved us. So what's the problem? It's not like we're going to lose our virginities. Sakura, exactly. Xian Yuan, makes sense, so just look then. Wendy, although that reasoning is sound, it's still embarrassing. Even though the chaos in the hot spring had begun to settle, the awkwardness in the air was thicker than the mist. In the end, all the guardians wrapped themselves in wet towels, some of their faces turning an even brighter red, like cooked lobsters. Boss, wait for me to get dressed first. Seni was the first to lose her composure, speaking sternly before charging out of the hot spring pool chamber, leaving a trail of water marks along the stone path. Seni, wait for me. Teresa, like a frightened little rabbit, quickly followed after her. Seeing this, the others silently exchanged glances, then hurriedly lowered their heads, tightened their towels, and either helped each other or used their sentinel's abilities to hastily and awkwardly flee the battlefield. Soon enough, the place was left with only the rippling water in the pool, scattered rubble, and Mei, who was also wearing nothing but a wet towel. Mei lowered her head, her long black hair clinging to her smooth back, water droplets sliding down along her elegant spine. Although she tightly hugged herself with her arms, trying to cover up, the thin towel couldn't conceal much, as her slender waist, curvy and firm hips, and long, straight legs, all of them, were faintly visible through the mist. Lucian's gaze inevitably fell upon her, calm and unaffected, without any hint of lust or movement. Feeling Lucian's gaze on her, Mai's body tensed even further, her heartbeat quickening as though it might burst from her chest, especially when she suddenly recalled the words he had said earlier. "I promise I'll give you a happy life." Remembering these words, Mai, wondering whether it was a confession, dared not look up, not knowing how to face this sudden situation before her. "What are you still frozen for?" Lucian asked, his voice breaking the silence, still sounding lazy as always. "Waiting to catch a cold?" Mai snapped back to reality, hastily mumbling, and trying to move, but sadly, whether it was a fortune or misfortune, her foot suddenly slipped. Wadash! Thanks to the slippery floor and her tense nerves. Even a powerful guardian like Mai lost her balance, which sent her toppling toward the side. "It's over." Mai couldn't help but cry inwardly as she realized that she was going to embarrass herself. In the next moment, however, a strong arm quickly wrapped around her slender waist, pulling her back safely before she collided with a warm embrace. "Seriously, be careful." Lucian's voice sounded above her, tinged with a hint of helpless amusement. Mai, with her cheek pressed firmly against his bare chest, felt his steady heartbeat beneath his firm muscles in a daze. And then her body froze completely as his voice reached her ears. Instead of running away, however, she remained motionless in his arms like a rabbit caught in a spell, unable to move. Feeling Lucian's hand remained firmly around her waist, the heat of his palm burning through the wet towel and leaving a clear imprint on her skin, while also smelling the mixture of sulfur from the hot spring and his distinct masculine scent within his embrace. Mai felt as though her head was completely spinning. Time seemed to stop at this moment, while the sound of the flowing hot spring water and the faint bird song in the distance seemed to blur together. Now, the world seemed to be reduced to only the spot where they were, making Mai clearly feel the strength in Lucian's arm and the burning heat radiating from his body. The tension between them grew as the moment stretched on. Uncertain how to handle the closeness, Mai didn't know what to say. "I am fine," Mai finally replied, but her voice was so soft, like a mosquito's hum. Immediately after, she tried to step back, but her body felt strangely soft and weak, as if she subconsciously wanted to rub against him. Noticing Mai trying to break free from his embrace, looking like a cute, frightened rabbit stiff yet soft in his arms, Lucian didn't immediately release her, but instead calmly watched her, a slow smile forming on his lips. Soon, feeling the delicate touch and the amazing elasticity of Mai's body beneath his hand, Lucian's hand at her waist gently traced her smooth skin, while his thumb lightly brushed the side of her waist, sending a faint electric current through her. Mai couldn't control the soft moan that escaped her lips, her body going limp as though it had been shocked. Her violet eyes quickly filled with a misty haze, almost as if she might cry from the embarrassment, before they suddenly moved and met Lucian's gaze. Seeing her own current disheveled yet alluring appearance reflected quite clearly in Lucian's radiant golden pupils, Mai felt her heartbeat spiraling completely out of control. Little by little, she could feel his arm tightening around her waist, their bodies pressing closer together, almost as if they were touching every inch of each other's skin, before a strange fluttering of desire suddenly surged from her lower abdomen, making her legs weak as if she might fall. Soon enough, Mai's body pressed closer to Lucian's, the wet towel between them growing damp and warm as she steadied herself against him. Lucian gazed at those beautiful violet eyes for a while, before his eyes drifted to the moist pink lips that looked like ripe berries. Unable to hold back any longer, Lucian slowly lowered his head, his presence growing more intense, carrying an undeniable pressure. Seeing this, Mai's mind went blank, and she forgot to breathe for a moment before instinctively tilting her head slightly upward and closing her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, waiting for his kiss to fall. In Lucian's eyes, this silent submission was more powerful than any invitation, so without hesitation, he closed his eyes as well and advanced slowly with clear determination. just as their lips were about to touch. "Boss, May, why are you two not out yet?" Bianca's voice suddenly echoed from the corridor outside the hot spring pool chamber, accompanied by hurried footsteps. In an instant, the intensely intimate atmosphere was shattered. May, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jerked out of Lucian's arms as a wave of overwhelming shame immediately engulfed her. Whoosh! Not daring to look at Lucian, May quickly disappeared through the sliding door of the pool chamber like a purple whirlwind, leaving behind only a faint, refreshing fragrance in the air. Just like that, Lucian's arms were suddenly empty. He looked dazedly at the sliding door, then down at his empty hands and the faint red mark on his chest where Mai's cheek and soft breast had pressed, before lifting his gaze toward the other sliding door, where Bianca approached with slightly furrowed brows. Before long, Bianca slid the door open and saw Lucian standing alone. However, when Bianca saw Lucian's calm face, a face that strangely sent a chill down her spine, she couldn't help but shiver slightly, as though the temperature around her had dropped several degrees. Boss. Bianca, feeling confused, sensed that Lucian's gaze was somehow chilling. "You've come at just the right time, Bianca. Good work." As he spoke, Lucian glanced at Bianca indifferently, then slowly stepped out of the pool and turned to leave the pool chamber. Bianca, utterly confused, felt as though something significant had just gone wrong because of her. Move in together? Right after escaping Lucian's embrace, May rushed straight into the changing room, locked the door behind her, leaned against it, and slid down to the floor. Not only was her heart still pounding uncontrollably, and her cheeks burning with heat, looking crimson like a boiled lobster, but even the tips of her ears were bright red. Remembering the spot on her waist where Lucian's thumb had brushed against her skin, which was still tingling with a faint electric sensation, May covered her face in shame. In that moment, however, her mind was suddenly filled with images of the scene by the hot spring. Lucian's strong chest, his warm arms, his deep gaze, and that kiss that had almost happened right there, just a breath away. Did he want to kiss me just now? As this thought emerged in her mind, Mai's heart raced even faster, a mix of embarrassment and sweetness flooding her thoughts. In the next moment, she removed the towel, covering her body, and buried her flushed face in it. Who could have imagined that the seasoned super warrior of Izumo would be made to feel so self-conscious by a man? Regardless, it wasn't entirely her fault, considering she had never been in a romantic relationship before. At the same time, in the corridor near the changing room, the other guardians were in the middle of discussing what had just happened. "We're done for," Anna said, grabbing her long hair and covering her face with it. Now the boss saw everything. "They'll never get married now." "Yeah, so embarrassing." Teresa responded with her head hanging down, looking like a pitiful, small animal. "They'll just marry the boss," Asta said with a pout, her face a bit flushed. "I don't like anyone else anyway." At her words, Anna and Teresa froze, their faces turning even redder, and they stumbled over their words, unable to respond. "Ha, that makes sense." Himiko laughed heartily, as unashamed as ever. "I'm older, so we'll go first. I think you two are just after the boss body," Seni exclaimed with a frown, glaring at those lusting after Lucian. "Well, the boss is strong, handsome, has a sexy body, and is gentle. He's basically the most perfect man I've ever seen." Sakura, who was now dressed in a white kimono and in the middle of combing her hair, chimed in calmly. "Besides, he already saw my chaste body. How can I look at other men? He must take responsibility." At this, everyone instantly fell silent, unable to retort. Indeed, facing such an outstanding man, who was not only their savior, but also someone who had seen their most intimate sides, their feelings toward him were obvious. It would be a lie to say they weren't moved or interested in him, but it was too awkward to admit, especially with so many people around. May, hearing their conversation from inside the changing room, suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. What do they mean by that? What do they mean by not looking at other men? Are they all going to compete for Lucian? As this thought flashed through her mind, May instantly felt a strong sense of crisis envelop her heart. It felt as though something that belonged to her was being eyed by others, as if she were about to lose it. Just then, Bianca, who had just returned, furrowed her brows and shifted the topic. We were lucky this time, because the boss came just in time. But what if the curse flares up again and the boss isn't with us? Bianca recalled the helplessness she had felt when facing her cursed, transformed sisters, a shudder running through her. Now that you said it, yeah, you're right. Xin Yuan casually wiped her wet black hair, speaking with a slight frown. Nihility's curse is unpredictable, and as you all know, our sentinels are the ones causing the problem. I mean, from what we understand, those damn kami came into existence because of the power of nihility from that black sun, and the sentinels were made from their corpses. Given that, it's only natural for the curses of nihility inside our sentinels to keep messing with us. Hearing this, Wendy, lazily leaning against the wall, spoke up. True, but we can't stay with the boss every day, right? Wendy said, her brows furrowed as she glanced at the tightly closed changing room door. I mean, mice with him. Hearing this, Kyushu, already wearing her usual monocle to look cool and stylish, chimed in. But the boss power is the only guarantee. Kyushu said seriously, lifting her monocle slightly so that a faint flicker of light reflected off it. For the safety of the group, personal inconvenience is nothing. I think we should move in with the boss and live with him in case the previous incident happens again. May will understand. Everyone could see that the more she spoke, the more excited she became. Move in, huh? Xin Yuan said, playfully twirling her black hair, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Doesn't that mean we'd get to see the boss every day? Interesting. In this way, there would be more opportunities to deepen her relationship with Lucian and gain stronger power from him. It was about legally gaining power, not stealing, so there would be no curse from him this time. Though I hate to admit it, QC is right, Serin said, crossing her arms. I don't want to turn into one of those ugly monsters again. My head feels light and comfortable now that my horns have vanished. Ha, you're right. Now I can sleep on my stomach without those damn horns getting in the way. Himiko exclaimed with a big smile, rubbing her clean forehead. Fine with me. I can move in. I got along with the boss at the hot spring, so we'll get along in other ways too. Don't want to turn into Oni, but can't give up sentinels. Senny muttered, feeling conflicted. Whatever, guess we all have to cling to the boss. He saved us, so he's our savior, Sakura said softly, putting her fox mask on. According to a story I read before, we should dedicate ourselves to him in return for his kindness. Meanwhile, in the changing room, May, who held her breath and focused her hearing on the conversation outside, froze upon hearing their arbitrary decision. Mo move in together. All of us. May thought in disbelief, completely caught off guard. Doesn't that mean there will be no more time alone with him like before? As this thought surfaced in her mind, she quickly put on her clothes and walked out of the changing room. What about your official duties in the castle? Feigning calm, May asked seriously, her face expressionless. Everyone immediately looked at her with odd expressions, some with a hint of teasing in their eyes. No worries. It's a small problem, Kyushu said casually with a smile, patting Serin's shoulder. Just have Serin take us back and forth with her spatial power. Indeed, with sky-space manipulation abilities, traveling long distances was no problem. Noticing Mice's slightly tense posture, Bianca leaned close to her ear and whispered quietly so the others would not notice. You're not worried, well, steal Lucian's affection, are you? Bianca whispered with a faint smile, feeling amused. I can tell he's especially fond of you. I'm not. I just think you should ask Lucian for his permission first. May defended herself awkwardly, her expressionless face faltering ever so slightly. Oh, I already messaged him. He said it's fine. Sunny raised her phone and spoke loudly. He said the house could be expanded. We'll each have our own room. Now that Lucian had given his consent, May had nothing more to say, so she could only smile, a smile more forced than sincere. Even though they were all like sisters, each of them now harbored ulterior motives and had become rivals. On the afternoon of the next day, Lucian's hillside house was filled with a group of women. Some looked like mature ladies, while others looked like little girls. Of course, it should be noted that although Asta and Teresa looked like underage girls, they were actually already more than 100 years old, so they were legally adults. Unlike yesterday, however, if one looked at them carefully, one would instantly notice that all of them now appeared fully human, with no horns, no fox ears, or reptilian eyes. Yes, aside from the 7 rescued guardians who had been restored by the godly bandage. The other 5 were also ultimately treated with the godly bandage in order to prevent unexpected, complete Oni transformations from happening again. Naturally, this method was only temporary, because as long as they continued using sentinels, the curses of nihility would always gnaw at them, causing their Oni transformation to progress over time. In other words, the godly bandage merely reset the countdown to their complete Oni transformation, not permanently. As for the blessing of abundance, he felt that an ordinary blessing was not sufficient, while a more powerful one could only be granted through sex, which was not possible for the time being. For that reason, he decided to just go with the flow for now. And so, as the 11 guardians moved into his house, they each went to choose their respective rooms, while Lucian sat in the living room, leisurely watching them bustle about. Living with 12 beautiful women of all types, this was the kind of situation that could only be seen in certain videos before his transmigration. Now that it was happening in reality, Lucian couldn't help but feel somewhat strange. May, as the original resident of the house, helped everyone with the arrangements and guided them accordingly. For absolute safety, to bathe in the light of our Savior, we, the Guardians, must stand by the boss side. I, the true Guardian, Hureji Kyushu, will live next to the boss. In the living room, after touring all the rooms, Kyushu declared seriously, pushing up her monocle in an attempt to look cool. Bianca, sitting on the sofa with a straight posture, pondered seriously for a moment, then made her decision. Well, it'll stay next to my room then. It'll take a room on the first floor, Sakura said with an elegant smile, gently wiping the scabbard of her sentinel. It'll be convenient to protect the boss in case enemies invade. I want a room that gets plenty of sunlight. Lying afloat in the air, Wendy yawned and spoke listlessly, looking sleepy. Hey May, is there no basement? Xinyuan asked with a grin, playfully leaning toward May. I want the second largest room. Sitting elegantly with one leg crossed over the other, Seren spoke in her usual tsundere manner, turning her head away. Any room is fine, damn it, Senni said impatiently, looking annoyed. Let's hurry up and move in already. I want to play. Haha, I'm going to move my booze here, Himiko said with a big smile. Boss, tonight we're drinking until we drop. I heard the courtyard here is beautiful, Anna muttered with an excited, slightly blushing expression, then glanced at Lucian. Boss, can I plant flowers in the courtyard? I want to get a cat as a pet. Teresa raised her small hand, then glanced hesitantly at Lucian. Is that okay? Boss, can I put some rocks in my room? Asta asked eagerly, gesturing with her hands. I want to create a grotto-style room. Hearing their various requests, May fell silent, feeling that the usually peaceful house was now very, very lively, maybe a little too lively. Holding a tea tray, May stared blankly at Lucian, who agreed to every request before casually picking up the tea she had just made and leisurely taking a sip, looking graceful as always and appearing completely unfazed by the commotion. Several hours later, the 11 guardians finally settled into Lucian's house, marking the beginning of a wonderful and harmonious life between one man and 12 women. Origin and end now that Azuma was no longer under the close influence of the Shadow of Nine. The curses of nihility in Azuma did not erupt as intensely as they had in the past. Occasionally, a few people would still fall and become Oni, but fortunately, because of the Oni incident at the hot spring, Lucian had already made arrangements in advance and was able to suppress them in time, restoring them to normal. Naturally, this act further elevated Lucian's reputation to its highest point, making him the only god and the sole object of belief in the hearts of Azumo's people, as well as the sole authority figure. In the end, to eliminate any future threats, Lucian decided to use Godly Bandage directly to restore over 10 million people in Izumo, erasing the curses of nihility they had accumulated since birth. Nihility enveloped the entire cosmos, and self-annihilators could arise anywhere, but at least now, the people of Izumo were no longer turning into Oni and were no different from normal humans. However, there was another problem: the 12 Sentinels wielded by the 12 Guardians. As mentioned before, even though these Sentinels granted various divine-like abilities, they inherently contained the power of nihility. So to use their powers, one had to endure the curses of nihility. Of course, the current Guardians didn't really care about that since, with Lucian around, even if they turned into Oni, he could save them with a Godly Bandage, so they were not afraid to use the Sentinels. Besides, Izumo's development still required the power of the Sentinels, so abandoning them was not possible for the moment. In Lucian's plan, QC's Truth could observe the laws and structure of all things and could even recreate miracles, which in turn helped Izumo learn knowledge and technology from other civilizations and revive them locally. Seren's Sky could manipulate space, setting up defensive barriers and facilitating the transportation of goods. Micehowl could control electromagnetism. Winnie's Mist could manipulate the weather. Honest Frost could create ice and snow. Bianca's Fate could cause plants to bloom across barren ground. Himiko's Flare could control fire. Asta's Root could manipulate rocks and land. All these abilities were essential for transforming Izumo's environment, providing energy, and enhancing its infrastructure and agricultural capabilities. Senni's Thought could control people's hearts, create illusions, and even discern the future, which not only made her specialize in gathering intelligence and distinguishing truth from lies, but also allowed her to moonlight as a psychologist. Teresa's Bind could create cages that weaken all energies, rendering anyone powerless, just like normal humans, which made her fit to be the enforcer of Izumo. Sakura's Maw could cause decay and aging, and after devouring a living being, it could assume their appearance and abilities, making it indistinguishable from the real one. In many eyes, all these abilities were clearly incredibly convenient for external conquests. Yet Lucian chose to use them solely for infrastructure purposes to create a better life for the people of Izumo. Why? Simple. Conquering other planets and civilizations is useless when inside the script. So the top priority is improving the quality of life with Mei. With this thought in mind, Lucian decided to focus solely on Mei. As a result, Izumo's development became incredibly fast, and in just 10 years, its technology had even reached the spacefaring era. During this time, some ill-intentioned individuals from outside Izumo attempted to invade and conquer it, only to be struck down by asteroids influenced by Lucian's law of calamity. With the development of their civilization, the Guardians also came to realize that the powers of the Sentinels had significant limitations and could no longer keep up with the times. In the end, Lucian proposed merging the 12 Sentinels and forging a new one. He remembered that in the original story, Izumo had fused the 12 Sentinels, creating two powerful Sentinels, Origin and End. Origin became Mice possession, while End, which gathered the potent power of nihility within itself, gave birth to the white-haired Oni known as Hakahatsuki, who was later slain by her. Ultimately, Mei became the sole survivor of Izumo. Wielding a sentinel, she still carried as Acheron, known as Naught, which was far more powerful than the current 12 Sentinels. Inside an empty workshop of his house, Lucian gathered the 12 Sentinels, broke them into two pieces, and then wrapped each piece with a godly bandage. A few moments later, as the bandages unraveled, they were restored to their original forms, signifying that his attempt to duplicate them had been a success. Yes, duplication. Now he had 12 identical sets of Sentinels, making the original 12 Sentinels become 24 in total. Needless to say, this proved how miraculous the godly bandage was. And so, after returning 12 Sentinels to the 12 Guardians, Lucian went back to the workshop and stood alone before a high-tech furnace, planning to personally forge Origin and to avoid any accidents, since, from what he knew, when they were forged, a powerful white-haired Oni would be born. If a fight suddenly broke out, it would likely destroy large parts of the city. For that reason, considering that only he could suppress such a powerful being without causing damage, Lucian decided to forge the two sentinels with his own hands. "I'm curious to see what the white-haired Oni looks like," Lucian muttered with anticipation, then chuckled. "If I'm not wrong, he should be Kevin's variant, like Phanon, right? Is he going to rush at me, shouting about saving the world or something?" Not wasting time any longer, Lucian threw the duplicated 12 sentinels into the furnace and began the forging process using Izumos' ancient methods. A few moments later, with the support of the power of abundance and elation, the 12 sentinels began to merge, causing the power of nihility within them to crackle as it constantly devoured the path energy he released. No wonder Izumo had to sacrifice so many talented people to make these 12. Lucian muttered thoughtfully, his golden eyes reflecting the blazing forge fire. "I can't even imagine how many died to make Origin an end." Evidently, it was only because of his abundant energy supply that this safe method, without any sacrifice, was possible. Without it, his only choice would have been to use the same method that had been used in the original story. Several hours later, when the 12 sentinels inside the forge finally fused completely into one, tremendous energy suddenly surged out. Whoosh! A blazing ball of light came into being, then split into two balls of light that floated toward Lucian, gradually dimming and revealing an object within each ball. One was a white-purple Japanese longsword. Elegant and beautiful, its hilt bore a Japanese character that read Origin. As for the other, it was a black greatsword, menacing and emanating a destructive aura. Its hilt bore a Japanese character that read End. Seeing the two strongest sentinels, second only to naught, Lucian narrowed his eyes, and then, before Lucian could even react, the surrounding space suddenly trembled. He could feel a sense of restraint over his body, but fortunately, his body was strong enough that this minor debuff did not have much of an impact on him. In the next moment, under his wary gaze, a dark figure emerged from the shadow of End. It had no face and no clothes, yet it possessed female features and two glowing golden horns rising from its forehead. Just as Lucian was about to speak, long, white hair began to grow from the dark figure's head, pure and snow-white. What the hell? Wasn't the white-haired Oni supposed to be Kevin's variant? Why is a woman? Lucian was slightly confused as he gazed at the dark figure's female body and beautiful, long hair, both of which seemed out of place with its overall appearance. Where did things go wrong? As Lucian wondered and began to lose himself in his own thoughts, the dark figure suddenly grabbed End and slowly walked toward him. Seeing this, Lucian was about to act and subdue the dark figure, but before he could, the dark figure pointed the blade to the ground, then kneeled in front of him like a devout follower, or perhaps a loyal servant. "Master." Hearing the rasped, feminine voice from the dark figure, Lucian decisively halted his raised hand, not striking down. "If you call me that, guess I can't bring myself to kill you." Even though this dark, mysterious figure was clearly a powerful being, seemingly close to an emanator, it actually called him Master. Was it because he was End's creator? Anyone who called him Master couldn't be an enemy, right? Moreover, his passive conceptual ability, Law of Calamity, had not triggered, which indicated that the dark figure bore no ill intent toward him. Lucian himself had no idea which step had gone wrong, causing the wielder of End to regard him as its master. Well, whatever. Lucian sighed helplessly and gave up thinking, but soon his expression turned serious. "From now on, you'll follow me." In the end, after a brief moment of consideration, he decided to recruit this new worker. However, since the dark figure's appearance was unsettling, he quickly wrapped it with a godly bandage, intending to restore its form into a human one. A few seconds later, the bandage loosened, revealing a youthful and delicate woman who appeared to be around the same age as May, with fair skin, a beautiful body, golden eyes, long legs, a pair of beautiful breasts, and long, white hair that flowed freely down to her thighs. However, when he saw her face, Lucian couldn't help but freeze for a moment before narrowing his eyes and taking a closer look. To his surprise, the more he looked, the more familiar her face seemed. Why does this woman have Kiana's face? Lucian thought in amazement. Did I just create Kiana's variant? If that were the case, then he truly had hit an unexpected jackpot. Kiana, Lucian's new attendant and Izumo's new guardian, seeing Lucian silently gazing at her without saying anything, the white-haired woman stared at him, a look of confusion appearing on her face. "Master?" Just like that. She merely called out and remained completely still as she lay on the ground, not caring at all that she was naked, nor minding Lucian as he continued to stare at her body. "So, what's your name?" Lucian, pondering for a moment upon hearing that the woman's voice was also exactly like Kiana's, asked calmly. At the question, the woman immediately shook her head. "I don't know. I only know that you created me, and I am the embodiment of your will. You can call me whatever you like." Hearing this, Lucian paused. Embodiment of my will? Lucian frowned and thought hard for a moment. Had he just been thinking about a woman when forging Origin and earlier? It seemed like he had briefly thought about May. Could it be that, in that moment, his thoughts had influenced the process, shaping this Kiana's variant? Lucian sighed helplessly, then decided to give her an identity. "Well, from now on, you will be called Kiana. You will be my attendant and one of Izumo's guardians." Bang! Just as his words fell, the door to the workshop was suddenly slammed open, and a large group of women poured in. With May at the forefront, each of them wore tense and anxious expressions and held sentinel. Apparently, all of them had sensed the terrifying energy released by Kiana's birth just now and had immediately rushed here. "Lucian, are you all right?" May was the first to rush in, asking anxiously. Her violet eyes were filled with concern as she scanned Lucian's body with her gaze. And upon confirming that he was unharmed, she sighed in relief. "Boss, what happened with that energy just now?" Kyushu asked with an unusually serious expression, pushing up her monocle. "Where's the enemy?" Bianca asked sternly, gripping the black sword of fate tightly, her icy blue eyes sharply scanning the room. Why is there a naked girl on the floor?" Senni, with her sharp eyes, asked, pointing directly at Kiana on the ground. What?" Teresa exclaimed, her face slightly flushed. "Why is she not wearing anything? Wait, who is she?" Her figure is quite nice." Xianyuan stroked her chin and commented with interest, her eyes shifting back and forth between Kiana and Lucian. Nothing special." Sarin crossed her arms and snorted with an uncaring attitude, but her gaze lingered for a moment on Kiana's pale skin. Anna and Asta instinctively took a step back, somewhat at a loss. Sakura silently looked at Lucian and smiled, a smile that seemed somewhat malicious. Himiko, on the other hand, was quite carefree and blunt as always. "Boss, where'd you get this naked girl? Weren't you forging new sentinels?" Just like that, the group's gaze immediately focused on Kiana before they all turned to Lucian with eyes filled with questions, curiosity, and a hint of something undefinable. Lucian tiredly massaged his forehead, feeling a slight headache coming on. "It's nothing. I just finished forging 2 new sentinels." But it caused a bit of commotion. As for her, she's an extra that came with them. He explained while gesturing with his chin toward the floating Origin before the forge, then toward the floating in beside the still-lying Kiana, before finally pointing at her. "Extra?" Mai's voice rose slightly as she fixed her gaze on Lucian, then glanced at the naked, curvaceous, white-haired woman on the floor. In an instant, a strange, unexplainable feeling lodged itself in her chest. Under everyone's gaze, Mai walked over to Lucian, almost instinctively reaching out to gently tug at the corner of his sleeve as if asserting her claim. "Then who is she?" Mai asked, her voice holding a subtle, almost imperceptible tinge of bitterness. "Why, Why isn't she wearing anything? Lucian, feeling the slight pull on his sleeve, looked down at May, whose lips were pressed together while her eyes carried a hint of grievance and accusation. Seeing her like this, Lucian wanted to chuckle, but held himself back before he gently but firmly grasped her hand, which had been tugging at his sleeve. Her hand trembled slightly as it attempted to pull away, but he tightened his grip, preventing it. In that instant, the warmth of his hand enveloped hers, strangely soothing the faint irritation and unease in her heart, causing her cheeks to turn pink beyond her control. Basically, she's kind of like the embodiment or the will of "End that greatsword," Lucian said casually, glancing at Kiana, then at the black greatsword beside her. Well, you could say she's just been born. Either way, she's my attendant now, and one of Izumo's guardians. She's definitely going to be a huge asset to Izumo. Don't underestimate her. If it ever comes down to a real fight, she's stronger than all of you put together. Master's right. Kiana, like an obedient fool, nodded enthusiastically at everything Lucian said, not caring at all if her words offended anyone. However, the 12 women were apparently focused on something else. Master? All of them muttered in unison as they stared wide-eyed at Kiana. Whistle Seni suddenly whistled with raised brows, her gaze turning playful. Bianca fell silent, but if one looked at her face carefully, the corner of her lips kept twitching. Boss attendant, huh? Kyushu muttered in surprise, not even noticing that her monocle had slipped. Damn, my position is going to be challenged. Boss, Himiko called out, awkwardly scratching the back of her head. You have that kind of fetish? Anna and Teresa covered their mouths, while Asta blushed shyly. Sakura and Serin remained silent, but their eyes held implications. May felt a buzzing in her head as she realized that her entire role as Lucian's attendant, taking care of his daily needs, was now suddenly being intruded upon and disturbed by someone who had come out of nowhere. What made it worse was that this intruder was also shamelessly calling him master. Should I call him master too, to stay competitive? May couldn't help but entertain this idea, turning it over in silence. All right, the show's over. Lucian, sensing that the situation was getting out of hand, clapped his hands, then pointed to Kiana on the ground. Take her to familiarize herself with the surroundings. From now on, she'll be called Kiana. Most importantly, she might be a bit slow in the head, so keep an eye on her. Don't let her cause any trouble. He paused for a moment, then glanced at the floating origin. By the way, this sentinel is called Origin. They'll keep it in Izumo as a keepsake, to be found by someone destined to receive it. He knew that May was the destined wielder, but for now, there was no need for her to take up Origin. Izumo's current military strength was not weak, and aside from his own influence, it could even handle space wars on its own, so the need to use Origin remained low. Boss, will Kiana be living with us, too? Sakura raised her hand and asked curiously. Lucian nodded in response. Well, she's my attendant, and also a guardian of Izumo now, so of course she will be living with us. With that, from this day on, their home would have an additional lively, white-haired woman living with them. Several days had passed since Kiana was born. During these days, whenever Lucian read or signed documents at the main desk in the study, Kiana would quietly sit on the nearby sofa like a large dog waiting for orders, her big eyes never leaving him. Whenever Lucian got up to pour tea, Kiana would immediately jump up to do it for him, only to fumble so badly that she nearly knocked over the kettle. Every time she called him master, it sounded sweet and crisp, without the slightest hint of ulterior motive. May, who witnessed all of this with her own eyes, could feel a small flare of jealousy rising within her. Taking care of Lucian had always been her exclusive duty, but now there was suddenly a competitor, and this competitor was so enthusiastic about the role. Thankfully, Kiana seemed a bit clumsy and wasn't as meticulous or as skilled at cooking as she was, so for now, May remained Lucian's irreplaceable attendant. Unfortunately, between May and Lucian, there was always Kiana in the middle, leaving them no time to be alone like before. Years passed peacefully in Izumo until one day. A Stellaron entered the star system where Jarilo 6 and Izumo were located, heading directly toward Izumo. What made matters worse was that not long after the Stellaron arrived, endless troops of the Antimatter Legion followed. Coincidentally, the commander of this Antimatter Legion was none other than Lord Ravager Selenova, the one Lucian had previously been searching for within Jinglia's script. Misfortune upon misfortune, life on Izumo had been far too comfortable in these past few years, to the point that Lucian was so idle he was nearly about to grow mushrooms from boredom. As it turned out, as if knowing that he had been idle for too long, trouble decided to come knocking on its own. On one particularly comfortable noon, Lucian was sprawled across an absurdly comfortable sofa in the living room. Half asleep, May stood nearby, quietly trimming a potted plant. Kiana lay face down on the other sofa, playing a co-op mobile game on her phone together with Senni remotely. In this peaceful atmosphere, just as Lucian was about to fall fully asleep, boom, a thunderous roar suddenly came from high above, causing Lucian to snap his eyes open and look up. He narrowed his eyes as he felt the aura above was far too familiar, then began fumbling through his memories until he arrived at an answer. Stellaron. Yes, it was the aura of a Stellaron, and not just any Stellaron, but the one he had once sealed on Jarilo 6 in reality. Who would have thought moving Izumo over here would end up blocking a disaster for Jarilo instead? Lucian couldn't help but smile wryly as he realized that the Stellaron that was supposed to fall into Jarilo 6 had instead fallen into Izumo. Was this his karmic tie with Jarilo 6? Kiana, bring that shining meteor over here. Lucian ordered Kiana calmly while still lying on the sofa, gesturing toward the sky with his chin. Got it. Kiana immediately put down her phone, then tore open space directly before her and reached inside. In the sky, along the path of the Stellaron's fall, a golden space rift appeared, from which Kiana's bare arm emerged. As the Stellaron passed, Kiana's hand casually grabbed it, then bang. In an instant, a dull explosion sound echoed through the sky as the Stellaron was suddenly grabbed by Kiana. A few moments later, when the Stellaron finally ceased its struggle, Kiana pulled her hand back. The now calm Stellaron clenched firmly in her grasp. Master, what's this thing? Kiana sat down beside Lucian, leaned her head against his shoulder, and casually handed the Stellaron to him. It's a Stellaron. Well, simply put, it's something that can destroy civilizations. Lucian replied calmly, while inspecting the golden stone in his hand. If you don't like someone, just toss it into their home, and the Antimatter Legion will come knocking at their door. Antimatter Legion? May chimed in as she walked over, glancing at the Stellaron in Lucian's hand. Then, this Stellaron appearing here means beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. Before May could finish her words, the communication device on the table in front of the sofa began beeping. Lucian pressed the receive button on the device, then spoke up. What's up? Kyushu. Boss, the Antimatter Legion you told us about has suddenly appeared near Izumo's atmosphere. Massive numbers. They're attacking Serin's spatial barrier. Serin, boss, they've got 3 doomsday beasts. I want to go kill them. Izumo had a spatial barrier covering it, essentially a protective shield created by Serin's sky. So if the Antimatter Legion wanted to enter, they would first have to break through it. Lucian raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and tried to pierce the atmosphere with his gaze. Soon enough, he saw the Antimatter Legion beyond the planet. Countless in number, the scene looked like hundreds of millions of gnats swarming around a single nut. After gazing at them for a while, Lucian ultimately shrugged and withdrew his gaze. Nah, don't bother with them, Lucian said casually, his voice sounding nonchalant. Believe me, they'll die on their own in a bit. Hearing how nonchalant their leader was, all the Guardians on the other end of the call immediately stopped worrying. It was understandable. During the years under his rule, it was not as though they had never faced invasions of this scale before. Besides, with him protecting Izumo, there was nothing to worry about. At this moment, all the Guardians couldn't help but admit that being protected by someone really did feel good. Meanwhile, beyond Izumo, in a nearby star system, Selenova was commanding the Antimatter Legion that attacked Izumo from the rear, as always, while simultaneously directing assaults against more than a dozen other civilizations. For the Antimatter Legion, wherever a Stellaron landed, they attacked there, almost like rolling dice to randomly select a target for destruction. This civilization is putting up a desperate resistance. Selenova muttered to herself as her attention could not help but be drawn to one particular planet Izumo. It was only natural. While the other planets had all been invaded and occupied by the Antimatter Legion with ease, only this one planet had still not been breached, remaining essentially untouched. It's been a long time since I've encountered a strong civilization like this. Selenova did not bother with weak civilizations, as only those capable of resisting the Antimatter Legion's invasion were worth a second glance. At present, one such planet was occupying most of her attention. As an emanator of destruction who also possessed the power of harmony, she could synchronize the troops of the Antimatter Legion, aligning their thoughts and actions, ensuring flawless coordination, and transmitting commands instantly with a single idea, allowing them to unleash 300% of their combat effectiveness. For this reason, Selenova rarely acted personally and preferred to command remotely from behind scenes. All troops focus all firepower on a single point. Break the barrier protecting that planet. Grant this civilization destruction. However, just after Selenova issued the command and the Antimatter Legion was about to launch a coordinated attack on Izumo, an unexpected incident occurred. As the Void Rangers raised their imaginary cannons and were about to fire, the cannon barrels suddenly exploded all at once. Boom! 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 Like firecrackers, a chain reaction followed, blasting their nearby comrades into the void, with shattered bodies and severed limbs flying everywhere. At the same time, not only did the space battleships buzzing overhead have their engines choke and die all at once, like toy cars with their power cut, but several of them also had their core furnaces explode without warning, causing firelight to spread. Just like that, the Antimatter Legion suffered catastrophic casualties without any logical reason. And the most outrageous part was that, for reasons unknown, a beam of light soon fell directly into the center of the Antimatter Legion. Boom! Even Lucian in Izumo saw a brilliant flash in the sky piercing through the window, and then heard a dull explosion from space rushing toward his place. What the hell? Isn't that Land's sky-shattering Lux arrow? Lucian said in surprise, then thought solemnly. So, the law of calamity's misfortune even includes attacks from the Aeons? Clearly, the Antimatter Legion really had a remarkable misfortune as it blundered straight into a shot from the Aeon of the Hunt lawn. Sensing that the shockwave from the sky-shattering Lux arrow was imminent, Lucian raised his hand and put up a powerful defensive barrier made of imaginary energy that covered Seren's spatial barrier, thereby blocking the oncoming shockwave. A few seconds, literally just a few seconds later, the Antimatter Legion that had been densely packed around Izumo moments ago was wiped clean, as if sucked away by a gigantic vacuum cleaner, leaving not even dust behind. Huh, that's it. They really did just die on their own? In the command room of Shuten Castle, Himiko scratched her head in bewilderment as she stared at the now empty space shown on the large monitor screen. Obviously, Seren said as if it were a matter of fact, then rolled her eyes. It's not like you don't know about the boss curse. I have to admit, that curse is freaky as hell. Hoo-hum. Kyushu made a strange noise, then excitedly pushed up her monocle. Our savior of light is displaying his divine might once again, as expected of our boss. Ha ha, having someone strong to rely on really is not bad, Bianca remarked calmly with a relaxed smile, appearing completely unworried. As for the others, they silently stared wide-eyed at the screen for a while, before finally relaxing. Boss is awesome, Cindy exclaimed as she raised her right fist, looking excited. As for the one called Lon, whom Lucian had mentioned, they had no idea who that was and had never heard of them. No matter what, in their eyes, All the credit belonged to Lucian, their beloved boss. Several seconds before Land's arrow arrived, deep within a nearby star system, a fleet of spaceships large enough to form a small galaxy lay in ambush. At the center of the fleet, Selenova, floating in space, could not help but frown as she watched the majority of her troops who were supposed to attack Izumo being inexplicably annihilated, their deaths both bizarre and varied. What happened? Who did this? Unfortunately, before Selenova could get an answer, a beam of light suddenly descended, erasing the remaining troops near Izumo entirely. In that instant, she froze. Isn't that the arrow of the Aeon of the Hunt? Wait, is that planet home to followers of the Hunt? Aside from a Xianzhou alliance, were there actually others who could call upon the Aeon of the Hunt for their aid? If that were the case, Lan was truly a very protective Aeon. Let's see how many times you can keep protecting them then. Selenova, feeling irritated, was prepared to dispatch more troops to destroy Izumo. But before she could act, the spaceships surrounding her began to explode. Boom! 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 Alert! Unknown energy approaching. Warning! Unknown attack! Unknown attack! Hearing the warning resounding throughout her fleet, Selenova was stunned and confused, since she had not sensed any energy fluctuations or any attack trajectory at all. If there truly had been powerful energy activity, she, as an emanator, would have detected it before Selenova could figure out what had happened. The previously empty stretch of space ahead of her fleet twisted without warning in an extremely bizarre manner. Then bang! A massive, dull collision resounded explosively. Selenova vaguely saw something flickering as it approached, and as she looked closer, it appeared to be a ridiculously flashy kiddie ride. Is that a kiddie ride? For the first time in her life as a Lord Ravager, Selenova couldn't help but question her own sight and sanity. Ha 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 ha! Bang! 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 Along with a deranged-sounding laugh that resounded throughout the vast space, the kiddie ride sped through Selenova's fleet, causing countless spaceships, void rangers, and doomsday beasts along its path to be smashed out of existence. In just seconds, the kiddie ride arrived before Selenova, whose eyes widened in disbelief, seeing that the kiddie ride was about to hit her. Selenova instinctively gathered the power of destruction to protect herself, but, bang! Unfortunately, Selenova was still too slow and was sent flying by the overwhelming force of the kiddie ride, thrown about 100,000 light-years away, and smashed directly into a critically injured, near-death state. What made it worse was that she did not even know who had struck her with that ridiculous kiddie ride. What was that? A speed bump in space? A voice filled with confusion and tinged with mockery spread through space like a massive stone hurled into still water. Who put a speed bump in front of Aha? A question under the stars? Aha. Hearing Aha's echoing voice and sensing the overwhelming energy of the elation path, Selenova froze in place, nearly failing to maintain the icy power of destruction surrounding her body. Her reaction was only natural. For Aha was the most unpredictable, most troublesome Aeon in the cosmos. However, the question was, why they appeared here all of a sudden? Meanwhile, Aha, seeming to notice that they had bumped into something, had their vast will, filled with pure curiosity and cheer, sweep across the wrecked fleet behind them. And upon sensing a living aura, they immediately teleported towards Selenova. Sorry about that. Aha, riding a kiddie ride, apologized to the battered Selenova with a cheerful laugh, but their voice carried no sincerity at all. If anything, they sounded delighted. My Elation Express was busy trailblazing across the cosmos and didn't notice there was something here. Hey girl, want to play with the Cosmos one and only Elation Express? Just like that, Aha casually extended an enthusiastic invitation, completely ignoring what they had done to Selenova and her antimatter legion. Selenova, play. Who would want to play with this lunatic? An emanator of destruction was supposed to carry out destruction. Something was absolutely wrong today. Someone had definitely interfered with her. Not only had her antimatter legion near that unbreached planet inexplicably self-destructed, but now she had also been smashed half to death by the Aeon of Elation's Toy the Cosmos #1 psychopath. An indescribable sense of frustration and despair surged up in Selenova's chest, making her want to disappear immediately on the spot. In the end, with this thought in mind, she forced out her last bit of strength, dragging her half-ruined body as she teleported away in a humiliating retreat, terrified that Aha might chase after her to play. As Aha watched Selenova flee in disgrace, the gaudy outline of their kiddie ride swayed slightly within the ripples of space, as if they felt a bit of regret. Boring. Well then, the Elation Express is departing. Ha! Accompanied by a burst of completely incoherent, deranged laughter, Aha's exaggerated kiddie ride vanished abruptly, as though it had never existed at all. At the same time, in Izumo, the warning alarms were finally lifted, allowing all the citizens to breathe a sigh of relief. Wait, is it over? I just packed my things. Looks like it. I heard the enemy kind of blew themselves up. Long live Lord Lucian. It must have been Lord Lucian's doing. Cheers gradually rose among the citizens, though there was little of the excitement that usually followed surviving a disaster, mainly because everyone thoroughly believed in Lucian's omnipotence. Feels like something interesting happened. Lucian had no idea what had occurred millions of light years away and only knew that the Antimatter Legion had been wiped out. Law of calamity, huh? Pretty good. I don't even need to act personally, and the enemy dies from accidents. With this thought in mind, Lucian ended the call with the Guardians in Shuten Castle and wanted to lie back down, but before he could, Kiana suddenly grabbed his arm and patted her soft, thick thighs. Master, lie here. Lucian had already found the sofa insufficiently soft, but upon hearing Kiana's offer and glancing at her soft and thick-looking thighs, he did not hesitate as he tilted his head and rested it on her lap before closing his eyes and sighing in satisfaction. Ah, definitely softer and warmer than the sofa. Hearing Lucian's sigh, Kiana looked down, causing her long, silky white hair to tickle his nose. Master, is it good? Good. Kiana nodded with a smile at Lucian's reply, then waved enthusiastically at May nearby. May, you too. Nearby, May looked at Lucian lying comfortably on Kiana's lap, then shifted her gaze to Kiana, whose expression in her eyes appeared happy, almost like a smug look. In that instant, the little jar of jealousy in Mai's heart began to bubble again, but she pressed her lips together and did not move, instead continuing to fuss with the tea set arranged on the coffee table beside the sofa. No, thank you. May calmly refused Kiana's offer, deliberately pretending to keep herself busy. However, Kiana, with her bubbly and energetic personality, refused to give up so easily and reached out to pull May. Come on, May. Master lying alone is so lonely. Kia, suddenly pulled by Kiana, May stumbled forward and nearly fell into Lucian. Aware of Mai's situation even with his eyes closed, Lucian casually wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. May cried out softly as she ended up pressed against Lucian's chest, her face instantly turning bright red as she felt the steady rise and fall of his chest and his clean, pleasant scent. Stop messing around, Kiana. Lucian spoke lazily, not even opening his eyes, but his arm around Mai's waist did not loosen. Kiana blinked her big eyes, looking at Lucian and then at May, whose face was red enough to rival a tomato. Master, it wasn't me. Kiana tilted her head to the side, looking clueless. Lucian, who could tell exactly which woman it was just by holding her, naturally knew that and would not mistake May for Kiana. He had simply acted on a whim to tease May. Hearing Lucian call Kiana's name instead of hers, May, feeling so embarrassed and jealous that she wanted to crawl into a crack in the floor, struggled to get up, but his arm unfortunately held her firmly in place. Don't move, May. Just let me hold you like this for a while. Okay. Lucian finally called Mai's name in a voice that carried a hint of unquestionable authority, which made her stiffen for a moment, finally becoming aware that he had been teasing her all along, before finally relaxing. As long as he knew who he was holding, that was enough. Lying against Lucian's broad, warm chest and listening to his steady heartbeat, she found that the heat in her face refused to fade. Kiana, on the other hand, happily continued acting as Lucian's pillow, and from time to time, she even reached out to smooth his hair while softly humming a tuneless song, oblivious to what Lucian and May were doing. Quite some time passed peacefully like this, until the calm was finally broken. In the center of the living room, space suddenly rippled before a group of beauties filed out one after another. In the blink of an eye, the once spacious and quiet living room was crammed full with 11 extra, lively women of completely different sizes. Lucian's eyelids twitched, but he still did not open his eyes and merely tightened his hold on my slender waist slightly, as if drawing in the last trace of peace. May, faced with this sudden spectacle, felt even more embarrassed and tried to get up again, only to be pressed back down by Lucian. "Welcome home." Kiana, unlike May, was delighted by the arrival of the 11 beauties and casually waved at them, looking innocent as always. "Huh, boss." May. Himiko raised an eyebrow as she looked at the two piled together on the sofa. "Oh." Seni widened her eyes, then leaned in, tilting her head to look at May. "So, right in Bosamori, May, this is how you monopolize the boss?" Kyushu adjusted her monocle, her expression serious. "I'm tired. I want to lie down too." Sarin rolled her eyes, then walked straight over to Kiana, rested her head on the still empty spot on Kiana's thighs, and ended up head-to-head with Lucian. Xinyuan directly pulled out her phone, opened the photo app, and then, click, as the flash from her phone went off. Xinyuan looked at the photo on her phone screen and giggled. He got to commemorate the boss and his two attendants being so close. Startled by the sudden photo flash, May instinctively buried her face in Lucian's chest. "I want to cuddle with the boss, too," Sakura chimed in calmly, then knelt by the sofa and pounced onto May. May scooted over a bit. Seeing this, Himiko also crowded in. "Boss, you're playing favorites. Share a little with me." As always, Himiko bluntly expressed whatever was on her mind. "Boss, I want a hug too. Is that okay?" Anna walked up to Lucian with a soft, delicate aura and asked in a gentle voice. Lucian opened his eyes slightly and looked at the eternally youthful Anna, then gently nodded and extended his hand. "Of course, my princess." Hearing this, Anna smiled softly and immediately slipped into Lucian's arms. "Boss, I've suffered an unknown mental attack. I need treatment." Kyushu made an excuse while clutching her own chest, then dramatically threw herself onto Lucian. Seeing the scene, Wendy, Bianca, Teresa, Seni, and Asta exchanged silent glances, then crowded over as well. Unfortunately, Lucian was only one person, and the sofa was limited in size nowhere near enough to embrace 13 women at the same time. Line up, line up. Are you trying to crush me to death?" Lucian finally opened his eyes fully, looking at the mass of women pressed against him without any sense of awkwardness. It couldn't be helped. After so many years of living together, everyone had long since grown accustomed to one another. In this home, all the women had already made their stance clear. They would live together forever, until death tore them apart. Comradeship mixed with familial bonds made the relationships among them unbreakable. And there had never been even a single internal conflict during these years of living together. Lucian naturally liked this kind of atmosphere, as it saved him a great deal of trouble. Late at night, the noise of the day had finally settled. Lucian, enjoying a rare moment of quiet, sat alone on the floor of the backyard terrace, silently gazing at the stars in the night sky. Suddenly, the sliding glass door behind Lucian opened, and May walked over, carrying a cup of hot milk, which she gently placed beside his hand. "You're not asleep yet?" Lucian kept his gaze on the stars as he casually asked May. I can't sleep." May nodded gently and sat down beside him on the floor, her long black hair drifting softly in the night breeze. Lucian silently picked up the cup of hot milk and took a sip before handing it to May. "Have some too. It'll help you relax." May glanced at the cup for a moment, deliberately checking the rim before taking it and taking a sip from it herself. Lucian turned his head slightly to look at May and saw that, under the moonlight, her profile appeared gentle, her violet eyes reflecting the scattered starlight. Soon, when May set the cup down, Lucian suddenly reached out and held her soft hand as it rested on her knee. May, I remember when we first met, you angrily said you'd settle the score with me because I stole your first kiss. After all these years, have you settled it yet? If I want to claim you as mine, would you be willing? Lucian silently picked up the cup of hot milk and took a sip before handing it to May. Have some too. ITLL help you relax. May glanced at the cup for a moment, deliberately checking the rim before taking it and taking a sip from it herself. Lucian turned his head slightly to look at May and saw that, under the moonlight, her profile appeared gentle, her violet eyes reflecting the scattered starlight. Soon, when May set the cup down, Lucian suddenly reached out and held her soft hand as it rested on her knee. May, I remember when we first met. You angrily said you'd settle the score with me because I stole your first kiss. After all these years, have you settled it yet? Hearing this sudden question, May averted her gaze and looked into the distance. It's already been so many years. Why suddenly bring that up now? How could she dare to settle the score with Lucian? If he had not helped Izumo back then, everyone might still have been locked in a desperate life-and-death struggle against the kami. For all these years, he had protected Izumo, and it was only because of that this peaceful and warm world existed. People lived and worked in peace, their lives full and content, filled with laughter. Even the lives of her sisters had been saved by him. No matter how she looked at it, they owed him far too much, something that could never truly be repaid. Compared to all of that, what did her first kiss even amount to? Well, I'm just curious, Lucian said lazily, his tone as relaxed and natural as ever. Do you regret it? I mean, do you regret that I took your first kiss? As he asked, Lucian lay back down again, but this time his head rested on Mai's lap. Of course not. May had never regretted it. On the contrary, she felt truly grateful that because of that kiss, she had met Lucian and come to know him. I see. Lucian nodded softly, then smiled frankly. In that case, if I want to claim you as mine, would you be willing? In Mai's ears, the meaning behind these words could not have been clearer. This was essentially a love confession. As a result, her heartbeat sped up again, beyond her control. Haven't I already been fully claimed by you? May replied in a gentle voice, smiling softly. No, Lucian replied, shaking his head. I want to take up every place in your heart, not even a sliver left for anyone else. It's just, my heart won't be yours alone. Would you still accept that? I don't really have a choice. May replied, gently stroking Lucian's hair and cheek with a soft smile. Other than you, I can't fit anyone else in my heart anyway. But what about you? Is there a place for me in your heart? Even just a little? Of course there is. Right here. Lucian took Mai's hand and placed it over his chest, even circling a small territory for her, which made her giggle, her pearl-like teeth showing. My sisters are as close as family, and they all care deeply for you, May said with a gentle smile. Honestly, I don't really mind sharing you with them at all. In that case, kiss me, prove that you don't really mind. Lucian spoke shamelessly, pushing his luck, and May, fortunately, just happened to fall for this kind of thing. You. May opened her mouth, then closed it again as her cheeks grew even redder. In the next moment, she bit her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously clutching Lucian's clothes. Then she took a deep breath, her violet eyes shimmering with moisture, shy, yet resolute as she slowly lowered her head. Moonlight fell across her lowered profile, tracing her delicate features, while the night breeze seemed to soften, brushing gently through her hair. Just as their warm breaths began to mingle, Master, a clear, loud shout, filled with frantic urgency, exploded across the quiet terrace like a thunderclap. Bang! Following the shout, the sliding glass door leading from the terrace to the living room was shoved open forcefully, and Kiana burst out like a white whirlwind, charging forward at full speed. Master, this book can help us evolve. Let's evolve, Toja. Kiana's shout was cut off abruptly as she blinked her clear, wide golden eyes, staring at the intimate pair on the terrace. Seeing Kiana, May quickly sprang away from Lucian's lips like a startled cat. For a reserved woman like her, being caught like this was, no matter what, deeply awkward and embarrassing. Lucian, on the other hand, remained lying on Mai's lap, silently and calmly staring up at the seemingly innocent moon. But if one looked at his face more carefully, a vein at his temple was twitching slightly. He couldn't help but wonder why he always got cock-blocked whenever he made a move on May. Was he cursed by the law of calamity or something? May, you're actually sneaking around kissing Master here. I want some too. Kiana had always been very close to Lucian, hugging him plenty in everyday life. But her understanding of romantic matters stopped there, since no one had ever taught her more. Now that she had seen May being so intimate with Lucian, she immediately wanted her share. Right after declaring her intention, Kiana suddenly hopped over in just 2 steps and pressed herself against Lucian, planting messy kisses all over his face like a dog licking its master. Seeing this sudden scene, May was completely stunned. Was this really okay? Why did it feel like she was the odd one out? Master, do you like it? Kiana asked the silent Lucian softly, wiping her mouth as she grinned. Yeah, I like it, Lucian replied, nodding helplessly. Anyway, what were you about to say? He sounded like he was coaxing a child, clearly trying to send Kiana back to her room as soon as possible so he could continue his intimate moment with May. Knowing he had been so close to sealing the deal with May, he definitely could not let Kiana ruin it. This eye stole it from Sister Cusius' room. Kiana pulled out a book with a cover that looked dark and edgy, with bold letters that read, Fusion, Light and Darkness is One. Yesterday, she said it could help people evolve, but I can't do it alone. I need Master's help. It was obviously one of Cusius' over-the-top Chinibi comics. Lucian chuckled, thinking that Kiana had apparently been infected by Cusius' Chinibi tendencies. All right, but after I help you evolve, you'll go back to your room and sleep. Okay? Yes, sir. Thank you, Kiana exclaimed while playfully saluting, then handed the book to him. Master, you have to follow what the book says for the evolution ritual to work. Even though she usually acted like a fool, Kiana was actually a genius who could learn things quickly, given that she only needed to read something once to remember it. The reason she brought the book was purely so that Lucian could study it. Okay, let me take a look. Lucian was still lying on Mai's lap as he took the book, flipping it open perfunctorily and reading it casually. He had long since outgrown his Chinibi phase, so looking at Chinibi comics now made him feel a bit of secondhand embarrassment. May, equally curious, leaned in to read along with him. Now that both of their attention was focused on the book, neither of them noticed what Kiana was beginning to do. However, a few moments into reading, Lucian soon realized that he had been too naive, so naive that it hurt. What he read was not some ridiculous Chinibi shouting comic about friendship and the like at all, but a full-blown, explicit instructional guide on sex, complete with illustrations, all wrapped in the shell of a proper comic. Simply put, this so-called comic was actually an explicit book. What is this? May stuttered, her face flushing a bright red as she gazed at the acts depicted within the images in the book. Is this book really Cusius? Kiana, this isn't. Lucian had just been about to explain things to Kiana when he suddenly felt something warm and damp on his crotch. Too late. It was already too late. He forgot that, despite Kiana's brilliant mind, which could learn things quickly, she was such an idiot that her actions were always faster than her thoughts. At this moment, Kiana had already begun carrying out what she understood to be the evolution ritual, following the acts depicted in the book exactly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with focus, as if she were performing a sacred ritual, completely unaware that what she was doing was inappropriate. Hiss! Lucian, suddenly finding himself in an unexpected and awkward situation with Kiana, froze for a moment before taking a sharp breath. Kiana, May, who saw everything clearly right before her very eyes, had her face and ears turned deep scarlet in an instant. What she saw was far too absurd and shameless. Kiana, without anyone noticing, had somehow gotten herself into an utterly inappropriate and embarrassing situation with Lucian. The book was white. The book was right. Kiana, her cheeks burning bright red, muttered quietly while looking down. Although the beginning feels strange, it's okay for Master's sake. Although the beginning feels strange, it's okay for Master's sake. Evolution ritual. Lucian quickly sat up from Ice's lap and attempted to stop Kiana, but the words stuck in his throat as he watched her throw herself into the so-called evolution ritual with a face full of solemn devotion, entirely focused on her task without caring about her surroundings. Feeling a sudden rush of sensation, he struggled to process what was happening. Warm feeling from Kiana's closeness, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling, while the words at his lips were forcibly held back. Damit, fine. Since things had already come this far, there was no reason for him to refuse Kiana's advances. I'm tired. Hurry up and help me. Kiana suddenly stopped and called out to May for help, her gaze pure and utterly free of any impure intent. Kiana, this isn't right. This is Kia. Before May could finish her words, Kiana grabbed her wrist, and with a sharp tug, May, caught completely off guard, was dragged by brute force and lost her balance, falling before Lucian's crotch. In that instant, a long, vertical shadow was cast across her face. May stiffly turned her head, looking at Lucian, who showed a trace of embarrassment. Don't force yourself, Lucian said, smiling awkwardly. You should go back to your room first. He'll explain things to Kiana. Originally, he had planned to let the atmosphere build with May and then take things a step further. But who would have expected Kiana to pull off a direct tactical insertion? It completely disrupted his plan, so at this point, forcing a proper and conservative woman like May would not have been appropriate. However, what came next was something Lucian truly had not expected. I'm not forcing myself. May spoke softly before imitating Kiana's so-called evolution ritual. Seeing that things had already reached this point, she was not about to retreat and allow Kiana to monopolize Lucian all by herself. Lucian, feeling overwhelmed, simply sighed, then remained lying flat, letting the two women do whatever they wanted. Kiana, I didn't dote on you for nothing. He naturally understood Mai's mindset at this moment, so her willingness to go this far meant he could push his luck a little further thanks to Kiana. A few minutes later, Lucian, unable to hold the fire within him any longer, teleported directly into his room, taking both May and Kiana with him, one arm around each of them. Kiana, May, let's do the next step of the evolution ritual. Not long after these words dropped from Lucian's mouth, whimpers and moans began to resound throughout the room. Early the next morning, the so-called evolution ritual finally ended in complete success. Kiana lay naked on the bed, her small face flushed red, with fine beads of sweat dotting her temples. Master, Mai! Kiana panted lightly, her face brimming with excitement. We succeeded. I felt it. My power seems to have gotten a bit stronger. Yeah, it succeeded. Lucian nodded in agreement, feeling satisfied with the result. How could Kiana not have grown stronger? He was, after all, an emanator of both abundance and elation. So the blessings he now bestowed were far stronger than when he had only given the blessing of abundance before, making the already strong Kiana even stronger. Lucian glanced at the book that had fallen to the side, then looked at Kiana's innocent, excited expression of successful evolution, and finally at May, who was too embarrassed to even raise her head. He had to admit, the way things had unfolded the night before was completely absurd, as he realized that he had actually been researched by an idiot using an adult-themed comic that had been wrapped in a typical shounen comic. Of course, he had no objections to this and was, in fact, quite satisfied with the outcome, which had ended up in his favor. We really did get stronger. May buried her head in Lucian's chest and murmured in surprise as she felt the condition of her body. Like Kiana, she had also felt the new power swirling in her body, especially the warm energy in her lower belly. It truly had a vigorous vitality. At first, she had thought Kiana had been tricked by Cusius' book, But it turned out that one really could grow stronger by performing that so-called evolution ritual. May, I'll be honest, getting close to you was my plan from the start, Lucian said with a faint smile, openly admitting his original intention as he gazed at May. Kiana was just the unexpected variable. So even if she hadn't shown up, I would have devoured you that night. When May heard the words, she shyly leaned even closer into Lucian's arms instead of getting angry. "I'm willing to be yours," May whispered softly, looking gentle and dependent. Seeing her like this, Lucian had never imagined that, when Acheron was emotionally expressive, she could be this tender and endearing, completely different from her emotionally detached version in the future. "Oh no, I have to hurry and return Sister Cusia's book, or she'll get mad." Kiana suddenly sat up and exclaimed in panic, showing no trace of embarrassment at her bare body being seen. In less than a minute, she finished dressing, then grabbed the borrowed book and ran out of the room. Seeing the closed door, Lucian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even though Kiana had a special origin and called him master every day, everyone in the house treated her as a living, normal person, like a sister, like family, which was a good thing. Truthfully, it was not really unexpected. Kiana was, after all, a variant of Kiana Kaslana, the protagonist of Honkai Impact 3rd. So she undoubtedly had her own unique charm and aura that could attract others. "I should go make breakfast. What would you like to eat?" May asked shyly, slightly raising her head to look at Lucian. "Anything. I will eat anything you make," Lucian replied while gently kissing May's forehead. May nodded with a smile, got up, dressed, tied her long hair into a ponytail, and then left in a hurry without looking at Lucian again, clearly still embarrassed. Just like that, Lucian was the only one left in the room, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling in a daze. "Ugh, the script is still not done?" Lucian blinked his eyes and muttered in wonder. He had thought that once he had one Acheron over in both mind and body, the script would end, considering that he had done everything he could. Her homeland was safe, her people were alive, her sisters had all survived, far away from the shadow of 9, and her body and mind had also been claimed by him. Given that, what condition was still unmet? Lucian couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Evidently, while the previous scripts had all ended under similar conditions, this time was different. Because the system never gave a clear indicator of what he should do to complete scripts, it truly became a nuisance. Could it be that the other 11 also have to? Lucian pondered seriously, calculating silently. A few minutes later, after tidying up and getting dressed, he went downstairs and sat in the dining room to wait for Mai's breakfast. Just as he sat down, Kiana rushed over like a gust of wind, her face full of pride. "Master, I returned the book." Sister Cusiu was still sleeping, so I quietly put it back. "She definitely won't notice." Well done." Lucian nodded with a smile, patting Kiana's head as if coaxing a child. In front of him, Kiana was nothing but a pure, innocent child, after all. Receiving praise made Kiana even happier, as shown by how she bounced over, leaned close, and looked at Lucian with sparkling eyes. "Master, that evolution ritual last night was amazing. I feel full of power all over my body. Let's do it again tonight, okay?" May happened to be carrying over the breakfast tray, so when she accidentally heard this, her hand trembled and the milk on the tray almost spilled. "Kiana," May exclaimed with shame, her cheeks flushing as she shot Kiana a scolding glare. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense, May," Kiana retorted, blinking innocently. "It really was amazing. You got stronger too, didn't you? Didn't you like that feeling?" Kiana's earnest expression as she reasoned left May at a complete loss for words. Truth be told, she did like it, but she couldn't just keep saying that kind of thing out loud all the time. Needless to say, it was probably time to properly teach Kiana some common sense about that kind of thing. Back when she had just joined this family, no one had thought in that direction, so no one had taught her about it, but now things were different. Given that Kiana had already been intimate with Lucian, it was necessary to properly teach her some common sense. Otherwise, she would keep talking about those things anytime and anywhere, as if they were wholesome morning exercises, full of purity and enthusiasm. Seeing Mai's mix of shame, anger, and helplessness, Lucian could not help but chuckle. As the banter between Mai and Kiana continued, the other women gradually gathered in the dining room. Mai kept her head down and quietly served the food, doing her best to avoid everyone's gaze. Kiana, on the other hand, was brimming with energy as always, chattering with everyone. However, to Mai's horror, Kiana suddenly announced what they did last night to everyone with an enthusiastic expression. By the way, I got stronger. Last night, Master Mai and I trained together using the book Fusion, light and darkness as one. The results were incredible. Look, I'm getting stronger now. Kiana innocently displayed her blessings of abundance and elation by opening her shirt and revealing her glowing lower belly. Seeing this, Lucian couldn't help but roll his eyes and cover his face with his palm. As expected of the idiot Kiana, even though she didn't want Kyushu to find out about her borrowing the book without permission, she was now practically admitting to it. PFFF. Cough. Cough. Kyushu, who was elegantly drinking coffee, choked violently the moment she heard the book title, then started coughing. Hey, wasn't that book? Himiko muttered in surprise, freezing midair with her coffee cup in hand. Bianca wore a strange expression and paused while cutting her fried egg. You shameless idiot, Sarin remarked softly, rolling her eyes to the side. Anna and Teresa blushed, silently exchanged a glance, then hurriedly buried their heads as they continued to eat. Oh, Winnie raised her brows, then yawned lazily. What kind of book is it? Does it help with skincare? Xin Yuan wore an amused smile, her gaze moving back and forth between Mai and Kiana before settling on Lucian. Boss Xin Yuan said teasingly, her smile growing meaningful. Sounds like you had a pretty fulfilling night, huh? Boss, explain in detail what you three did. Cindy exclaimed, putting down her phone. Count me in, too. I want to be stronger as well. Hearing their words, Asta blushed and focused on eating. Sakura maintained her elegant silence, smiling at Lucian with a knowing look. Aside from Wendy and Cindy, everyone else had read Kyusi's so-called book, so they immediately understood what certain people had been up to the night before. Mai, seeing everyone's reaction, felt as if her face were about to burst into flames and wished she could turn invisible on the spot. Stupid Kiana, was that really something you could say in public? Mai scolded Kiana inwardly, glancing accusingly at her, then shifting her gaze toward Lucian. And why aren't you saying anything? Say something. Lucian, thick-skinned as ever, calmly ate his breakfast as if nothing had happened, ignoring Mai's accusatory stare and the meaningful looks directed at him. Talp! A few moments later, after swallowing the food in his mouth, Lucian tapped the table to get everyone's attention, then spoke calmly. Eat first. We'll discuss everything else later. A very absurd and crazy experience in the evening. Kyushu convened a secret meeting in Shuten Castle, and the attendees were all the guardians of Izumo, excluding Mai and Kiana. For all this time, we've coexisted peacefully and followed the rules, but now, someone has broken them and become the first to eat the crab. Sisters, the rules have been broken. What does that mean? It means we can now make a move on the boss. Everyone do we rely on individual skill? Or do we launch a joint night raid? Just like that, with Kyushu's words, the unspoken layer of pretense was completely torn away. Truth be told, they had all been coveting Lucian's body and heart for a long time already. They had simply never dared to act, because everyone had treated him as an untouchable snow lotus, practically a divine being aloof and sacred, not to be profaned, so no one had ever crossed that line. But now, thanks to the deed carried out by Mai and Kiana, they finally dared to take that step. In the morning, right after breakfast, Lucian at last explained what had happened the night before between him, Mai, and Kiana. From their perspectives, the fact that Lucian himself had openly stated that he had already been intimate with Mai and Kiana meant that he truly did harbor those kinds of thoughts toward them. And once that was the case, this was no longer profanation. Kyushu adjusted her monocle, continuing her speech in a grave tone. My sisters, our situation is dire. May and Kiana have already made their move and achieved the grand harmony of life with the boss. If we do nothing now, what face will we have left in this family? Just hanging around and interrupting other people's lovey-dovey moments? We must take the initiative, capture the boss heart, and become a true family. Even though Cusia's speech sounded passionate and stirring, its core boiled down to a single concept: throwing themselves at Lucian. It was understandable, given that every one of them had, after being together for years, fallen for Lucian. And the reason their relationship had still remained at most at the level of friends with a superior-subordinate dynamic was simply that they had never dared to take that next step. This should have happened ages ago. Xin Yuan let out a sinister giggle and exclaimed cheerfully, "All right, count me in." "Good," Himiko exclaimed, slamming the table. "Let's teach him a lesson tonight." How aggressive," Sarin said with a frown as she glanced at Himiko, but then her face flushed slightly. "But count me in too." "Ah, fine," Wendy said listlessly, lying there sprawled across the round table like a kitten. "But I want to have the first turn. I don't want to stay up late." "We will join too." Anna and Teresa blushed, speaking softly in unison. "What if the boss gets angry and beats us up?" Seeing everyone looking so eager, Senny raised her hand and asked curiously. "Well, he's a gentleman, he wouldn't go that far," Bianca replied, then pondered for a moment. "Usually, when we act cute, he agrees to anything. So my suggestion is, as soon as we meet him, we'll act cute and not give him any chance to react." Hearing this, Sakura exchanged a glance with the others, then nodded lightly. That makes sense," Sakura said with a faint smile. "It'd be even better if we wore something special, though. Anyway, all I can do is give myself to the boss." Asta murmured with some unease. "If he doesn't accept me, then I can only grow old alone." Seeing that all 11 guardians were looking so eager to gain Lucian's heart and body, Kyushu scratched her head, finding the scene a little bizarre. Everyone present was either a youthful beauty or a mature, alluring woman, and countless people in Izumo lusted after their looks and bodies. And now, here they were, 11 beautiful women, all worrying over one man, afraid that he might not accept them. "Good." Kyushu nodded solemnly at everyone, raising her monocle slightly, causing the light to reflect off it. "Joint night raid Operation Execute tonight." Late at night, when the house was utterly silent, 11 women gathered in the living room, looking as sneaky as thieves. "Sarin," Kyushu whispered, looking directly at Sarin. "Use your teleportation. Target boss bedroom." Sarin nodded and lightly waved her hand. In that instant, space twisted as the figures of the 11 women vanished. And in the very next second, they appeared directly in the center of Lucian's bedroom, without any warning, materializing out of thin air. Inside the bedroom, the moonlight lay hazy and dim. Lucian lay at the center of the enormous bed, with May leaning close over him in an intimate embrace as the room grew quiet around them. Kiana slept beside him, one of her fair arms draped over his waist, sleeping soundly and peacefully. When Kyushu and the others suddenly appeared, it was like pouring cold water into a pot of boiling oil. May, suddenly sensing many presences behind her, snapped her head around. And when she saw 11 familiar figures suddenly filling the bedroom, standing there silently and looking at her, some with shock, some with embarrassment, and some with teasing, her pupils shrank sharply in an instant. "Ah!" May screamed and jumped back in fright, jolting Kiana awake. Master?" "May," Kiana mumbled, rubbing her eyes groggily. What's going on? Why are there so many people?" Lucian raised his head and looked toward the center of the bedroom, where 11 beauties stood with different expressions and burning gazes fixed on him. More importantly, each of them was actually wearing a very special outfit. Even the most petite Teresa was no exception in this regard. Under the moonlight, Lucian wore a slightly dumbfounded expression. "So, what exactly are you all trying to do, appearing here so suddenly, wearing those kinds of outfits?" As Lucian's question resounded, the atmosphere in the room became extremely awkward. Boss, Kyushu exclaimed shyly, forcing herself to stay calm, though her voice trembled slightly. Why you can't play favorites? You can't just dote on May and Kiana. We also want to become a real family with you. At last, Kyushu spoke the words that everyone had been thinking. Yeah, exactly. Xianyuan nodded in agreement, her eyes boldly sweeping over Lucian's sexy body. Boss, we should all get a share. We want to be one family too, and no. That's right. Boss. Himiko laughed loudly, looking as carefree as ever. Good things are meant to be shared. You can't just give May and Kiana special treatment. Boss, I'm really sleepy, Wendy said with a yawn, her face looking utterly exhausted. I want to have the first turn. Is that okay? Can't you at least be fair to everyone? Serin complained with a flushed face, the arrogance she usually carried completely gone. We also want to become a real family with you. Anna and Teresa spoke one after another, their voices as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Boss, I wanted to, Senny said bluntly and directly without any shame, bouncing excitedly in place. I want to do what Kiana did. I'm not afraid of pain. In any case, that's basically how it is. Bianca sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. In short, we all want to be like May and Kiana. Boss, I just want to be with you. Asta spoke quietly, her expression pitiful. So, Lord Lucian, are you willing to accept all of us? Sakura asked with a faint smile, letting her collar slip slightly to reveal a hint of her figure. Lucian blinked in surprise, looking dazedly at this group of women of various builds who were righteously demanding equal treatment, then looked at May in his arms, who nodded lightly, and at Kiana beside him, who wore a completely innocent and clueless expression. At this moment, Lucian couldn't help but feel slightly overwhelmed. Was this my lucky pervert trait going all out? He would never have expected that everything would be delivered straight to him without him doing anything at all. To complete the script, he had been thinking all day about how to deal with these 11 women without hurting Mai's feelings. But now there was no need to think anymore. Lucian took a deep breath, then spoke up. There are plenty of people who want me, and the line could stretch all the way to Penacony. You're all very lucky. Before his words had even finished leaving his mouth, Lucian had already waved his hand, releasing a gentle yet irresistible force that instantly wrapped itself around the 11 women standing at the center of the room. In that moment, they all felt their bodies grow light as they were softly tossed by that force onto the enormous bed. Thump, 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 thump. In an instant, the bed turned into a 13-person giant bunk. Lucian lay in the very center, May still curled in his arms, firmly occupying the central position, while Kiana stared curiously at the 11 women who had suddenly crowded in. Meanwhile, the other 11 were either sprawled, sitting, or lying in various poses, completely stuffing the enormous bed to max capacity. Wow, so lively! Kiana exclaimed happily, squeezing a little closer to Lucian. Boss, you really came through. Himiko laughed heartily and unceremoniously claimed one side. Boss, we, Guardians, shall devote ourselves fully to achieving the great harmony of life, Kyushu declared in her usual Chinibu style, but her face was bright red, which made it clear that her Chinibu declaration was just to cover her embarrassment. Damn it, I'm too far away, Serin complained as she shifted her body further inward. I won't hold back. Boss Xianyuan giggled and pressed herself right up against Lucian. Didn't we agree I'd be first? Wendy grumbled softly from the very edge of the bed. Anna and Teresa huddled together like little quails, shy yet full of anticipation. With this many people, how does this even work? Senny questioned, looking around curiously. I've never learned this sex stuff. Bianca and Sakura said nothing, but both quietly adjusted their positions, clearly having no intention of leaving. Asta, on the other hand, was squeezed in the middle and did not dare to speak. No one knew whose hand touched Lucian's arm first, or whose leg accidentally draped over him. Maybe it was Xuanyuan's teasing caress, maybe Himiko's unabashed closeness, maybe Kyusius' overly eager act, or maybe Anna brushing against it by accident. Regardless, all kinds of fragrances were now blended in this enormous bed, while 13 different kinds of softness stimulated Lucian's senses. Matt was unbearably embarrassed, but being besieged by so many women instead stirred a strange possessiveness and competitiveness in her heart, and this caused her to tighten her grip on Lucian's arm, as if declaring ownership. Kiana, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on at all and only felt that everyone being squeezed together was warm. That sticking close to her master felt nice. She even curiously reached out to poke honest rosy cheeks beside her. Surrounded by 13 beauties of completely different types, all radiating a deadly allure, Lucian felt the warmth and subtle movements coming from every direction, the fire within him burning hotter and hotter. In the end, Lucian simply gave up on thinking and let this chaotic situation develop on its own. Soon enough, under the moonlight, shadows overlapped throughout the room, all kinds of shadows intertwined in various positions, accompanied by many sighs and exclamations rising together. Each woman had her own qualities and required careful attention to rhythm. Some needed a slow build-up, some required a quick rhythm, and others had to be handled at the same time. Working through the entire night, Lucian finally finished sharing his heartfelt efforts with the 13 guardians of Izumo, pouring his heart into each and every one. When a faint light appeared on the horizon, only Lucian remained awake, while everyone else had already fallen into a deep sleep, looking utterly exhausted, with some of them even murmuring in their sleep. Lucian looked at the 13 women sprawled in every direction around him and suddenly felt the urge to write in a diary. What even was this situation? Even Lucian couldn't help but feel amazed at himself for handling 13 women at once, especially since all these women were not just any ordinary women, but the guardians of Izumo, whose existence and strength were far above those of ordinary mortals. All in all, Lucian, who had been with this many women at once for the first time, couldn't help but feel that this was truly a very absurd and crazy experience, even for him, who had been in romantic relationships with many women before. Needless to say, without the power of abundance, Lucian truly would not have been able to handle all of them and would definitely have been wrung dry. Lucian tried to move and pull his arm free, but Xianyuan unconsciously burrowed deeper into his chest. Cusius' leg pressed firmly over his leg, and Wendy's head lightly rubbed against his shoulder. Lucian blinked in silence, then sighed helplessly. Forget it. In the end, Lucian closed his eyes and, within the gentle embrace of 13 women, welcomed the dawn that followed this absurd situation. A grand wedding. Lucian tried to move and pull his arm free, but Xianyuan unconsciously burrowed deeper into his chest. Cusius' leg pressed firmly over his leg, and Wendy's head lightly rubbed against his shoulder. Lucian blinked in silence, then sighed helplessly. Forget it. In the end, Lucian closed his eyes and, within the gentle embrace of 13 women, welcomed the dawn that followed this absurd situation. However, a few minutes later, Lucian opened his eyes with an unusually serious expression as he discovered a severe problem. He had already taken Acheron, as well as the sisters who were as close to her as flesh and blood, yet the script was still not complete. Seriously, I've already come this far. What more do I need to do? Do I need to hold a wedding? Don't tell me. Must I have a child or something? No way, right? Lucian rubbed his chin and began to seriously consider things he had never thought about before. Once the thought occurred to him, however, he ultimately decided to act on it because for now, he no longer had any leads on how to complete the script other than marrying the 13 women or having children with them. Of course, he planned to start with a wedding first, since having a child would take 10 months, while a wedding would only take a few days. In the afternoon, the sunlight was warm and gentle as it poured through the living room window and fell upon the reclining sofa chair where Lucian sat. Lucian, having just taken a short nap, felt a bit thirsty, so he turned his head slightly to the side and called out almost instinctively, "May!" As Lucian called out, "May," without needing to be told, almost immediately walked over carrying a cup of freshly brewed hot tea at just the right temperature. then gently set the teacup on the small table beside the chair. In that instant, Mai's familiar, faint fragrance drifted through the air and entered Lucian's nose. "Hey, race the tea. I just brewed it." Mai's voice was very soft as she spoke, and when her violet eyes fell on Lucian, they flashed with a hint of concern before she casually picked up the thin blanket draped over the back of the chair, gave it a light shake, and carefully covered his legs with it. "Be careful not to catch a cold." Seeing what May did, Lucian smiled slightly, then lifted the teacup and took a sip before letting out a comfortable sigh. In a slight daze, Lucian watched as May naturally picked up the coat he had casually tossed aside on the sofa, carefully smoothing out its wrinkles before hanging it on the rack. Her movements practiced, calm, and reassuring. Unlike her usual kimono, May was now wearing a white sweater with a black apron draped neatly over it, along with a long black skirt featuring a cutout on the left side that openly revealed her beautiful, stocking-wrapped leg. With her long hair now tied up in a ponytail as well, the housewife impression May gave off was unmistakable, as she clearly and genuinely radiated a strong housewife aura to anyone who happened to see her. And May truly was one, carefully and diligently taking meticulous care of Lucian every single day without exception. "May!" Lucian set the teacup down and called her again. May finished hanging the coat, then turned around and walked back to Lucian's side. "What's wrong? Is the tea not to your liking?" Seeing Mai's gentle expression as she spoke, Lucian did not answer, but simply reached out and gently held her hand that hung at her side, instantly feeling its soft touch along with the faint coolness lingering on her fair skin. May smiled slightly and sat down beside him. "Do you think our wedding should be done one by one, or all together?" Lucian suddenly asked a surprising question out of nowhere. "I can't decide this by myself. I want to hear your opinions on it." "Why wait, we wedding?" May asked, stuttering. Her eyes filled with surprise along with a flutter of excitement. "You mean you want to announce it to the whole world?" "Why not? You're all my wives. Everyone should know that." Seeing Mai's shy expression, Lucian found her especially adorable and could not help but tease her. "Unless you don't want that, then forget what I said. I want it. I do." May hurriedly interrupted Lucian, her heart racing with embarrassment and her cheeks burning. As she looked into his eyes, which were filled with teasing, her embarrassed heart was slowly filled with a trembling excitement, and a smile unconsciously formed on her face. Seeing my smile, the teasing in Lucian's eyes deepened before he tightened his grip on her hand and pulled her closer. "Kia!" May let out a soft cry as she fell onto his lap. "Ha! You're so cute, May," Lucian said with a soft chuckle, wrapping an arm around Mai's waist while lifting her chin with his other hand. "I'll put you in the most beautiful wedding dress and let the whole world know that you are my May." May responded softly, her long eyelashes trembling intensely as she closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed an alluring red, as if imagining herself in a wedding dress. "Well then, go discuss it with the others." Lucian leaned close to Mai's ear and whispered, his warm breath brushing against her ear and causing her face to grow even redder. "Whether it's one by one or all at once, I'll agree to everything. I'll wait." Upon hearing this, May, embarrassed, buried her face in the crook of Lucian's neck and softly answered with emotion once more. And so, when night came, May discussed the wedding matter with the others, and in the end, the 13 guardians, who were now as close as flesh and blood, decided to hold the wedding together. 1 month later, the wedding day finally arrived. At this moment, the news that Azumos ruler, Lucian, was holding a wedding had already become a trending topic on the interastral network, drawing many travelers and merchants from foreign civilizations to come and join the excitement. "I heard the ruler here is getting married, and he's marrying 13 wives at once. Holy crap! Can I settle here too? I want to be a citizen of Azumo as well. I want to marry 13 wives too." 13? Can he really handle that many? I mean, can he even keep up? If he dares to marry them, he must have his own ways. Forget it. I'm going to worship his statue and pray for the secret to satisfying 13 women in one night. During this month, Conversations like these constantly unfolded in every corner of Izumo, day after day, without pause. And on this special day, the celebrations across the entirety of Izumo had finally reached their peak. Festive red and gold decorations filled every corner, while the streets in Amatsukuni were packed with countless people, lively and bustling, causing foreign visitors to stretch their necks just to properly watch the grand spectacle unfolding before them. Whoa, not gonna lie, this is huge. Well, it's 13 brides, after all. What kind of guy is this Lucian, anyway? Look, look, up in the sky. As everyone chattered with excitement, one of the spectators suddenly shouted and pointed straight at the sky. High above, a massive golden dragon emerged from the clouds. And atop its head lazily sat a handsome young man dressed in a perfectly tailored black formal suit, with a faint smile lingering at the corner of his lips. Needless to say, the young man was none other than Lucian, the very center of this wedding event. As for the golden dragon, it was something he had created using the myriad transformations of elation. My God, he came riding a Vidyadhara. So cool. Even a Vidyadhara is willing to be his mount? Upon seeing Lucian, the surrounding crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. And immediately afterward, buzz, 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 buzz. Space in the sky was suddenly torn apart again and again until 13 spatial rifts opened neatly in midair, surrounding the golden dragon and Lucian. From within the rifts, 13 brides dressed in pure white wedding gowns slowly stepped out one after another. May Kiana, Kyushu, Serin, Bianca, Wendy, Anna, Teresa, Asta, Xianyuan, Sakura, Seni, Himiko. Not a single one was missing. Each bride's makeup was unique, yet all of them were breathtakingly beautiful, especially their white wedding gowns, which had different styles to accentuate their distinct temperaments: gentle, lively, cold, mysterious, or adorably innocent. At this moment, it was as if the entire sky had been illuminated by their beauty. Oh, the brides are here. It's really 13. Man, all of them are so beautiful. Long live Izumo. Long live Lord Lucian. In an instant, the cheers from the crowd rose higher and higher, especially among Izumo's inhabitants, almost all of whom were cheering while shedding tears. Standing at the edge of the spatial rifts, the 13 brides were supported by invisible forces beneath their feet, looking like goddesses descending upon the world. All of their gazes, without exception, were fixed on the man riding atop the golden dragon. Seeing that his brides had finally arrived, Lucian patted the dragon's head. Roar! In response, the dragon let out a deep roar before slowly descending onto a massive wedding platform suspended in midair. With the aid of Serin's spatial power, the 13 brides also landed lightly on the platform, standing around Lucian. It could be said that while the wedding ceremony appeared grand, the process itself was actually quite simple. Unlike conventional weddings, there was no priest or the like in this wedding. Only Lucian and his brides. Lucian looked at the 13 beautiful faces before him for a moment, some shy, some joyful, some excited, and some full of anticipation, then cleared his throat before speaking. Today here I, Lucian, take Raiden Bosamori May, Kiana, Hureiji Kyushu, Serin, Bianca Duran, Wendy Amore, Anna Mistiltine, Teresa, Asta Ishit, Xianyuan, Ye Sakura, Seni, and Akabane Himiko as my wives. From this day forward, you are all my family, my treasures, my wings. I will and swear to protect you, guard you, and ensure that you live forever in happiness. Lucian declared in a domineering and direct manner, delivering his words without the slightest hesitation. Even though his voice was not loud, it still carried clearly across the entire city, allowing everyone in Amatsukuni to hear it. Hesitation was not in his dictionary. Even before transmigrating, when he was still an ordinary mortal, he was a man who always made good on what he said. Departure at Lucian's domineering and direct declaration, Kyushu was the first to raise her hand in excitement, her eyes shining brightly. We shall swear our lives in loyalty to the Savior of Light, bound as one forever, sharing eternity. Yeah, yeah, Kiana exclaimed, nodding and hopping happily. Master is the best. And Master's wife too now. Lucian. May muttered Lucian's name gently, tears welling in her eyes, yet the gentlest, happiest smile curved her lips. It's a bit cheesy, but I like it. Serin, with her arms folded across her chest, remarked softly, her face flushed a rare crimson. Boss, you'll have to be fair with everyone from now on. Himiko spoke teasingly with a light chuckle, her tone carrying a hint of hidden meaning. Finally done. Wendy spoke with a yawn, looking as tired as ever. Anna, Teresa, and Asda all flushed red as well, far too excited to speak. Boss, congrats on the wedding. Want a game together tonight? Senny spoke casually, wearing a big smile, looking as if this were not her wedding. Bianca, Xin Yuan, and Sakura said nothing, but all wore smiles that came straight from the heart. Lucian smiled, looking at each one of them in turn, then spoke. Then, my beautiful brides, are you willing to marry me? We are willing. In response to Lucian's question, 13 clear and resolute voices rang out at once, merging into the most beautiful melody. Ha, good. Lucian sighed in relief, then opened his arms wide. All right, come, my brides. It's time to seal it. As soon as his words fell, whoosh. No longer caring about restraint, the 13 brides, like fledglings returning to the nest, carrying fragrance and laughter, rushed toward Lucian at the center. May was the first to throw herself into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. Kiana hugged his arm from the left, happily rubbing her cheek against him. Xin Yuan grinned as she claimed the spot on his right. Kyushu hugged him from behind. Serin maintained her aloof air, yet still reached out to link arms with Lucian. Wendy lazily leaned against his shoulder. Anna, Teresa, and Asta squeezed together, hugging his arm. Himiko and Sakura approached gracefully, lightly resting their hands on him. Senny mischievously jumped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck like a koala. Below them, the enormous golden dragon let out a joyful roar, and energy petals filled the sky like golden waves, falling from above and gently wrapping around the 14 locked in an embrace. Petals landed on the pristine white wedding dresses, on the groom's shoulders, and in everyone's hair, while sunlight pierced through the gaps between the petals, scattering dreamlike specks of light. At this moment, the entire platform became the very center of a vortex of happiness. Lucian, surrounded by 13 soft, warm figures, his ears filled with their joyful laughter and light cries, held May tighter in his arms as he felt that one-of-a-kind weight and happiness. Congratulations to Lord Lucian and his 13 brides. May you stay together forever. As the golden sunlight surged forth and engulfed everyone present, all the wedding attendees joined together to congratulate Lucian and the 13 women on their union. In the end, all that remained were laughter and petals dancing through the radiant sunlight, sparkling brilliantly as they marked the grand wedding's conclusion in perfect fulfillment. Ding! Congratulations on completing the script. In 1 month, the script will close and the host will leave the current world. As the wedding ceremony concluded, the system's voice that Lucian had been waiting for all this time finally resounded in his mind. It really was missing a wedding? Lucian thought with a smile, feeling relieved that the script was finally complete. All other conditions had already been met, so the final condition to complete the script had clearly been the wedding. However, this time, he surprisingly got a full month of deadline, which was clearly the longest amount of time the system had ever given him compared to the previous ones. Thanks to that, the schedule before leaving the script was fairly relaxed this time, since there was no immediate or forced exit. If he had only gotten 1 second, it would have been far too awkward and probably would have instantly become a trending topic, something like, groom disappears at Izumo wedding. Unlike his flash wedding with Fu Xian, this time his wedding was celebrated by the entire planet of Izumo, and the banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, with countless congratulatory gifts received from various foreign civilizations. In the dressing room, the 13 brides, still in their wedding dresses, were reluctant to take them off. May stood before a tall mirror, staring at her own reflection in it for a very long time. Truth be told, she had never imagined that one day she would be this happy, having a wedding and a husband. Thinking back to the past, Izumo had always been suffering under the invasion of the kami from Takamagara. With constant war, separation, and death, even these sisters beside her could have fallen at any moment. Living in that kind of situation, a day like today would never have crossed her mind. How could it compare to now, when every guardian of Izumo was wearing a wedding dress, each one becoming the most beautiful bride for a day, laughing with each other, all having the same husband? Senni, don't lift your skirt. That's indecent, but it's dragging on the floor. I can't walk like this. Kyushu, why are you hiding a blade inside your wedding dress? Crap, I forgot to draw my blade for the oath earlier. Let's redo the wedding. Are you nuts? Just hold your own wedding. Then, May looked around at the 12 sisters she would be living with from now on and could not help but cover her mouth as she giggled softly. Half a month later, the aftereffects of the wedding had finally settled, and life in Izumo gradually returned to normal. In the afternoon, Lucian, having finally found the perfect time, gathered all his wives in the living room to tell them something important. At the end of the month, they'll be leaving for a while to buy you gifts, to take care of something, so I won't be back for a bit. Lucian pretended to let something slip, and sure enough, Senni immediately caught it. Gifts? Were you about to say gifts? You slipped up, didn't you? Senni, it's a surprise, Sakura said gently, covering her smiling mouth with one hand. You're supposed to pretend you don't know. Huh? Is that so? Senni asked with a frown, scratching the back of her head. But I already know, so I won't pretend. I want gifts. In the next moment, she quickly hugged Lucian's arm, as naturally as could be, without the slightest bit of shyness, and demanded her gifts. Master, I want gifts too. Kiana followed along, grinning as she hugged Lucian's other arm. Okay. Everyone gets something, all right? Lucian said with a helpless smile. But they're rare, so you'll need time to get them. I might not even be back this year. You know, good things always take time after all. In that case, May chimed in with a gentle smile. Well, I'll behave and wait for you at home, and help you look after Izumo. Hearing this, Lucian felt relieved, since this was exactly the effect he wanted. At least before this script world closed, his wives would not worry about parting with him. He had even written letters in advance and hidden them under the bed, just in case this excuse of getting gifts didn't work, so if he suddenly disappeared, they could still feel at ease. Days passed one by one, and the 1-month deadline given by the system finally arrived. On the day before his departure, Lucian had his 13 wives cancel all their schedules to stay home, spending intimate time together from morning until evening, and then from evening all the way until the dawn of the next day. Lucian could use absolute hit to control his reproductive functions, ensuring that none of his wives would become pregnant, so he wasn't worried even with frequent intimacy. In the end, only after May, who had held out the longest, finally passed out, did Lucian leave the house with satisfaction and ease. Just as Lucian stepped onto the doorstep, his figure vanished without a trace. A while later, when the 13 women gradually woke up, they realized Lucian was already gone even after searching the entire city. There was no trace of him. Is the boss gone already? Seriously, just up and leaving like that? In the living room, as the 13 gathered to report their findings about Lucian, Xin Yuan complained with a pout. Damn it, Senni said in annoyance, scratching the back of her head while frowning. How'd I even pass out? Terrifying, Kyushu said with a slightly pale face. Good thing there's so many of us, one person alone would have died handling him. I still remember how shaken Teresa looked afterward. Hearing this, Teresa immediately covered her face in embarrassment. Well, Teresa's body is so small, what do you expect? Sakura said with an alluring smile. Besides, before going on a long trip, it's normal for a husband to spend some quality time with his wife before departure, right? Thanks to the blessing of abundance. He can handle not just one, but 13 of us at once. You two, can you please stop talking about that kind of stuff? Bianca said grumpily while massaging her temple. Please have some decency. It's embarrassing. I may have passed out, but I'm still not convinced. Himiko said confidently, her hands on her hips. When he comes back, they'll drain him dry by myself. Impossible. He's too scary, Teresa muttered while touching her lower belly. Next time I'm lining up last. Ah, when he chimed in listlessly, looking tired. I never want to be first again. Just like that. They shared their complaints, lamenting how overwhelmingly strong Lucian was in bed, and how completely he had crushed them, leaving them with no chance at all to counterattack. Before he comes back, let's hurry up and get stronger, Asta exclaimed firmly, her face serious. Next time, I definitely won't pass out. Me, Kiana exclaimed, raising her hand excitedly. I want to be first next. Get stronger? Impossible, Anna said without much confidence. Lucian's too strong, mere mortals like us can't handle him. May, who had held out the longest, did not dare join their discussion, simply because, before she lost consciousness, she had noticed that Lucian showed no sign of exhaustion at all, still looking exactly the same as when they had just begun their bed battle. Given that, next time and the time after that they would most likely still be mercilessly crushed by him. Lucian, the life we have now, that's the best gift you've given us. May sat by the sofa, gazing at the distant blue sky through the window and murmuring softly with a gentle smile. Script. Acheron complete. A heart no longer empty. Not long after Lucian vanished from Acheron's script, his vision returned, and the scene before his eyes shifted. He was back in the dim, shadowy room. Lucian blinked in a daze for a moment, then turned on the light, and in that instant, the familiar furniture entered his vision. Needless to say, he was back in his familiar, delicate house in Penacony, inside his bedroom. The final condition is holding a wedding with all of them. Lucian muttered with a complicated expression as he lay on the bed. Yeah, add this to the completion condition list as well. After running several scripts, he had identified certain patterns, capturing both the body and mind of the script's protagonist and making up for her regret were the two main conditions for completing the script, while the remaining conditions were variables that depended on the protagonist. Lucian recorded this in his mind, then opened the system panel. Host, Lucian ability, disarm, absolute hit, godly bandage, immortal kneel, sham diviner, BGM, law of calamity follower, Tribios 1, Mortis 1, Facial 1, Yuyu 1, Castoris 1, Polixio 1, Jinglu 1, Baiheng 1, Fuxian 1, Robin 1, Serafino 1, Acheron 1. Izumos Guardians 7-12 script. 0 revive, follower guardians. Excluding May and counting Kiana, that makes exactly 12. Lucian muttered with a frown as he thought about his 13 wives from Izumo. 7 out of 12 means only 7 are alive now. Looks like a random effect from the script. It only affected 7 of them, and 5 weren't affected. Fortunately, all of them had become his followers, or this would have been extremely awkward and troublesome. Lucian immediately used Revive Follower without hesitation, and soon, the Izumo Guardian suffix changed to 1212. At the same time, in the room at the very edge of the hallway, Acheron suddenly opened her eyes and sat up in her bed. Huff! Huff! Acheron gasped for breath as cold sweat covered her forehead. Her heart pounded wildly, and her mind felt as though it had exploded as countless images, sounds, and emotions surged through her mind all at once. Izumo, Lucian, Kiana, her sister's warm sunlight, Lucian lying on her lap, him asking whether they should hold a wedding, and then Lucian said he was going on a long journey to find gifts. Is that a dream? But it was far too real. Acheron muttered in a daze, then subconsciously covered her lower belly, feeling that there seemed to be a strange lingering warmth and a sense of emptiness there. As soon as her hand touched her lower belly, however, it suddenly began to glow, a glow intertwined with green and red fluorescence. What is this? Blessings? Acheron mumbled in surprise, as she could clearly feel that a gentle yet powerful energy, full of vitality, had been added within her body, the blessing of abundance. Surprisingly, it had not ended there, as there was also another power, playful and cheerful in nature, the blessing of elation. Yet her nihility was still there. How could three different paths coexist? However, that was not the most critical issue. As to her surprise, her heart was no longer like stagnant, lifeless water, but filled to the brim. Her longing for Lucian, her love for Lucian, it was love so intense it could not dissolve. How could a self-annihilator have such emotions? Lucian. Acheron murmured Lucian's name, her voice and body trembling, making her appear somewhat pitiful and fragile. In the next second, she got out of bed and instinctively reached for her sentinel. Howl, but to her surprise, what she grasped was not the familiar howl, but the sentinel known as Naught, the very sentinel she wielded as Acheron. What exactly happened to me? Her mind was now in complete chaos. Ever since becoming a self-annihilator, this was the first time she had felt panicked and anxious instead of her usual detached and nonchalant state. It couldn't be helped. All those memories were far too genuine. All those emotions were far too intense. As a self-annihilator, Acheron had already lost many of her past memories, leaving numerous empty gaps in her mind, gaps that were now perfectly filled by these new memories. At this moment, it was as if she had changed from Acheron back into Raiden Bosamori May, with Lucian's face and smile occupying more than half of her mental space. I have to find him and get a clear answer. Having made her decision, Acheron decisively walked toward Lucian's bedroom. But just as she arrived at his room and was about to push the door open, suddenly, the door opened by itself, and Lucian's face appeared before Acheron's eyes. In that instant, Acheron's breathing unconsciously quickened, her gaze becoming incredibly complex. Acheron. Lucian had just begun to speak when Acheron suddenly shoved him straight into the room, not even bothering to close the door behind them. Lucian. Acheron called his name, her voice carrying restrained emotion. What's going on? Why did you call me, May? Lucian looked straight into Acheron's face and saw the complexity and anxiety in her expression. It seems like the effects of the script have fed back into reality. Lucian thought with a complex feeling as he realized that the Acheron he knew before entering her script should not have emotions like this. Now, the woman before him gave an overwhelmingly familiar feeling, as if the one he faced was not Acheron, but May. It seemed that the emotions and awareness eroded by the nihility had been restored. You already remembered everything? Lucian asked softly with a helpless smile. Remember what? Acheron exclaimed anxiously as she stepped closer and closer to Lucian. Remember that, May? Remember that you did that to us. Now that she had regained her emotions, Acheron could no longer bring herself to say such shameful words so nonchalantly like before, her face flushing slightly. Seeing Acheron's eagerness to learn the truth, Lucian sighed, then smiled faintly. He knew that Acheron would never blush. Only May would. Understanding this, Lucian spoke up, tried to explain as simply as possible. Well, in simple terms, what we experienced was some kind of special space-time that manifested as your dream, in which I had to change your tragic past and alter your tragic fate within it. I allowed Izumo to be reborn, saved your sisters, and married you. Lucian paused, staring straight into Acheron's eyes. All those experiences, those feelings, they were all genuine, truly happening. My love for you is also genuine. Acheron's body trembled slightly as she heard Lucian directly confirm the wild, yet vivid memories in her mind. They were genuine. Those warm daily moments were genuine. Those sweet kisses were genuine. Those entangled nights were also genuine. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of love and longing completely crushed Acheron's reason. Lucian. Acheron let out a low cry and suddenly lunged forward. It was not an attack, but an embrace. Her body trembled faintly with emotion as Acheron wrapped her arms around Lucian with all her strength, then buried her face deeply in his chest. So you lied to me. You didn't go looking for any gift. You just closed that space-time, didn't you? Acheron, finally learning the truth, held Lucian even tighter, afraid he would disappear again, afraid that this moment was not real. Lucian, feeling Acheron's trembling body and the emotion that nearly melted him, gently patted her back. "Yeah, you could put it that way," Lucian said softly, gently resting his chin atop her head. Then he grabbed her chin and lifted her delicate face, looking straight into her eyes. "We all have to wake up from dreams eventually. In the first place, that space-time only existed to save your past. It couldn't last forever." In his eyes, the Acheron before him was far more alive, far more emotional than her former cold, detached self. "Then, what about Izumo and the others? Are they all right?" Acheron asked anxiously. Was history really changed? "Of course," Lucian replied confidently with a calm nod. "You'll know soon enough." "What about the gifts you said?" Acheron took a step back and said while spreading her hands. "You said you'd bring us gifts." Lucian blinked, looking awkward, not knowing how to answer. "Well, that was—" He had only just returned to reality himself. So how could he have any gift? Seeing Lucian's awkward reaction, a playful gleam shimmered in Acheron's beautiful violet eyes. "I'm joking. I don't want any gift," Acheron said with a gentle smile. "That happy life was already the best gift you could ever give me. I won't ask for more." And the others surely feel the same way. Upon hearing this, Lucian, feeling genuinely moved, couldn't help but let out a similarly gentle smile. As expected of May, his gentle and virtuous wife. Understanding, kind, well-read, graceful, beautiful beyond compare. And able to cook, marrying a woman like this was nothing but a great fortune for any man. Caught in the act, May. As Lucian called Acheron again by the name May, the atmosphere in the room grew thick and sticky. Lucian looked at Acheron, whose eyes no longer contained the cold emptiness and instead looked as though they were filled with stars, dazzlingly bright. At this moment, the cold, distant, and nonchalant self-annihilator and emanator of nihility from the daytime seemed to have vanished, and the one standing before him now was his beloved wife. "Raiden Bolshamorime." Acheron also stared fixedly at Lucian. In her violet eyes, emotions intertwined, like the relief that came with newly recovered memories and the nostalgia for warmth from the past. Aside from those, however, there was also a faint, barely perceptible longing. Lucian, understanding it at once, raised his hand and gently brushed her cheek, and in that instant, the warmth of his fingertips caused Acheron's body to tremble slightly. Acheron did not avoid his touch, and, almost instinctively, like a cat seeking comfort, rubbed her cheek softly against his palm instead. However, her tiny movement ignited something within Lucian, whose gaze suddenly lit up. In the next moment, Lucian's fingers slid along Acheron's face to the area behind her ear, lightly caressing that sensitive patch of skin. Her breathing noticeably quickened before she lifted her eyes to look at him. In that moment, their gazes tangled in midair. Both of them could see how close they were, close enough to feel each other's breath brushing across their faces, carrying the same warmth. Eventually, the atmosphere grew heated. As if invisible threads in the air were pulling them closer and closer, Lucian lowered his head, and Acheron closed her eyes, not resisting his advance at all. Only her faintly trembling eyelashes betrayed the unrest in her heart. In the next second, their lips finally met. At first, their kiss was light and tentative, but soon it became affirming and certain, deepening with unspoken emotion, lingering with a quiet intensity that conveyed everything neither of them dared to say aloud. Lucian could feel that Acheron's lips were a little cool at first, but soon enough, they quickly warmed, thanks to their kiss. Just like that, the room was left with nothing but breathing and faint wet sounds. However, just as their kiss began to deepen, sorry, a surprised, flustered cry suddenly sounded from the doorway. Lucian and Acheron quickly separated as if shocked by electricity, then turned their heads toward the door, only to see that Robin and Serafina were standing there side by side, having arrived at some point without them noticing. Evidently, because the door had not been closed. The scene just now had been clearly seen by them. Lucian saw Robin wearing a soft white night dress, her hands clasped awkwardly in front of her, her fair cheeks flushed red. He also noticed that she was biting her lower lip lightly, wanting to say something, yet holding back. Serafina stood beside Robin, dressed in a black sheer night dress, her face adorned with a gentle but helpless smile as her gaze swept between Lucian and Acheron, full of understanding. "Looks like we came at a bad time." Serafina spoke first, her voice soft as she broke the awkward silence. She did not question them, merely stating a fact. Heat instantly rushed to Acheron's face, and she awkwardly pretended to be busy, tidying her clothes. Robin lifted her gaze toward Acheron, her long lashes fluttering. "Miss Acheron, you said in the pool that you didn't feel that way about Lucian." Robin said in a gentle tone, but it carried a hint of jealousy. How did it turn into this now? Even though she did not finish her words, the meaning behind them was obvious. "You lied, you sneaky little fox. In the pool, you were playing the role of a pure and detached self-annihilator in front of us, and now you couldn't wait to offer Lucian a kiss?" Serafina quipped, her gaze sweeping over Acheron's awkward face and her slightly disheveled clothes like a searchlight. Is this what you meant by there will absolutely be no relationship of the kind we are imagining between Lucian and you? Miss Acheron, the statements you made are being expressed quite intensely now, aren't they? Hearing Serafina's rather sharp yet teasing words, Acheron froze. "I am not. There's a reason for this." Acheron, feeling her mind buzzing nonstop, tried to explain, but her voice lacked confidence and was completely devoid of conviction. Clearly, she was caught in the act. In the pool, earlier, she had been so aloof and composed, and now she was seen being so intimate in Lucian's arms. What would Serafina and Robin think of her? Wouldn't they think she was a hypocritical and shameless woman? It was over. Her image was completely shattered. Given that she still retained her original memories, Acheron naturally knew that Robin and Serafina had come first, and that she herself had arrived later. And just like Serafina had said in the pool before, she had once declared with complete confidence that she had no interest whatsoever in matters between men and women, and that she would never be in any kind of relationship like the one Serafina and Robin had with Lucian. Truthfully, she wanted to explain her new memories, to explain what she had experienced with Lucian in Izumo not long ago in her second life, and to explain the feelings that now filled her heart. However, she didn't know how to begin, especially since she was well aware that all of this would sound utterly absurd to anyone who heard it. As Acheron panicked inwardly, thinking about how to explain everything properly, Robin, feeling a faint bitterness as she gazed at her, let out a soft sigh. Tonight, she had planned to come find Lucian late at night, hoping to have another steamy night with him, but Acheron had gotten here first. Seeing the two of them kissing so intimately made her feel unwilling to accept it and deeply unhappy. One of the reasons was that she had not yet received a kiss from Lucian today, while the other was that Acheron had been so adamant in rejecting him before, yet had now suddenly become so intimate with him to the point of sharing such an intimate kiss. Meanwhile, unlike the jealous Robin, Serafina calmly looked at the silent Acheron, her gaze turning gentle and understanding as she noticed her panic. "Well, does it really matter?" Serafina said kindly, gazing gently at Acheron. "Seeing that you were actually willing to accept my earlier proposal honestly makes me very happy. It's just that, Miss Acheron, you don't seem quite the same as you did before." Serafina paused for a moment before continuing. "Did you also go through another life?" As soon as she heard this question, Acheron's eyes widened and lit up, as Serafina's question went straight to the very core of the matter. Needless to say, the question meant that Serafina evidently understood her circumstances, most likely because she herself had experienced the same thing. "Yes," Acheron exclaimed hurriedly, nodding vigorously. "That's why I have to take back what I said in the pool." Robin, upon hearing her mother's question and Acheron's answer, instantly understood what had happened and immediately resonated with Acheron. It was only natural because she herself had experienced the very same thing before, and because of that, she now completely understood why the cold and nonchalant Acheron had suddenly become so intimate with Lucian, to the point of kissing him so sincerely, so closely, and so hungrily. Understanding this, Robin sighed again, but this time it was a helpless sigh. Getting slapped in the face was nothing. They could simply pretend that Acheron had never said those things in the pool, just so as not to put her in an awkward position. "I see," Robin said as she stepped forward, took Acheron's hand, and smiled softly. "If that's the case, then there's no problem. From now on, we're all one family." Her shift in attitude was so natural and swift that it felt almost seamless. Acheron stared at Robin blankly, clearly able to feel that Robin truly did not mind her being in a romantic relationship with Lucian. What a kind and gentle mother and daughter pair. Acheron thought with relief, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Seeing that the awkward situation had finally been resolved, Seraphina sighed softly, then spoke again. "We only came because we were worried Lucian might be bored, but since Miss Acheron is here to keep him company, we'll head back." Seraphina, without any reproach, spoke frankly about the intention behind her late-night visit. Lucian, who had remained silent from beginning to end, looked at the three women before him, sensing a subtle tension lingering in the air despite the awkward situation having already been resolved. Showing up in his room in the middle of the night, wearing semi-transparent nightwear, anyone with a working brain could guess the meaning behind their visit without thinking too hard. Is Seraphina playing hard to get? Lucian was not completely oblivious, even though the three women before him had distinct styles and personalities. All of them had hinted at the same thing. "Well, since you two are already here," Lucian finally spoke, his voice carrying a hint of teasing as his gaze swept over the three of them. "Don't leave. We are all as wise. Well, since you two are already here," Lucian finally spoke, his voice carrying a hint of teasing as his gaze swept over the three of them. "Don't leave." As soon as these words left Lucian's mouth, before Robin and Seraphina could react, he reached out. With his left hand, he wrapped his arm around Robin's slender waist. With his right hand, he grasped Seraphina's soft wrist and gave a slight tug. "Kia!" Robin let out a soft cry as she was pulled off balance, stumbling straight into Lucian's arms. Seraphina also gave a low exclamation of surprise, taking a step forward as Lucian pulled her, until her body was almost pressed against his side. Now, Acheron was on his left, Seraphina was on his right, while Robin was right in front of him within his embrace. Robin, who was the closest to Lucian, could clearly smell the fresh masculine scent on him, along with the faint trace left by his kiss with Acheron. As her heart began to race wildly, Robin's small hand pressed against his chest, wanting to push him away, but unfortunately, she lacked the strength. "Lucian," Robin spoke softly and shyly, wanting to complain, but then paused, not continuing. Seraphina, feeling the warmth of Lucian's palm through his grip on her wrist, felt the gentle smile on her face deepen, her eyes filled with indulgence. "Looks like tonight is destined to be anything but peaceful." Seraphina, not struggling like Robin, spoke softly and lightly squeezed Lucian's hand in return. Lucian, enveloped by three different fragrances, felt the soft warmth surrounding him and sensed the three pairs of eyes fixed on him. Ahem! Seeing that both Robin and Acheron looked a little awkward, Lucian coughed awkwardly and then spoke up in a slightly gentler voice. "If you still need time to understand things, then tonight, understand what?" Seraphina raised a finger and gently pressed it against Lucian's lips, stopping his words. "Lucian, the night is long. There's plenty of time to understand each other." Slowly, as these words fell, Seraphina leaned close to Lucian's ear, her breath warm and fragrant. "Now, the important thing is, the three of us, you can't leave any one of us behind." Just like that, with Seraphina's words as the trigger, a few moments later, as moonlight fell sparingly, illuminating only one corner at the edge of the bed, three traces of different colors were pulled, kneaded, and entwined by a powerful force. Cool white, hazy red, gentle pink, their boundaries blurred and dissolved amid heated breaths and silent struggles. Suppressed moans became especially clear in the stillness, like strings being plucked, each tremor carrying an inexpressible flutter of emotion. Different scents fermented in the air, brewing into a strong liquor called lust. Chaos was the only melody in that moment. In the room, the one who dominated was like the most insatiable glutton, tirelessly savoring every distinct flavor within this blaze of lust he had ignited with his own hands. Eventually, the moonlight quietly shifted, stretching the shadows longer and letting them sink deeper into the room's darkness. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Jarilo star system, a light reconnaissance spaceship was slowly approaching Jarilo 6. Inside the ship, Bronya and Seal were sitting side by side in the cockpit of the spaceship. As Lucian had arranged, the two of them were now serving as diplomats at Jarilo 6, and they had just finished discussing official affairs with Nirgal on Kuller and were on their way back. Bronya, that woman named Nirgal is kind of weird, Seal said casually, lifting dumbbells up and down with her delicate hands. I mean, the second my master's name came up, she just wouldn't stop yapping. Seal, it's talking, not yapping, Bronya reprimanded calmly after taking a sip of her coffee. Now, you're a diplomat representing Belobog and Jarilo. So use proper words. You still need to study harder. TCH whatever. Seal clicked her tongue, sounding annoyed. I like piloting mechs more anyway. When Master gets back, I'm going to cling to him till he gives me the newest model. But if you can't read, even the manual, Bronya wanted to remind Seal about her ongoing struggle with reading, but Seal interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. Bronya, don't change the subject. I'm talking about that black fox woman. I'm not blind, she's definitely into my master. Well, that's normal, Bronya said softly, her eyes narrowing slightly. Lord Lucian is too outstanding, so it's only natural that a lot of people like him. Whenever Bronya talked about romantic matters involving Lucian, a gentle warmth crept onto her face without her noticing. What about you? You like my master too? Seal leaned closer to Bronya and asked curiously, her eyes fixed on her reaction. Me? Why would I tell you? Bronya, not as straightforward and blunt as Seal, set down her coffee and stood up to avoid her, feeling far too embarrassed to admit her true feelings. Fine, keep it to yourself. Just don't go sneaking around trying to seduce my master someday. Seal looked at Bronya with a half-smile that was more teasing than serious. Quit talking nonsense. Bronya blushed, looking both shy and indignant. Yet her mind recalled what her mother had once told her about how a family's benefits should not be given to outsiders, making her unable to help but wonder whether, after Lucian had been away for so long, those so-called benefits had already flowed to some unknown women out there. Soon enough, while the two of them were fooling around, Seal suddenly noticed something ahead of the spaceship. Hey, Bronya, look, Seal exclaimed, pointing straight ahead of their spaceship. Bronya followed the direction of her gesture, then frowned slightly as she realized that their spaceship had apparently gone the wrong way. Why had she assumed their spaceship had gone the wrong way? Because ahead of them, where there should have been nothing but space filled with space debris, stood an unfamiliar planet, and, surprisingly enough, it appeared to possess human civilization. Bronya, you sure this route isn't wrong? Feels like we ended up at someone else's place. Seal could not help but ask, her tone filled with doubt. No, the coordinates are correct, the route is correct, and the astrochart scan has confirmed our position. Bronya replied in her usual calm voice, yet confusion still lay deep within her eyes. Everything was fine on the way here, so why did an unfamiliar planet suddenly appear on the way back? It was as if the planet had appeared out of thin air. So what now? Seal asked while scratching the back of her head. Maybe. You want to let your mom know first? We can only do that, Bronya replied while nodding, then initiated the landing procedure. Well, request support from home, then land to investigate. Well, stay on that planet, and keep watch before the support arrives. With that, Bronya set the spaceship's destination toward the unknown planet. A few minutes later, The spaceship passed through the unknown planet's atmosphere and landed on the outskirts of a massive city. PSSS. As the spaceship hatch opened, Bronya and Seal stepped out, and in that instant, fresh air rushed toward them. As soon as they saw what lay before them, their eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. Before their eyes stood a modern, almost futuristic city, with skyscrapers rising everywhere and trees in full bloom, brimming with vitality. Whoa! Seal couldn't help but sigh in awe. Not gonna lie, this place, it's really nice. A few minutes ago, inside the living room of a hillside house in Izumo, Kyushu and the other Guardians were chattering as they discussed their current situation. You know, I just had a terrifying dream, Kyushu said, holding her head as she thought deeply. I dreamed that we all died, some killed by the kami, some killed by some of us after becoming Oni. In any case, all of us were dead. I dreamed it too, Bianca said with a frown, pondering. Honestly, it didn't feel like a dream at all. If you all weren't standing here, I would have thought I was already dead. Izumo still exists, Sakura murmured dazedly, gazing toward the blue sky outside the window. Thank God. All of them could not help but feel emotional. Just moments ago, all of them had woken up one after another, only to discover that they had, in fact, shared the same dream of Izumo's destruction and the death of all their people. Fortunately, it was only a dream. For what they could see now, Izumo was still here, standing firm, and so were their sisters. By the way, where's Mei? Kiana asked in confusion, glancing at everyone. Where did she go? Sadly, no one could answer her question. Earlier, they had searched everywhere yet still could not find Mei, and had also tried calling her, only to discover that her phone number, strangely, did not exist. It's weird, like way too weird, Himiko muttered with a frown, sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. It's like the whole world just changed after one sleep. As everyone fell silent, lost in their own thoughts, Serin suddenly turned her head toward the sky as she sensed that a spaceship had just passed through Sky's barrier. Kyushu, a spaceship just came in, landing not far from Wagatsuma. Seal said with a frown. It seems to be a spaceship from Jarilo 6. It didn't trigger Sky's defense. A spaceship from Jarilo? Kyushu said, her brows raising slightly as she put on her coat and monocle. All right, we should go welcome our neighbor. Maybe we can find something useful for our situation. Izumo had, after all, relocated into the star system inhabited by Jarilo 6, and over the years, their contact with it had been the closest. With that, Serin quietly chanted Sky's mantra, and soon the air around the group distorted before they vanished from the living room. On the other side, Bronya and Seal were still scanning the surface for biological signals, when suddenly, whoosh, 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 one after another, several figures appeared around them like ghosts, instantly forming an encircling ring. Suddenly surrounded by unknown people, Bronya's pupils shrank, and she instinctively reached for her gun on her back. Seal immediately shifted into a combat stance, ready to summon her mech. Surrounding them were 12 women, each with a different style, but all exceptionally beautiful and emitting an unusual aura. At the front stood a young woman in a neat military uniform, her presence naturally commanding, indicating that she was evidently the leader of these women. Friends from Jarilo 6, what are you looking for by landing here near Wagatsuma? Shouldn't you land at the authorized hangar in Amitsukuni? Kyushu took a step forward and asked calmly, glancing at Bronya and Seal. Then, at the parked spaceship nearby, Bronya and Seal looked at the 12 of them. Each had distinct traits, yet there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity when they saw these 12 women. Especially when looking at Kiana and Serin, Bronya felt that their faces made her feel strangely close, as if she had seen them in some kind of dream or experienced some kind of déjà vu. Seal went even further and pointed at Kiana. Hey, white hair, I think I kind of dreamed about you. Me? Kiana blinked her eyes in confusion and pointed at her own face. But I've never seen you before. Excuse me, are you by any chance, idiot Kiana? Before Seal could respond, Bronya suddenly blurted this question out. Idiot, Kiana? Kiana muttered slowly, the corner of her lips twitching unconsciously. Yeah, that's right. Kiana's an idiot. Ha ha dash. Senny suddenly chimed in with a big smile, then burst out laughing. I'm not an idiot, Kiana retorted with a frown, gazing sharply at Senny. Even though she knew it was clearly rude, Bronya did not know why, but she felt an inexplicable urge to say idiot Kiana for no reason at all. Looking at the angry Kiana, Bronya sighed quietly, suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, and then spoke again. We are the delegation of Jarilo 6. I'm sorry, but this planet suddenly appeared in our star system, so we came to investigate. Bronya paused for a moment, then continued with a hesitant expression. Are you people? This planet's inhabitants? Who is your leader? What? Don't you know us? You don't even know our boss? Kyushu asked Bronya in confusion, looking surprised. Boss? Who? Seal asked curiously, scratching the back of her head. Lucian, of course, Kyushu replied with a deep frown. You don't even know him? Don't tell me. You're spies pretending to be Jarilo V's delegation? As soon as these words left Kyushu's mouth, the expressions of the 11 women behind her changed, and their guard immediately went up. Clearly, they were ready to act and capture these spies pretending to be Jarilo V's delegation at any moment. Whoa, we're on the same side. Same side, Seal shouted hurriedly, frantically waving her hands. We're his people too. Calm the hell down. His people, you say? Sakura questioned, her gaze sharpening. In that case, what is your relationship with him? I am Lord Lucian's subordinate. Bronya replied frankly, her face calm and composed. I'm his disciple. Seal replied, just as frankly, pointing at herself with her thumb, then shot the question right back. What about you guys? What's your relationship with my master? Kyushu and the other 11 exchanged silent glances, then glanced back at Bronya and Seal before answering in unison. We are all his wives. I love you, we are all his wives. As Kyushu and the others spoke in unison clear, loud, and beyond doubt as they revealed their relationship with Lucian, Bronya's entire body went rigid. Now, her eyes, which were always calm and rational, were wide as bells, while her mouth hung slightly open and refused to close for a long time. Wives. 12 of them. Lucian had 12 wives on the outside. Bronya felt as if her CPU had completely burned out, as the information load was too large and caused the system to crash. What? Seal, standing beside Bronya, reacted even more dramatically as she stretched out a hand and pointed at the 12 women across from her with a shaking finger. What the heck? 12 wives. Lucian, my master. Seal had already struggled when competing with Bronya over Lucian, feeling anxious and powerless. And now she was being told that the number of women vying for him had increased by 12 and that their progress was already maxed out. 1, 2, 3. Seal began counting on her fingers while pointing at the 12 women one by one, and her eyes grew wider with each count. Holy shit, it really is 12. Not a single one missing, Seal exclaimed while clutching her head. Hey, Bronya, did you hear that? 12 wives. Seal's shout finally snapped Bronya back to partial awareness, and she mechanically turned her head to look at Seal with a gaze that was still unfocused. I heard. Bronya's voice was dry and flat, without any emotion. However, Bronya's horror hadn't ended yet, as Kiana, who proudly puffed out her chest, revealed another devastating truth that further worsened her mood. Actually, there are 13. May isn't here. As Kiana's words fell, Cindy put both of her hands on her hips and then added cheerfully, Yeah, boss amazing. All of us get along really well and know. Hearing this, Bronya's vision darkened. 13 wives sharing the same man. Yet they get along well? Bronya quickly recalled her mother's words again about a family's benefits should not be given to outsiders. But in the current situation, the so-called benefits were no longer flowing into someone else's field, instead directly into the open ocean. As a result, the careful calculations in Bronya's heart shattered with a clatter before an indescribably complex emotion surged up from within. So? Absurdity? It was something Bronya could not clearly define, but maybe it was disappointment? Bronya? Hey, Bronya. seeing Bronya standing there in a daze. Seal shoved her shoulder hard and whispered tensely. So what now? They said there's actually one more, so that makes 13 women. Hearing this, Bronya slowly turned her gaze toward the leader, Kyushu, and tried to make her voice sound normal. Ahem, madams? Given that these 12 women were her lord's wives, Bronya had no choice but to address them with courtesy, yet it sounded so awkward that even she couldn't help but clearly feel just how awkward it truly sounded. Regarding this matter, I will first report to my superior. Bronya silently took out her special communicator, feeling that this explosive news absolutely had to be reported to her mother immediately so that her mother could experience the impact of these 13 bolts of heavenly thunder as well. Yoriluvi belubug klipot foot. When Kokolia received Bronya's report about Lucian's 13 wives, unlike Bronya's expectation, she remained unexpectedly calm. Bronya, this is the second lesson I'm teaching you. Lucian is not an ordinary man. There will never be a shortage of women around him. No matter how many there are, do not be surprised. Always maintain your elegance. What we must do is not worry about how many women he has, but strive to occupy a place in his heart. Do you understand? I understand, mother. Just like that. When the call with Bronya ended, Kokolia quickly took 2 large gulps of cold water, then let out a helpless sigh. It was only 1 or 2 before how did it suddenly increase, 6-fold this time? 13 people, that should be enough to exhaust him, right? Remembering Lucian's capabilities, Kokolia began to consider whether Belobog should also adopt 13 as a standard. However, those were matters for later, because right now, she needed to inform Lucian of this matter first. Penacony, Lucian's bedroom. At this moment, the chaos that had unfolded in this room had only just settled. On the bed, Serafina lay against Lucian's chest. Robin slept in his embrace, and Acheron leaned against the headboard, her gaze distant. Buzz, 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 as Lucian was enjoying the warmth radiated from his wives' bodies with his eyes closed. His phone on the nightstand vibrated. Lucian carefully withdrew his arm and picked up his phone. Hello. Lucian, something's happened. An unknown planet has appeared near Jarilo. After Bronya investigated it, she discovered that there are 12 of your wives on it. Hearing Kokolia's words, Lucian froze for a moment, then smiled slightly. I know. Don't worry, that planet is called Izumo, a planet under my command. Tell Bronya to get along well with them. We'll go take a look ASAP. Lucian gave brief instructions and ended the call. Something happened. Serafina, already awake, stood up and understandingly brought Lucian his clothes while asking him gently. Yeah, something good. Just an unexpected gain, Lucian replied with a faint smile as he began to dress, then looked at Acheron. May, your tragic past has changed. Do you want to come with me and witness it? Yes. Acheron's distant gaze instantly focused as she answered without hesitation, light shining in her eyes. Well, travel safely, both of you. Gazing at the two of them, Serafina spoke with a gentle smile and did not ask further. Lucian, you're heading out? Robin, waking from their conversation, rubbed her eyes and asked in a tired tone. Yeah, just stepping out for a while. You and your mother just keep resting, Lucian replied as he bent down and kissed Robin's forehead, then looked at Serafina. Fina, help me keep an eye on things at home. Of course, Serafina replied gently while helping Lucian put on his black coat. Don't worry, just do your thing. After finishing dressing, Lucian created a new set of clothes for Acheron, the design quite similar to her original clothes, but appearing more modest, as it covered her entire body except for the head. My gift for you. Try it. Acheron gazed at the clothes for a moment, then took them and put them on right on the spot without any hesitation or embarrassment. Soon enough, when Acheron finished dressing, Lucian couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his mind. Compared to her original sexy clothes, which really accentuated her body shape and showed a lot of skin, the current ones looked modest, beautiful, and elegant. Lucian walked to Acheron's side, then took her hand. You ready, May? Hearing Lucian address her by her original name, warmth filled Acheron's heart, and she squeezed his hand tightly in response before nodding. In the next moment, Lucian activated Absolute Hit, and the two of them vanished from the room in an instant. Serafina and Robin had both been thoroughly exhausted by Lucian, so without thinking much about it, they quickly fell back asleep. On Izumo, on the outskirts of Wagatsuma, Lucian and Acheron suddenly appeared out of thin air, floating in the sky. Lord Lucian, Bronya, noticing Lucian's familiar aura, quickly looked up and called out in surprise. Master, you really came. Are these people seriously your wives? Seal also looked up, her eyes widening as she directly voiced the question that had been bugging her mind. Lucian smiled and nodded in response, but both Bronya and Seal's attention had already shifted toward the purple-haired woman beside him, who was holding his hand. Seeing her beautiful features, her powerful presence, and her excellent figure, the woman, in their eyes, could be said to be flawless from every angle. A sense of alarm instinctively rang in both Bronya and Seal's hearts, as they felt as if they had seen her silhouette somewhere in a dream. Clasping Lucian's hand, their fingers intertwined, Acheron's gaze immediately focused on Izumo's sky, land, and buildings, and then shifted to her sisters below. In that instant, the final missing piece in her heart was finally filled. Lucian, thank you for everything you've done for me, Acheron thought emotionally, gazing lovingly at the man and savior beside her. Now, there were only 3 words that could express the joy in her heart and her gratitude toward her husband by her side. I love you. Acheron's complicated emotions, Bronya's anxiety, Seal's stubbornness. Lucian, not noticing Acheron's gaze, looked at Bronya, Seal, and then at Kyushu and the others before descending to the ground. Bronya, Seal, Izumo is the name of this planet, and it's also under my rule, just like Kohler. I had suspected it, but I still needed to confirm it with you. Hearing Lucian's explanation, Bronya responded respectfully, but just as her words fell, the sound of rushing footsteps suddenly resounded. Master, boss. Kiana was the first to cheer and rush over, followed by Kyushu and the others, who also hurried over and gathered around Lucian in surprise and delight. You're back so fast. Where are the gifts? Don't tell me you haven't even left yet? Boss, why do these Yarilos people not know us? One after another, their questions drowned Lucian. All right, hey Race, what happened? Lucian rubbed Kiana's head, swept his gaze across everyone, then briefly explained the current situation to all of them about the truth of Izumo, his connection with it, and the special history and bonds between him and them. Even though there had also been some unpleasant truths in his explanation, such as how Izumo should have been no more, or how the Guardians, except for Acheron, should have all died, all of that was already over, because now Izumo still existed peacefully, and the Guardians were all here. After listening to his explanation, Kyushu and the others remained surprisingly calm, mainly thanks to the dreams they had experienced earlier. Now, they finally understood the meaning behind those dreams. Earlier, they had experienced horrible dreams in which everything they held dear was reduced to nothingness. Yet when they woke up, they found everything still intact. Now that Lucian, their husband, had given them a reasonable explanation, they chose to believe it and accept it calmly, since what mattered now was not the past, but the present. May you've been through so much. Hicks, all those years must have been so hard on you. After hearing about Acheron's experiences from Lucian, Kiana could not hold back her tears and clung tightly to her, refusing to let go, not caring in the slightest that Acheron had once slain her male variant. May you've suffered enough, Kyushu said with a helpless smile, patting Acheron's shoulder. From now on, we'll shoulder everything together, sisters united. As Kyushu's words fell, the others stepped forward as well, hugging and patting Acheron, thanking her for carrying everything alone for Izumo. They all knew that Acheron was the gentlest among them. Forcing a gentle woman like her to personally kill all of her own people and companions was unimaginably cruel. Fortunately, she had met Lucian, and because of that, everything had changed for the better. Still, upon learning that their earlier dreams were actually fragments of real history, and that Izumo, supposedly already vanished after being swallowed by the shadow of 9, had crossed through history itself to reach the current time. They couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of awe toward their husband. At the same time, seeing all of her sisters alive and well, Acheron's emotions were extremely complicated, far beyond description. On one hand, it felt as though they had only parted yesterday, so everything felt ordinary, almost mundane. On the other hand, it felt like a lifetime had passed, as though she were reuniting with old friends long thought dead. Faced with such an absurd mixture of feelings, Acheron, her emotions tangled and complicated, could only let out a faint, gentle smile. Now that their reunion had ended happily, what came next was the re-establishment of diplomatic relations with Jarilo VI, which had to be started over. Everyone then arrived at Lucian's residence on the hillside south of Schutten Castle, where Bronya and Seal, acting as the delegation of Jarilo VI, began coordinating diplomatic affairs with Cusiu and the others, discussing trade routes, tourist entry permissions, and other related matters. Lucian, returning once more to the familiar house, the old residence where he had lived with the Guardians for many years, couldn't help but feel slightly nostalgic. Even though he had technically just left yesterday, now that he was back, he remembered that he actually had quite a few residences scattered throughout the Izumo Kingdom. He'll go prepare some tea and snacks. We could talk while we eat. Acheron spoke gently, her eyes now holding vitality, no longer lifeless, no longer filled with detachment. However, perhaps because she still retained memories of being the self-annihilator Acheron, from time to time, she unconsciously still showed an expressionless look out of habit, which made her resemble the previous, nonchalant and detached Acheron. Lucian actually thought that was not a bad thing. May and Acheron, both within one person, it was truly a perfect gapmo. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Bronya, upon hearing Acheron's words, felt her thoughts begin to stir as her mother's words echoed once again in her ears. Work hard to occupy a place in his heart. Bronya anxiously looked at Lucian, who was surrounded by his 13 wives, all of them beautiful and powerful, making the pressure on her shoulders enormous. In the end, after pondering for a while, Bronya decided to start with small things. While listening to Cusia's plans, Bronya quietly paid attention to Lucian, who was playing mobile games with Cinny on the sofa. Knowing that Lucian liked a special type of coffee being exclusive to Belobog, Bronya always carried some with her, hoping that wherever she met him, she could let him drink his favorite coffee. Now was clearly the right time to use the coffee. Soon, when the discussion came to an end, Bronya finally felt that the opportunity had arrived. Excusing herself, Bronya went to the kitchen and personally brewed 16 cups of coffee, then brought them to the living room to share with everyone. After placing the tray, filled with cups of coffee on the table, she took a personally adjusted cup with a carefully tuned flavor and personally delivered it to Lucian. "Lord Lucian, your favorite coffee. I added 3 spoons of sugar." Bronya spoke gently while wearing an elegant smile. Lucian looked at Bronya and smiled back. Thank you as always, Bronya," Lucian replied, taking the cup from her hand before sipping it. Not bad. Your coffee brewing skills have improved again. I'm glad you like it." Bronya felt a small sense of relief in her heart, and no one noticed that her hand quietly clenched for a moment. Seal, off to the side, kept yawning, not focusing on the discussion at all. It couldn't be helped. Documents, tax rates, trade routes, making her handle these diplomatic affairs was like making an illiterate read the Analects. Way too boring and hard for her taste. Unable to sit still anymore, Seal ultimately stood up and slipped out of the room to stroll around. Just then, when Acheron had finished returning the tea tray to the kitchen and was walking through the courtyard, Seal, who happened to be passing through as well, spotted her immediately. In her eyes, Acheron looked harmless, but Seal knew that this tall woman was actually very dangerous. Her instincts in this regard were fairly accurate. "Man, somehow I feel like I get along with her. Maybe," Seal muttered softly as she remembered how Lucian seemed to treat Acheron differently and in a more special way than the other women. A thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. I want to see what's so special about her. In the end, with this thought in mind, Seal strode up to Acheron, blocking her path. Hey, should I call you Acheron or May? Seal, with a fearless look on her face, asked bluntly, not beating around the bush. Acheron stopped, raised her brows in bewilderment for a moment, then smiled slightly. Either is fine. As long as I know you're calling me, I'll definitely respond. Hearing Acheron's response and facing her face to face, Seal finally understood that she really was special. Her legs were especially long, her figure especially good, her face especially beautiful, her emotions especially stable, and her personality likewise especially gentle. Such a perfect woman if not special. Then what? Well, I just want to ask, Seal said awkwardly while scratching the back of her head. What the heck did you eat to grow this much? As she spoke, Seal glanced at her own figure and suddenly felt insecure as she realized that, even though both of them had purple hair and the color scheme of their clothes was also mainly purple, she was completely outclassed by Acheron in every way. Peaches. At Seal's question, Acheron answered briefly and directly. Because she had lost her sense of taste as a self-annihilator, only peaches still had flavor to her, so Acheron was basically not lying, since she had indeed only eaten peaches all this time. Peaches? Seal raised her brows in surprise. That explains it. I don't like peaches, so that must be why. Just like that, Seal silently noted it down in her heart and decided that from now on, she would eat more peaches. Anything else? Acheron asked patiently. Are you good fighting? I'm not good fighting, Acheron replied calmly, her gentle smile vanishing, her gaze becoming as still and calm as a lake. I usually don't draw my blade. Not good at fighting, you say? But your sisters keep saying you're actually really strong, Seal said with a frown. You're lying? You looking down on me? In her eyes, Acheron seemed to assume she was weak, brushing her off by saying she was not good at fighting. No, I really am not good at fighting. Hearing Acheron's calm response, Seal grew irritated and refused to let it go. In that case, spar with me. If you refuse, then you're definitely looking down on me. Seeing Seal's persistence and stubbornness, Acheron let out a helpless sigh. Truth be told, the reason she said she was not good at fighting was simply that she truly had no interest in fighting. From her perspective, fighting was a matter of life or death, not something to be taken lightly. What if she accidentally killed Lucian's disciple? However, understanding that no matter what she said would be useless, she decided to humor Seal. All right then, just don't get hurt. Acheron put her hand on the sheathed sword hanging at her waist. No worries, I'm not weak, Seal shouted with a fearless smile, then swung her scythe and charged toward Acheron. Take this. Check out my new move, Soaring Butterfly. Several minutes later, ugh, enough. Seal sat on the ground, rubbing the numb back of her neck. Unlike before, her clothes were now completely dirty, showing that she had rolled around on the ground many times. However, since it had only been a casual spar, there was not a single injury on her body. Compared to the dirty Seal, Acheron remained truly spotless, making it clear who had been beaten. As expected, no woman chosen by Master is ordinary. Seal thought solemnly as she gazed at the calm and spotless Acheron, having no choice but to acknowledge her strength. God damn it, she hasn't even taken a single step. Feeling helpless, Seal stood up, patted the dust off her pants, then walked up to Acheron and puffed out her not-so-big chest. I lost. I'm totally convinced, Seal declared with a big smile, glanced around, then leaned closer to Acheron and lowered her voice. It's settled. You'll be the main wife. He'll be the second one. No complaints at all. Right after saying this, Seal, her face red, quickly picked up her scythe from the ground and ran off like a startled rabbit. She's still a child after all. Acheron stood in place, watching the direction Seal fled with a helpless smile, but the next second she paused, blinking her eyes in confusion. What did Seal mean by the main wife and the second one? Remembering how Seal's face had turned red after saying that, Acheron pondered for a moment, then sighed softly. Lucian's disciple. Her thoughts are impure. Fight memes with memes master. Am already bored with piloting mechs. Teach me something new? In the living room, Seal, after escaping from Acheron and cleaning herself up, clung to Lucian's arm, pestering him for something new. Okay. Then he'll grant you the blessing of elation. You can transform into other people with it. It's a method of disguise. Lucian, helpless, could not withstand Seal's relentless coaxing and thought that it was indeed time to give his disciple a new ability. Elation? Seal raised her brows, then made a bold guess. Master, are you secretly also an emanator of elation? Hey, keep your voice down. Lucian whispered while patting Seal's head. It's enough that you alone know, so I can give this blessing to you alone. Hearing this, Seal's eyes lit up. Just for me? Seal thought. Her face filled with pure joy and excitement, then tightly clutched Lucian's arm. Awesome. Thanks, Master. I knew it sticking with you was totally the right call. Seeing her so happy with just that, Lucian smiled helplessly and extended a finger, touching the center of her forehead. A flash of red light flickered, and in that instant, Seal obtained a powerful blessing of elation. Now, with both the blessings of abundance and elation, she had more than enough means to cause trouble. After granting the blessing, the master and disciple lingered together affectionately for a while on the sofa until Seal ran off to show off to Bronya. For reasons unknown, although they had only known each other for a single day, Bronya and Seal got along extremely well with the 13 Guardians, appearing as close as old friends. A while later, to celebrate their rebirth and to thank Lucian for granting them happiness, the Guardians held a family party in the house. Bronya and Seal were invited to join, making a night of wild and lively celebration. Just like the world in Acheron's script, everything was as beautiful as ever. Perhaps the only difference was that they now knew Lucian actually had other wives besides them in this reality. Regardless, they didn't think too much about it, since they were well aware that they were latecomers to begin with. Being able to receive his affection and become his wives was already an extraordinary blessing for them. Knowing all that he had done for them, they felt only gratitude toward him. So how could they possibly throw a tantrum? If not for him, they wouldn't even exist now. Even Seren, who had always been proud and aloof by nature, behaved obediently and had no intention of competing for Lucian's favor. Seeing that after experiencing death and rebirth, his 13 wives had all unexpectedly become very sensible, Lucian was extremely glad and grateful. Early the next morning, Lucian's phone vibrated. Lucian, lying on the reclining chair in the courtyard, took his phone out of his pocket and saw that it was a message from Robin. As soon as he opened the message, he was greeted by a bizarre monkey sticker, wrapped in a blanket while sleeping, its face showing a smug expression. Below the sticker was a text. Robin, Lucian, look at this sticker. It's a meme called Slumber Monkey. It blew up overnight. Young people in Penacony are all using it. Do you like it? Reading this message, Lucian immediately frowned. Slumber Monkey? Isn't that the bizarre mimetic virus that turns people into monkeys or something? Why has it appeared this early? Lucian pondered seriously, wondering if this Slumber Monkey appearing early was because of him. He couldn't help it. Since Slumber Monkey was supposed to erupt during Penacony Paperfold University College's anniversary in year, and that was when it would sweep across Penacony. Yet now it had surfaced ahead of schedule and gone viral overnight. Lucian, be careful. This thing is a mimetic virus. Don't go spreading it around. He'll be back in a sec to deal with it. Robin, mimetic virus? Robin, I see. Okay. Lucian put down his phone and pondered again. A mimetic virus. From what he remembered, Slumber Monkey spread rapidly, had immense influence, covered a wide range, and once the infection reached a certain level, the victim would degenerate into a monkey. It was one of Dr. Primitive's atavism experiments. Dr. Primitive, Genius Society 64, was obsessed with regressing civilizations back to their primitive states. Many planets that had once been high-level interstellar civilizations were turned by him into prehistoric tribes, causing the natives to degenerate into low-intelligence beings. Clearly, the impact was enormous. Later, however, Dr. Primitive was targeted by the Galaxy Rangers and vanished without a trace. Unfortunately, his subordinate organizations were still conducting atavism experiments everywhere to this day. Fortunately, Penacony was protected by BGM, which granted immunity to negative effects, so no one there would turn into monkeys. Likewise, with the law of calamity in effect, the ones spreading the virus would not require Lucian to personally intervene, since they would suffer misfortune sooner or later. Still, the mere thought of a foreign virus roaming freely inside his domain, even if it could not infect anyone, made Lucian feel irritated. Evidently, Lucian's OCD was acting up. I gotta wipe this mimetic virus out of sight, out of mind. In the end, after thinking for a moment, Lucian came up with an excellent idea. Fight magic with magic. Fight memes with memes. Slumber monkey, mem? Lucian thought with a meaningful smile. Let Dr. Primitive get a taste of the power of the chicken meme from my world. Note, it's a famous meme in China. Unlike the slumber monkey, the chicken meme would not only fail to cause degeneration, but would also unite all people into a single will, rallying everyone together. If he could find someone with status, prestige, good looks, and an idol-type face, the effect would definitely be explosive. However, who in Penacony would be suitable to act as the chicken? It was a difficult choice. With this thought in mind, Lucian went to bid farewell to the women in the house, saying that he needed to return to Penacony to handle some important matters, then told Acheron to remain in Izumo and catch up with her sisters. Once that was done, Lucian activated Absolute Hit, locked onto the coordinates, and teleported back to Penacony. At the same time, in a hidden underground corner of Penacony's reality, Professor Primon, known as Prof. Nana, a figure garb in a monkey costume, was skulking about, looking as if he were talking to himself. Rika, I want you to help me disguise myself as the Dean of Paperfold University. My subordinates must enter as well. I warn you, if you disobey, the mimetic virus in your body will flare up, and you'll devolve into a mindless monkey. Not even the Garden of Recollection will be able to save you. Damn, Primon, you really are vicious. Just this once. Don't even think about eating me for the rest of my life. To outsiders, Primon looked like he was talking to empty air, but in reality, there was actually a man standing in front of him. It was just that this man, Rika, a middle-aged man with brown hair and red eyes, was a mimetic entity and a memo keeper of the Garden of Recollection, which meant that he had no physical form, causing ordinary people to be unable to see him. In Penacony's dreamscape, Rika was a famous film director, and very few people knew his identity as a memo keeper. As for why he was mingling with Primon, it was because he had unfortunately been ambushed while investigating Dr. Primitive and had ended up being implanted with a mimetic virus by Primon. For a mimetic entity like him, a mimetic virus was no different from a lethal poison. So, constrained by Primon's leverage and driven by his own crazy desire to shoot an outstanding film, he had no choice but to agree to forge a Dean identity for Primon. Hee, you're quite sensible. Primon spoke with an annoying smile. Well then, let me show you the power of Slumber Monkey. It went viral in such a short time, thanks to the hype surrounding Penacony's reconstruction. Now, the advantage is mine. It'll definitely regress everyone in the dreamscape into monkeys. Ha ha! Just as Primon was reveling in his triumph, bang! Suddenly, the phone inside his pants pocket exploded, and the location happened to be right beside his crotch, causing his eggs to be caught in the blast and shattered. Ugh, Primon instantly lost the ability to move, collapsing to the ground while clutching his crotch and wailing. Seeing this sudden, absurd scene, Rika froze for a moment before revealing a mocking smile. Do bad things long enough, and you lose a man's dignity. Ridiculous. Rika mocked Primon inwardly, feeling a surge of delight. Damn it. Primon continued to curse in pain, unable to think or speak clearly. He could not understand how his brand-new phone could explode, but regardless, now that he had paid such a heavy price, he would definitely never give up until Penacony was reduced to a troop of monkeys. For the glory of Dr. Primitive, despite the extreme pain, Primon still managed to utter the slogan. Hearing the cursed slogan, Instead of the usual anger, Rican now felt utterly refreshed. Seeing the bastard who had threatened him get his eggs blown apart was indescribably satisfying. Penacony, Dreamscape Delight Pavilion. In the council chamber, Sunday, dressed neatly in white, personally received a distinguished guest, a high-ranking executive of the IPC, Aventurin. Oh, triple-faced soul, please sear his tongue and palms with a hot iron, so that he will not be able to fabricate lies and make false vows. However, before they even greeted each other, Sunday immediately began by using the power of harmony, performing harmony's consecration to expose lies and discern truth the moment they met. Aventurin, who had just stepped inside the council chamber, froze. He had barely stepped inside, and the other side had already gone all out? Is this really necessary, Mr. Sunday? Aventurin asked with a small sneer. You didn't even ask my purpose before acting? Because the Dream Master has said that whenever the IPC wants Penacony's shares, they will send a high-ranking executive, especially someone named Aventurin. Sunday responded calmly, maintaining a gentle smile. In any case, the instruction the Dream Master gave me was clear, so there is nothing more to discuss. Hearing this, Aventurin fell silent, his eyes narrowing in irritation. Which Dream Master was that sharp? What made this even more ridiculous was that the Dream Master was calling his name directly, making it seem as if he already knew he would be the one to come. His plan had not even begun, yet they were already this prepared. No matter how he thought about it, Aventurin could only come to one conclusion. There was a mole inside the IPC who had exposed their plan. Furious Aventurin when Sunday performed the Harmony's consecration. In Aventurin's vision, colored ripples drifted across his field of vision for a moment before he could even see the illusory figure of Zype, the Harmony, forming behind Sunday. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance by borrowing the cornerstones of Jade and Topaz and playing a word game earlier. He had already guessed that Sunday's goal was nothing more than to strip away as many of the cornerstones of the 10 stone hearts as possible to weaken them. It should be noted that without the cornerstones, the combat power of the 10 stone hearts would be cut in half, which in turn would make them pose no threat to the family. He believed Sunday's questions would most likely be, is there a cornerstone in the box? Whose cornerstone is it? Is the Aventurin stone inside? Next, Sunday would confiscate all the cornerstones before allowing him to leave and move freely in Penacony. For Aventurin, that kind of procedure was so predictable that he could have figured it out without thinking. A so-called true gambler like him did not rely only on luck, but also on skill and calculation, after all. Then, Mr. Aventurin, the first question. Sunday spoke calmly, while Aventurin pretended to look confused and helpless, though inwardly, he was completely confident. Come on, let's play your little cat-and-mouse game. Amid the domain of harmony, Aventurin could neither refuse to answer questions nor lie, and that was precisely why he had prepared 3 cornerstones, even shattering his own cornerstone and using a word game to muddy the waters. Mr. Aventurin, are you an Abjin from Sigonia? Yes. Aventurin answered reflexively, then paused and looked at Sunday with a strange expression. Wait, what's the point of asking that? Do you love your family more than yourself? Sunday continued asking, ignoring Aventurin's question. Yes, all Abjins died in a massacre, correct? At this question, Aventurin fell silent for a moment before answering with a frown. No. Are you the only survivor of your clan? Hearing yet another question unrelated to their current situation, Aventurin's expression turned extremely ugly, as if he had been stabbed straight through the heart. Maybe, aren't you supposed to be asking about my cornerstone? Why do you keep digging into my wounds? It was no secret that the Abjins from Sigonia had been wiped out by the IPC, and Aventurin was the only survivor of that incident. So when Sunday asked about Abjins over and over again, it was no different from singing My Papa and Mama are the best in the world right in front of orphans. As a result, Aventurin's face turned livid with anger, his molars clenched tight. Well, there's no need to ask about your cornerstone. Sunday spoke calmly, still wearing a gentle smile. Before you came, the Dream Master said you would definitely shatter the Aventurin stone and try to fool us with word games. after all. And the Dream Master also said there was no need to stop you. You can carry any cornerstone around in Penacony freely. You will eventually realize that everything you do is futile. Lastly, all the earlier questions were asked at the Dream Master's instruction. Back when Aventurin had just arrived in Penacony, Sunday had already informed Lucian of his arrival, and at that very moment, everything had been arranged by Lucian swiftly and efficiently. As soon as Sunday's words landed, Aventurin froze. What did definitely shatter the Aventurin stone mean? What did no need to stop you? You can carry any cornerstone around in Penacony freely mean? What did the earlier questions were asked at the Dream Master's instruction mean? So, I planned all this for nothing? Aventurin thought with a helpless expression, the corner of his lips twitching as he realized that he had already been dancing in someone's palm from the very beginning. You already knew my plan, yet you still didn't stop me? Then why the fuck didn't you say so earlier? Not gonna lie, that Dream Master is seriously twisted. Gopherwood is his name, right? Fine. Aventurin was furious, so furious that he started swearing in his mind, his fists clenching tightly. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to punch Sunday in the face. And that Dream Master, Gopherwood, who was controlling everything behind the scenes, deserved a punch as well. Mr. Aventurin, look at you. You're getting anxious. Sunday remarked with a smile that was clearly sarcastic, filled with mockery. Fine, you win. Aventurin frowned and cast Sunday an irritated gaze. How could he not be anxious? It should be known that his cornerstone, the Aventurin stone, was no different from his lifeline. To seize shares of Penacony, he had personally smashed the Aventurin stone to pieces, which was basically telling Diamond fuck you to his face. If he managed to take Penacony, then that sacrifice would be fine. Profit came first. Merit could make up for fault, and there would still be gains. But now, things were clearly heading in an unpredictable direction. Clearly, the family was not afraid of his investigation at all, and their confidence meant they were fully prepared, given that it would not be easy to find any leverage. If he failed, he would truly lose everything. Since that's the case, Mr. Aventurin, you may keep the topaz stone, the jade stone, and your shattered Aventurin stone, and move freely within Penacony. Sunday pushed the box back toward Aventurin and even named the 3 cornerstones one by one correctly, deliberately stressing the word shattered with a fake smile that was practically dripping with irony. Noticing this, Aventurin understood perfectly that he had been completely under their control and mercy from the very beginning. Every plan he had made was already within the family's grasp. Don't get smug, the game isn't over yet. Leaving these words behind, Aventurin departed with the 3 cornerstones. Bang! As Aventurin left the council chamber, he didn't forget to slam the door shut heavily, a gesture that clearly indicated his fury. Humph! In front of Father, all of you are nothing but clowns. Sunday curled his lips slightly as he mocked the 10 Stonehearts. Fortunately, he had acknowledged his father early, or else he would have ended up just like Aventurin, being played around by Lucian like a fool. Outside Dawnlight Pavilion, Aventurin held the fragments of his shattered Aventurin stone, feeling both bitter and helpless. If I'd known, I wouldn't have smashed it, Aventurin muttered with a frown, owing favors to Topaz and Jade, only for it to turn out to be useless. Damn it. Thankfully, just as Sunday had said, the family really did just let him walk in and do whatever he wanted in Penacony. Whatever. Since things have come to this, they'll find a way to reach the Dreamflux Reef mentioned in the intel, the real Penacony. Aventurin put away the cornerstones, forced himself to calm down, and tried to encourage himself. As long as he found the Dreamflux Reef, he would have leverage against this fake dream world, and when the time came, he would definitely make the family regret letting him in. He would definitely make that Dream Master understand how deadly it was to gamble with him, Aventurin. As Aventurin walked along the street, lost in thought, a car suddenly stopped beside him. Hey, young man, where are you headed? Need a ride? Anywhere you want, I can take you. Recently, with parts of the dreamscape under reconstruction and some traffic restricted, people had started working as taxi drivers, driving passengers around for good money. No, thank you. Aventurin rejected calmly. shaking his head. You can't find a place I'm going to anyway. No yo. A secret place like Dreamflux Reef was known by very few people in Penacony. If the IPC had not had so many deeply embedded spies in Penacony, they would never have obtained this intel at all. Huh, I can't find a place, you say? There's nowhere in Penacony I can't reach. Suit yourself. Leaving these words behind, the driver drove forward a bit and continued, soliciting another passenger. Driver, miss, need a ride? Girl, I want to go to Dreamflux Reef. You going there? Driver, get in. We'll be there in no time. A Venturan, standing about 10 meters away, froze upon hearing their conversation. Wait, that secret place is accessible? You could just take a taxi there? What the hell was going on in Penacony? Why had our spies sent no new intel about this? A Venturan thought in bewilderment, then became convinced that it was, apparently, time to clean house among those spies. Such a huge change, yet not a single update. Those spies were utterly useless. Thanks to them, he now suddenly felt like a clueless country bumpkin. Hey, driver, wait for me. I need a ride to Dreamflux Reef too. A Venturan took off running, unwilling to miss this opportunity. Inside Dulite Pavilion, Sunday was drinking red wine elegantly, reveling in his success in humiliating a Venturan, when Lucian suddenly appeared before him. As soon as Sunday saw Lucian, his hand trembled, and the wine glass in his hand almost spilled. Father. Sunday quickly set down his wine glass, poured a glass of wine for Lucian, and respectfully offered it to him. A Venturan just left. Every step he took was exactly as you predicted. He was furious. Just ignore him, Lucian replied nonchalantly, then calmly sipped the wine. Next time you see him, tell him that the ruler of Penacony is called Lucian. He'll know what to do. He simply wanted to tease a Venturan a bit, knowing that a Venturan had come to Penacony to seize shares. He clearly deserved a bit of mockery and a few lessons. Understood, father. Sunday nodded, then asked respectfully, Did you come to see me for something important? Lucian went straight to the point. Very important. It concerns Penacony's future. I've thought it through, and only you can handle this. Hearing this, Sunday's expression immediately turned serious. If even his omnipotent and omniscient father treated it with such gravity, it had to be significant. Sonny, change your look first. Middle-parted hair and suspenders. Dream-clucked chicken a while later. When Sunday reappeared and changed his appearance under Lucian's instructions, Lucian seemed to see an old acquaintance. Sunday was now too similar, far too similar, especially that middle-parted hair, those suspenders, they were perfect. Father, you said that meme can make people regress into monkeys, which means it's powerful, Sunday said with a hesitant expression, looking uncomfortable. But me dressing like this, will it really work? He still had not realized how serious the situation was. Even though the outfit itself was fine, conservative, and proper enough, he remained doubtful that dressing like this could overwrite a mimetic virus. In my hometown, this meme lasted for many years. It got to the point where someone just wrote the number 8, people would recognize it immediately. Besides, everyone who got affected by this meme became extremely united, making it a positive meme. Lucian, who had once been one of them, explained calmly. Against Slumbernan Monkey, he could personally vouch for the strength of the chicken meme. Compared to Slumbernan Monkey, which caused civilizations to regress into monkeys, the chicken meme instead produced group identity and collective harmony, oddly similar to what the family of harmony aimed to achieve. With such an effect, plus the help of the blessing of an emanator of harmony that he would later order the family to summon, it could make the chicken meme even stronger. Affect Penacony? Such thinking was too small, since Lucian planned to affect other star systems. As long as people mentioned chicken, they would immediately think of Penacony and think of Sunday. No matter whether it was fame, money, traffic, or population, everything would flow endlessly toward Penacony. And people would even go out of their way to protect Penacony, and that was Lucian's true objective. As for the Slumbernan Monkey, now, it was merely a tool used to test the power of the chicken meme. not worth mentioning. Besides, if something went wrong, Lucian could simply shift the blame to Dr. Primitive. So he was quite grateful for the Slumbernana monkey's existence because of that. Is it really that amazing? Then what do I need to do? Feeling a heavy responsibility suddenly fall onto his shoulders, Sunday's expression turned serious. Very simple. Here, this is the video I made. Just imitate what's in the video. Lucian showed Sunday a self-made music video of a song called Only Because You're Too Beautiful on his phone, the very video where the chicken meme was born. Learn from it. Don't worry about anything else. With that, when Lucian played the video, the hypnotic melody soon echoed through the room, and within the video, a blurry figure was dancing with very distinctive movements that resembled those of a chicken having a seizure. Seeing the strange dance, Sunday's vision went dark. Father, isn't this inappropriate for me? I mean, I represent the family. Sunday's voice trembled slightly as he pointed toward the phone. Nah, it's appropriate, Lucian said casually, his tone leaving no room for argument. Try dancing once. Hearing this, Sunday swallowed hard, cold sweat breaking out across his back. He couldn't help it. He still remembered clearly how his father dealt with those who defied him, especially the memory of a Venturin being toyed with like a clown. It was still fresh in his mind. Knowing that, he definitely didn't want to become another Venturin. He'll dance. Just like that, the music began playing again. Hearing the music, Sunday closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, revealing a sharp gaze. He decided that if he must do it, then he had to go all out. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then started twisting his body to dance. But sadly, his movements were so stiff and his expression was so tragic, like someone walking toward the execution ground. Keep practicing. Once this succeeds, you'll become a top star like your sister. Didn't you want everyone to live carefree in your so-called beautiful dream? Now, this is your chance. Become a chicken who can unite everyone. Just like that, Sunday was completely led astray by Lucian. Several days later, following Lucian's order, Sunday gathered the core members of the family and held a ceremony to summon an emanate of harmony, Beatrice, the merrymaker of the blissful ball, to enhance the effect of the chicken meme. With the blessing of Beatrice, Sunday finally completed his deification dance. Following that, Lucian also mobilized all the power of the family, ordering them to produce remix videos, meme videos, and chicken-themed merchandise, then spread everything across the entire interastral network, with a precedent to follow. This chicken meme that belonged to Penacony, now named Dream Cluck Chicken, progressed extremely smoothly. One had to admit that the family's execution capability was truly strong, or rather, because no one dared to disregard Lucian's orders. They had no choice but to do their best. Overnight, the interastral network exploded as all kinds of hypnotically edited videos of Dream Cluck Chicken flooded the feeds and went viral. And Penacony Paperfold University College became the hardest hit area, as almost all its students were obsessed with the meme. The dance performed by the Oak family's head is kinda way too hypnotic. Yo, look, a new remix. Lord Sunday playing basketball. Not gonna lie, these brain-rot videos are weirdly too addicting. I legit can't stop watching. Suspenders. Middle-parted hair. Dude style is actually fire. Early the next morning, the atmosphere at Paperfold University had changed completely. Now, boys wearing suspenders could be seen everywhere, all sporting various versions of middle-parted hair. Even the way they walked had changed, as at the slightest provocation, they would start twisting their bodies, all while humming the song from the remix videos of Dream Cluck Chicken. In the cafeteria, someone carrying a tray suddenly started doing a chicken-like moonwalk. On the sports field, it was even more chaotic, as an entire crowd of people was imitating Sunday's dance movements. Needless to say, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. Amid this meme hype, chicken plushies were also selling like crazy. Dream Cluck Chicken limited edition plushies. Only 10 left. As soon as the seller shouted, all the plushies were sold out within seconds. In the student dormitories, Almost all the bedroom walls were covered with abstract-style chicken posters, brimming with postmodern artistic flair. On social media, the tag Dream Cluck Chicken ranked first in trending, while Dream Cluck Chicken cosplay contest followed closely behind. Now, not only was the entire Paperfold University immersed in a frenzied, hypnotic atmosphere, but the entirety of Penacony was also affected by Sunday's Dream Cluck Chicken. Slumbered and a monkey? It had long since been washed away without a trace by the stronger meme of Dream Cluck Chicken, which was only natural, considering that behind it stood an emanator of harmony. As Lucian had hoped, Dream Cluck Chicken gradually swept across Penacony and began spreading outward. If the people of Penacony knew about the viral meme, Robin naturally also knew about it. The song and the dance are way too funny. I've never seen Big Brother like this before. Even though she had watched the remix videos of her brother more than 10 times already, Robin still didn't get tired of them, mainly because seeing her always serious and stiff brother doing this weird dance was just too funny and ridiculous. Clearly, Lucian must have been manipulating things behind the scenes, or her brother would never do something this ridiculous. Let's repost. Robin reposted Sunday's remix videos without hesitation on her social media account. One had to remember that she was a famous galactic singer, a famous galactic star. So with just a flick of her finger, countless people in the Epsilon system and the Astana star system soon came to know Dream Cluck Chicken. When Lucian learned of Robin's reposting of Sunday's videos, he just smiled knowingly. Truth be told, he had just been thinking about asking Robin for help to spread the meme. Yet she had already acted before he even had the chance to say anything, and the effect far exceeded his expectations. In just a few days, Sunday completely went viral, explosively viral beyond Penacony, explosively viral across various star systems to the point that he even completely overshadowed Robin. Brother, so you finally have your day? Robin looked at the overwhelming news about her brother on her phone with a complicated expression, feeling both amused and helpless. Now, whenever Sunday went out, he had to be fully disguised like Robin, wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hat, or he couldn't move an inch. However, compared to Robin's fans, almost all of Sunday's fans were far too crazy and outrageous, especially when he learned that those fans had actually organized themselves and founded an online cult called Chickendity. Who did they worship? Naturally, it was Sunday in suspenders. Not only did they produce standardized Holy Chat stickers chick figures with middle-parted hair and suspenders, but they also established a massive online community, complete with daily check-ins that feature tasks such as watching Dream Cluck Chicken's videos, learning Dream Cluck Chicken's dance moves, spreading Dream Cluck Chicken's gospel, and attending offline events like mass gatherings where participants wore suspenders and middle-parted hair. One had to admit, the scale and momentum of the meme had become truly massive and overwhelming. In Dream Flux Reef, Aventurin sat alone in a quiet bar, looking at his phone with amusement while idly playing with his glass of wine. "You are too beautiful" from the phone, hypnotic music played, accompanied by a familiar person dancing in a ridiculous manner. Sunday, what kind of madness is this scheming bird getting into? Aventurin murmured with a faint smile, gazing mockingly at the video playing on his phone. He's actually doing ridiculous stuff like this. Singing, dancing, and rapping over these past few days, this is getting ridiculous. Honestly, the traditional project department should recruit him into the entertainment industry. Just after these words left his mouth, however, Aventurin suddenly felt that something was off. No, wait, being ridiculous is one thing. But why would he urgently hold a ceremony to summon an emanator of harmony? No, something's wrong. There's definitely a conspiracy here. Despite saying so, Aventurin unfortunately couldn't pinpoint where the conspiracy lay. Nonetheless, no matter what the conspiracy was, he needed to hurry and gather intelligence by digging into Penacony's internal affairs to secure a more advantageous position, or he would end up dead at his boss' hands. Still, these ridiculous meme videos are pretty funny. Might as well send them to Topaz and Jade. Reactions from various sides. One had to admit that the chicken meme, Dream Cluck Chicken, was too powerful, like a wildfire sweeping across the land. It burned ever more fiercely, to the point that it actually reached Primon. In Panacani's dreamscape, Primon had only just entered Paperfold University, disguised as the dean, wanting to observe the effects and progress of Slumber Monkey. However, instead of monkeys, what he saw were people wearing ridiculous suspenders or sporting middle-parted hairstyles, performing dumb-looking dances and walks. Ultimately, he wanted to find out what this was about and what had caused it, but what he found instead were all kinds of cursed and ridiculous remix videos of the head of the Oak family dancing and singing like a moron. However, as he watched them one after another, intending to learn something from them, they gradually and relentlessly assaulted his senses. Unfortunately, when he began to sense that something was wrong, when he felt his head growing a little dizzy, with images of chickens continuously flashing before his eyes, it was already too late. In his ears, the song looped automatically, and it even reached the point where everything he looked at started to resemble a middle-part hairstyle, suspenders, and chicken. Chicken. No, this isn't right. No, this isn't right. What is this chicken thing? Where's my Slumber Monkey? How'd I get infected by a mimetic virus? Who did this? Finally realizing what had happened to him, how could Primon, an expert in mimetic viruses, not understand his own situation? He specialized in this field, so of course, he knew that a mimetic virus had been injected into his mind. Needless to say, a mimetic virus called Dreamcluck Chicken had infected him. As everyone knew, memes were information that could be recognized by intelligent life. And in this world, those that cause cognitive harm and informational harm to intelligent beings were called mimetic viruses. Unfortunately, there are not many ways to deal with a mimetic virus infection. Some of the ways were to delete one's memories, to use a stronger mimetic virus to crowd it out, to inoculate with a mimetic vaccine, or to rely on special methods to forcibly remove it. Clearly, the family had used a second method, as he discovered that the meme of Slumber Monkey had been completely crowded out and replaced by another meme. What made this even more absurd was that even he himself had actually been infected. Wait, this energy. When Primon analyzed the meme, he soon noticed something outrageous. Are you kidding me? Even a harmony is involved. Primon muttered in disbelief as he noticed the powerful energy of the path of harmony within the videos. Damn it. He'll deploy more mimetic viruses and see how you handle that. He truly wanted to resist, but sadly, it was useless. Because the power of harmony also possessed mimetic property swarm consciousness. Assimilation of enemies when it was used on a meme, it instead turned into a meme amplifier. Especially when an emanator of harmony themselves blessed the meme, the amplification became even more outrageous and uncontrollable. As a result, the collective will of those who were affected by the meme became fanatical, endlessly and obsessively reinforcing this very meme. Thanks to that, Primon eventually felt that his thoughts were being forcibly assimilated and soon discovered, in horror, that he actually found the dance moves from those remix videos somewhat interesting, and that the song was also somewhat addictive thoughts that should have been impossible to appear in his mind. Dreamcluck Chicken should be protected as the best thing in the universe. Primon suddenly shouted out of nowhere like a fanatic, right before his body froze in place. No, he clutched his head and struggled desperately, but the power of harmony was like thick syrup, wrapping tightly around Primon, layer by layer, dragging him toward that cursed vortex. In the end, minute by minute, his gaze gradually changed, while the confusion in his mind slowly faded away, and in its place appeared a fanatical sense of identification and unquestioning acceptance. The family needs new vitality. In the dean's office, Primon murmured to himself, his gaze filled with fanaticism as he stared at the large monitor before him without blinking. Dreamcluck Chicken is the true gospel. Just like that, Primon became part of the family. Originally, the effect should not have been this exaggerated, since Lucian had never intended to turn people into fanatical followers of harmony in the first place. But because Primon had harbored ill intentions and was thus influenced by the law of calamity, it intensified the meme infection and led to his mind being directly brainwashed by harmony. Rika, who had silently watched from the side from the very beginning to the very end, was completely stunned. Primon had been infected by a mimetic virus and forcibly brainwashed. Even his faith had changed. No matter how he thought about it, it honestly made no sense to him. He clearly saw that everyone else who watched Dream Cluck Chicken was fine, and at most, they had simply crowded out Slumber Monkey. Nothing as extreme as what had happened to Primon. Moreover, he himself was a beneficiary of Dream Cluck Chicken. Thanks to Dream Cluck Chicken, the mimetic virus implanted into him by Primon had been forcibly overwritten after he watched Sunday sing and dance, eliminating all the harmful effects brought by Primon's mimetic virus. As a mimetic entity, Rika had the most knowledge in this regard. He could sense that, unlike Slumber Monkey, Dream Cluck Chicken was not harmful, since it would only cause people to develop a shared sense of support towards Sunday, then extend that affection outward and ultimately stand on the same side. Rika stared thoughtfully into Primon's clear eyes for a moment, then glanced at the explosive online traffic. An interesting development. A very good movie premise, though unfortunately lacking in drama. Rika murmured to himself, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The family reacted fast. They actually used the Harmony's collective will to strengthen this meme. But I must admit, this transmission efficiency is terrifying. He pondered for a while, then looked at the image of Sunday in suspenders on his phone screen. Sunday, this doesn't seem like something he had come up with. In that case, who's behind this? Quietly causing such a huge commotion? Probably the entire star system will be affected. Wait, the entire star system? If the one behind this meme has the ambition to affect the entire star system, even the entire cosmos, that would be the perfect movie material. Ha 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 dash. Just as Rika predicted, the spread of Dream Cluck Chicken was far from over. Across the massive interastral network of the IPC, it surged toward every corner of the cosmos. In the Xianzhou Luofu, on the training grounds of the Cloud Knights, several young recruits were resting when one of them suddenly began humming the song of Dream Cluck Chicken. In that instant, the nearby recruits burst into laughter. Buddy, so you know that meme too. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Exalting Sanctum, a child and his mother were passing by when the child suddenly pointed at a chick plushie on a billboard. Mom, I want a Dream Cluck Chicken plushie. In Herta Space Station, researchers gathered before a large floating screen, discussing with serious expressions. The transmission model of this Dream Cluck Chicken is extremely interesting. It seems to have broken through cultural barriers. Yes, it's revolutionary. We should analyze the propagation mechanism of this meme. In a famous, large-scale interstellar online game, a player with the nickname Ural Wolf typed in the public chat after winning a PvP match. Ural Wolf, you played well, Sigma 121, just a bit weak. At the end of the message, Ural Wolf added a sticker of a chick with middle-parted hair playing basketball. In that instant, the public chat immediately exploded. I'm mewing, oh, even Ural Wolf isn't on it? On Pier Point, inside the IPC headquarters, Erida sat in his office, focusing on his phone as it played a video of Sunday dancing and singing. Because the traditional projects department was responsible for entertainment, Erida, as its head, immediately perceived both a business opportunity and rising popularity while watching the craze surrounding Dream Cluck Chicken. In the end, after watching several videos, Erida let out a deep sigh, then decided to talk to Sunday, hoping for some cooperation. On a certain planet, a beautiful woman with pale skin, long, messy, thigh-length lavender hair, and violet eyes mixed with yellow, orange, and red walked through an empty corridor with elegant steps, starlight flowing at her fingertips. On her head, she wore a purple veil, while her body was clad in a purple bodysuit with black accents, layered beneath purple clothing that featured revealing, black, leotard-like elements. Her hands are covered by long purple gloves that reach her biceps, along with a golden bracelet on her right wrist, while her legs were covered by black tights, as well as thigh-high heeled boots. Her name was Black Swan, and just like Rika, she was also a memo keeper of the Garden of Recollection. The power of harmony is spreading through the meme. The transmission path is abnormally clear. The outbreak speed is unbelievable. Black Swan muttered to herself, frowning slightly as she walked. Who is the manipulator? And what is the purpose? Sensing the scent of secrets from this so-called dream cluck chicken, Black Swan ultimately decided to trace the source to find the initiator. Perhaps she might discover something interesting. At a lively interstellar transit hub, Sparkle was idly flipping a coin while scrolling through social media on her phone, which was full of chicken-themed content, suspenders, and middle-part hairstyles, when a cursed song suddenly assaulted her ears. "Ha, it's that chicken wing boy. He's hilarious." Sparkle laughed so hard she slapped her thigh, tears flying, then pointed mockingly at Sunday's awkward dance on screen. "Aw, this is so fun. Who's messing with the chicken wing boy?" Her eyes shone brightly as she realized that her boring life had finally gained some entertainment. In the past, she had been to Penacony and had dealt with Sunday before, so she knew exactly what kind of person he was. And that was precisely why she knew that someone as serious as he would definitely not do something as ridiculous as this. Sparkle watched several more videos for a while and ultimately decided to set off immediately to find the creator of Dream Cluck Chicken to express her admiration in person and maybe see if she could create even greater chaos. At the same time, on a desolate interstellar wasteland, a spaceship was parked in the shadow of an asteroid. Inside the cockpit, a fair-skinned young woman with a light pink, messy bob tied into a long ponytail, light green eyes, and wearing a black and red hat with red horns stared at her phone with a solemn expression. Her name was Rappa, and she was a Galaxy Ranger. At this moment, the screen of her phone was filled with Dream Cluck Chicken filled with all kinds of chicken emojis and remix videos. Even though this so-called Dream Cluck Chicken appeared to be nothing more than harmless, funny jokes, as someone who carried a mimetic virus, she instantly recognized it as a mimetic virus. "Evil ninja Osaru," Rappa exclaimed sternly, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Another evil experiment. Unforgivable." In her eyes, only the insane evil ninja Osaru, Dr. Primitive, would create something like this to harm people. Rappa herself was a victim of a mimetic virus experiment performed by Dr. Primitive, and because of that, her ultimate goal was to capture him. To resolve the mimetic virus crisis before people suffered, she decisively piloted the spaceship toward Penacony. However, "Hey, Rappa, why the hell are you taking my ship? Damn it, don't you have your own ship?" A man's angry voice suddenly resounded from the speaker in the spaceship's cockpit. Sunday's determination, Selenova's confusion, Aventurin's helplessness. Lucian, seeing the progress of his meme, was very satisfied with it. Now, all he needed to do was just wait for Dream Cluck Chicken to spread slowly by itself. There was no need for him to do anything else. For now, the public was only treating it as a mere meme. But once enough time had passed, they would develop protective feelings for Sunday, willingly defend him on their own initiative, and by extension, defend Penacony even more disciplined than a formal army. Given such a favorable outcome, one question remained: why did Lucian not become the mascot of Dream Cluck Chicken himself? Naturally, it was simply because he had no interest in becoming the subject of constant mockery. Besides, now that he had a capable son like Sunday, it was enough that Sunday alone bore that burden. Sunday had him as his father, someone who wielded immense influence and was, to some extent, powerful enough that Sunday need not fear anything, and in return, Sunday had to be a top star sacrifice as the price. In Lucian's eyes, that was a fair deal, a win-win situation. "Father, the power of harmony in me has gotten stronger." In their family residence, Sunday immediately reported to Lucian when he discovered that his power of harmony had increased significantly. Lucian, in response, showed no surprise at all, since it had already been within his expectations from the beginning. Given that Dream Cluck Chicken was imbued with the power of harmony that came from an emanator, and that it had spread to so many countless individuals whose minds had become filled with Sunday, it would have been strange if he had not grown stronger. with such an enormous number of minds focused together in unison. Clearly, this was somewhat similar to the belief power system that existed in some novels, where the more people believed in someone, the stronger that person became. Besides, well, this is only the beginning. The effects will get better later. It can also grant immunity to other mimetic viruses. Lucian remained completely calm, as though everything unfolding had already been calculated, while in fact this particular insight had only occurred to him moments earlier. It was because he had suddenly remembered someone, Galaxy Ranger Rappa. He recalled that because her mind contained the ninja mimetic virus, she was not affected by Slumber Monkey. So by the same logic, as long as the strength of Dream Cluck Chicken in people's minds was high enough, they would not be affected by any of Dr. Primitive's atavism experiments. It was, in a sense, having the strong support the weak, which was the same belief of the harmony. In other words, without needing to do anything at all, simply having Dream Cluck Chicken in people's minds was already the practice of the path of harmony. So how could Sunday not grow stronger? Sunday, finally understanding, admired Lucian even more, now from the bottom of his heart. He had originally thought this was merely about solving the problem of Slumber Monkey, but in reality, there was a far greater purpose behind it. In the end, Sunday nodded heavily, determined to shoulder the responsibility as the mascot of Dream Cluck Chicken wholeheartedly. No matter how much the serious and solemn image he had built collapsed, the growth of his power was true and undeniable. He understood that in this world, only with power could more things be accomplished. And so, from this day on, Sunday finally accepted his other identity completely. Lucian, seeing that the meme had become highly popular, did not continue to manage it, leaving it all in Sunday's hands. Once the spark had been lit, all that remained was to wait for it to ferment. As for things like Slumber Monkey and Premon, Lucian had already forgotten them entirely, and the only thing he wanted to know now was what expression Dr. Primitive would wear when he discovered that any of his atavism experiments involving mimetic viruses would be blocked by Dream Cluck Chicken. Unfortunately, Dr. Primitive had been chased into hiding by the Galaxy Rangers, and no one knew where he was. At the same time, in a certain star system 300 billion light-years away, Selenova and Fantilia, another Lord Ravager, met each other inside an empty hall of a building that appeared to be a church, plotting together. The Xianzhou Yaoqing has been far too active recently. I intend to let their Foxian general witness destruction. Selenova spoke in a cool, indifferent voice. Good timing. I plan to go to the Xianzhou Luofu and seize the ambrosial arbor. It'll make sure the Xianzhou Alliance remembers destruction. Fantilia, a pale woman in a flowing black gown that seemed to melt and coil like a living shadow, with long dark hair spilling down her back and crowned by jagged, horn-like adornments, responded in a lazy voice, her face carrying an alluring smile. Selenova, upon hearing her response, seemed relieved before responding with a calm nod. I will ensure that the Yaoqing is unable to provide support. Fufu, I really like working with you, unlike the others who are difficult to deal with, Fantilia said, her smile widening. Once I take the ambrosial arbor, it'll send you on its fruit, but first, lend me a Stellaron to use. Here. Selenova was generous enough and immediately handed Fantilia a Stellaron without hesitation. However, just as the Stellaron was handed over, Selenova's body suddenly stiffened, as if she had been struck head-on by an invisible sledgehammer. Ugh! Selenova clutched her chest in pain, then staggered back a step, her face turning deathly pale in an instant. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Fantilia froze on the spot. What's wrong with you? Fantilia asked with a frown, looking at Selenova suspiciously. It's just one Stellaron. Did I take your life savings or something? You're acting as if I killed you. Are you putting on a show? Selenova, unfortunately, didn't have the energy to respond to Fantilia's question. At this moment, Selenova's pupils trembled violently as countless chaotic fragments of memory flashed through her mind one after another. Izumo, a kiddie ride? Aha, the elation. Finally, everything froze within a boundless darkness. In that instant, Selenova remembered how a kiddie ride, carrying an indescribable power of elation, had slammed straight into her. Puffed. Selenova suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden blood, and in that instant, her aura withered away. Anyone could clearly see that she was severely injured. Selenova, are you serious? Fine. Take it back. I don't want your Stellaron anymore. Fantilia immediately returned the Stellaron with a deep frown, feeling genuinely shocked by what had suddenly happened to her colleague. Selenova had been fine just a moment ago. So how had she suddenly ended up gravely injured and coughing blood the instant she handed over the Stellaron? It was the aeon of elation. Selenova, gritting her teeth in pain, spoke with difficulty, barely able to breathe. Aeon of elation? You mean Wait, where would the aeon of elation even come from? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Fantilia stepped back, her voice carrying confusion and a trace of wariness. Selenova, her breathing ragged while fear and disbelief still lingered in her eyes, wiped the golden blood from the corner of her mouth. Truthfully, she was just as confused as Fantilia. What exactly was that power that had just attacked her? It was as if several fragments of hidden or locked memories had suddenly surfaced. Something about Izumo, about Jirilo 6, and then she had nearly been rammed to death by Aha riding a kiddie ride. However, the key point was that now there had been no Aha around, only Fantilia. How could she have been so severely injured for no reason at all? Surely Aha would not sneak attack an Emanator like her. If an Aeon wanted to sneak attack someone, they should go after Nanook. Instead, why bother with a mere Emanator? No matter how she thought about it, Selenova couldn't find any definite answer, for this phenomenon was far too bizarre for her. Who could gravely injure an Emanator of destruction without even showing themselves? Sorry, but the plan is postponed, Selenova said weakly while clutching her chest. Let's postpone until I recover. Fantilia silently observed Selenova for a few seconds and confirmed that the injury was indeed genuine and not an act. Even worse, the injury was extremely serious, serious enough that she could kill Selenova with ease right now. In the end, Fantilia sighed helplessly, then clicked her tongue in annoyance. Fine, Fantilia said in agreement, her tone returning to its usual laziness. In that case, you rest up. You'd better figure out who's messing with you. Once you've recovered, we'll go stir up trouble on the Xianzhou Alliance again. For now, you'll just find some civilization to toy with. With that, Fantilia turned around, the skirt of her gown swaying, before her figure turned into a mass of flames and dissipated. Only Selenova remained, looking dazed. Could it really have been the Aeon of Elation who attacked her just now? If that were the case, why only her? Why wasn't Fantilia also severely injured? Penacony, Dreamflux Reef. Inside a bar, Aventurin leaned back on a comfortable sofa, idly playing with a colorful chip while waiting for the latest intelligence from one of the IPC spies. Beep beep. A few moments later, his encrypted communicator rang. Sir, a lowered voice came through the communicator. It was a senior commercial spy implanted within the family in Penacony by the IPC. Latest intel. Penacony's regime has already changed. In secret, the Dream Master was actually replaced some time ago. Oh, Aventurin raised his brows in surprise, his face showing a trace of interest. Well, replaced, huh? Who's the current Dream Master? Hearing this question, the spy's voice grew more urgent as he continued his report. Yes, the new Dream Master is called Lucian. Aventurin's fingers, which had been playing with the chip, froze the instant he heard the name, causing the chip to stop in his palm. Lucian, you say? Lucian. He repeated the name until something clicked in his mind. Which Lucian? You mean Robin's boyfriend? Aventurin had caught news about what happened to Robin in Epsilon and had learned that Lucian had gone to her and won over her heart, which made it no wonder that he was a client valued so highly by Diamond and Jade. But now, he was being told that Lucian had not only won over Robin, but had also taken over Penacony. It was somewhat absurd. It should be noted that the IPC had spent so many amber eras failing to settle this place. So on what basis had Lucian succeeded? Yes, it's him. I only learned this last night. At Aventurin's question, The spy replied in a surprised voice. The family secrecy is extremely tight, and they're also mercilessly purging those who get caught acting as moles, so I didn't dare to dig any deeper. It seems they plan to announce the new Dream Master only after the dreamscape has finished being rebuilt. Aventurin raised an eyebrow, then frowned, looking irritated. He couldn't help it. Even if he had obtained this intel, it had come far too late. Because this place had already become Lucian's domain, the client whom his superior regarded so highly. Aventurin couldn't help but sigh as he massaged his suddenly throbbing temple, feeling that this matter had become extremely troublesome. Understood, Aventurin said calmly, glancing at his surroundings. Continue to lie low. Be careful not to get caught. Yes, sir. As soon as the call with the spy ended, Aventurin immediately dialed another number. Boss. Aventurin decided to go straight to the point. Penacony has changed hands. The Dream Master has been replaced. Lucian is his name. Apparently the same major client that Jade is responsible for. As these words fell, there was silence on the other end for a while before Diamond's steady voice came through. Aventurin, my objective is merit, not money. All those old bad debts in Penacony are far less valuable than someone who can influence Penacony's political direction. Lucian is worth more. He now controls Kuller, Drillo 6, the Xianzhou Tsangqing, and now Penacony as well. He is my greatest support in becoming a board director. Diamond paused, then decisively made a decision. Forget Penacony's bad debts. Go on my behalf and extend goodwill to him. Hearing this, Aventurin understood immediately. Understood. After Aventurin gave his response, Diamond paused for a moment. Then his voice came through again, this time carrying a calculating edge. Also, send a generous gift. Tell him that we, the IPC, are willing to abandon all historical bad debts of Penacony and will no longer interfere in its affairs. With this, we also express the Strategic Investment Department's goodwill and sincerity for cooperation with him. Lastly, invite him to visit the Strategic Investment Department. Your attitude must be humble. Make it clear how highly we value him. Hearing all these over-the-top commands, Aventurin scratched the back of his head in helplessness. Truth be told, everything else was manageable, but the attitude part was less certain, given that he had just finished making harsh remarks to Sunday when he left Dulite Pavilion. Understood, Aventurin replied, suppressing a sigh. He'll make sure the sincerity is delivered well. Good, don't mess it up. As Diamond cut the call, Aventurin put down the communicator and leaned back against the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Huh, I seriously got played hard. If I'd known it was Lucian, I should have let Jade handle Penacony's matters. A leisure stroll and a sudden disturbance 2 days later. In the bustling commercial district of Penacony's dreamscape, which was brilliantly lit as always, with crowds flowing endlessly, Lucian held Robin's hand and strolled alongside her at an unhurried pace. Robin wore a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses, keeping a low profile, yet the excitement in her eyes could not be hidden. Lucian, on the other hand, wore a neat black outfit with a black coat, paired with golden-rimmed black sunglasses, looking stylish and charming. From time to time, Robin picked up accessories from roadside stalls and held them up against Lucian for comparison, or pointed at beautiful dresses in the windows of clothing stores, letting out soft exclamations of surprise. Lucian, does this one look good? Yeah, it looks good. What about this one? You look good in anything. Foo-foo, that's such a cop-out, Robin complained with her mouth. Yet the corners of her lips lifted high. In others' eyes, the two clearly looked like the most ordinary couple, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. The atmosphere between them was sweet and relaxed. Meanwhile, not far away, Sparkle, who had just arrived in Penacony, stopped in her tracks and then mumbled to herself while gazing at a group of boys laughing together. "Huh, that chicken wing boy is really popular. There are so many kids with middle-parted hair everywhere. Honestly, it's pretty funny." Sparkle glanced at the festive surroundings while remarking casually, but soon paused as she spotted familiar faces. "HM, isn't that Robin? Wrapped up that tight, and I still recognized her." Sparkle muttered, raising her brows. And that handsome guy getting all close with her. Is that the boyfriend who blew up online? This is getting kind of interesting. Now that she saw Robin, before going to mock the chicken wing boy Sunday, she decided to tease his little sister first. Sparkle quickly slipped into an empty alley, then put on a chick mascot costume she created with her power of elation as a disguise. Satisfied with her appearance, Sparkle immediately charged straight toward the couple. And in that instant, a giant fluffy chick mascot suddenly burst out of the crowd, its target clear Lucian. "Hey, handsome big brother." Sparkle was just a few meters away from Lucian as she let out an extremely excited scream from inside the chick costume. But at that very moment, bang, a massive round object suddenly shot over from the opposite side and slammed directly into her, sending her flying and making her roll across the ground several times before stopping. Lucian, who had turned his head upon hearing someone shouting, frowned as he saw the kind of scene that only happened in idol dramas. Seeing such a coincidental accident, he could not help but suspect that the chick had ill intentions toward him and had triggered the law of calamity. Meanwhile, the nearby crowd, who witnessed the sudden incident, immediately began to discuss in confusion. How did bubble pinball even get launched over here? Yeah, this isn't even on the launch path. Who the hell was running the thing? Poor chick. In the dreamscape, the so-called bubble pinball was both a recreational attraction and a transportation mechanism in which people sat inside and, as the name suggested, were launched away like a pinball. Still, it was supposed to follow a predetermined path that was both safe and known for rarely having accidents. So the fact that it veered off in this way was unusual. I didn't mess up the controls. I crashed into another bubble pinball and got launched this way. An accident, really? As soon as the rider of the bubble pinball climbed out, he exclaimed repeatedly, trying to prove his innocence. Fortunately, this was inside the dreamscape, a place where no one would die from accidents, so no one cared much about an incident that would have been fatal in reality. However, when the rider was about to apologize and offer compensation to Sparkle, she ignored him entirely, got back on her feet as if nothing at all had happened, and then continued charging straight toward Lucian before hugging him tightly. "Big brother, give me your autograph. Sign my clothes. Sign my heart," Sparkle exclaimed like a fangirl, rubbing herself hard against Lucian's body in exaggerated, ridiculous movements, while nodding at Robin from time to time as if deliberately provoking her. Seeing the scene, the surrounding crowd, amused by this overly enthusiastic mascot, gradually gathered to watch the show. In their eyes, this mascot evidently did not care about her own life at all, only about chasing a handsome guy. Thanks to Sparkle's act, Robin was pushed back a step by her fierce momentum. "I'm sorry, but who are you supposed to be?" Robin looked at the chick mascot hugging Lucian's waist with a mix of irritation and amusement. In her eyes, the fact that this mascot had been hit hard by a bubble pinball and yet still did not care, instead desperately wanting Lucian's autograph, was far too intense and odd. "I'm his girlfriend. And you? Who are you?" Sparkle tilted her head to glance at Robin, then answered before casually asking back, acting completely clueless about Robin's relationship with Lucian. Robin couldn't help but look at Lucian in confusion, her gaze full of questions. Was the one inside the chick costume another one of his women? Who was she? Why did new women keep appearing every day? "I don't know her." Being stared at questioningly by Robin, Lucian calmly shook his head and denied the claim. "Big brother, I crawled through ventilation ducts for 3 whole days just to see you. Look how devoted I am." Sparkle spoke passionately, then pulled a marker out of a pocket on the belly of the chick costume and stuffed it into Lucian's hand. "Quick, sign it. Here." Sparkle pointed at the fluffy chest area of her chick costume. Lucian lowered his gaze, looking at the overzealous chick clinging to him. If one could see the eyes behind his sunglasses, they would notice that those eyes showed little emotion, to the point of near indifference. It was only natural, for Lucian could tell that the enthusiasm this mascot gave off felt too deliberate and too artificial. Moreover, as an emanator of elation, he could clearly sense that the one inside the chick costume carried a strong power of elation. In other words, the one inside the mascot suit was almost certainly a masked fool. And if the one inside the costume was a masked fool, it meant that all this farce was 100% just their usual prank, deliberately causing trouble purely for amusement, as always. As for who the one inside the chick costume was, since the voice was slightly muffled by the costume, aside from knowing that the one inside was a girl, he would have to tear it open to determine the exact identity. Let go. I don't know you. Lucian's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. No. Sparkle hugged Lucian even tighter, then lifted her head, looking at him through a slit in the costume with a pair of sly, lively eyes glittering with mischief. Big brother, just sign one. Once you're done, I'll go. Otherwise, he'll keep hugging you forever. As these words fell, Sparkle even wiggled the chubby butt of her chick costume, making the crowd watching the show burst into laughter. Lucian, feeling that talking was just a waste of time, silently raised his left hand and, using only 2 fingers, precisely pinched the hidden zipper pull at the back of the chick costume's neck. Sparkle seemed to sense danger and try to dodge, but unfortunately for her, Lucian's hand was faster. Zip dash. A sharp, clear zipper sound resounded as Lucian pulled his hand downward, when the chick costume was split open down the back. Like peeling open an enormous edamame pod, Sparkle was instantly exposed beneath the bright lights and the gaze of the crowd. However, instead of the red kimono she usually wore, Sparkle was now dressed in what appeared to be a tightly fastened high school student uniform. Seeing the scene, the crowd was stunned, not expecting that inside the chick mascot costume was actually a cute girl. Surprise? Sparkle glanced at her own body, then looked at Lucian and hesitantly raised a marker still gripped in her hand toward him. In front of Lucian now stood a delicate, beautiful girl with glasses and long dark brown hair hanging freely, looking pure and lovely, exquisitely pretty, like an innocent porcelain doll. At the sight of her, the corner of Lucian's mouth lifted slightly. If he had not known Sparkle, he really might have been fooled by the innocent appearance she was currently showing. Now, he finally understood why that bubble pinball accident had happened. Sparkle must have been trying to prank him. But, thanks to the law of calamity, she had gotten cursed by misfortune. Lucian ultimately decided not to expose Sparkle's identity, wanting to see what kind of trouble she planned to stir up. In any case, with the law of calamity as a safety net, he was not afraid of her causing chaos. Sparkle looked at her chick costume on the ground, then at Lucian's expressionless face, before immediately tossing aside the marker and pulling out her phone. Now, the manic enthusiasm she had shown earlier vanished, replaced by an innocent and elegant expression. Come closer, big brother. Smile. Say cheese. Sparkle forcibly squeezed herself between Lucian and Robin, raised her phone, and then click. As the flash went off, the photo was taken. In the frame, Sparkle occupied the center, smiling brightly and flashing a peace sign. Lucian was pushed slightly to the side, his face completely blank. Robin was entirely shoved to the edge of the frame, with only half her sunglass-covered face visible, looking distinctly startled. No matter how one looked at it, it was undoubtedly an utterly terrible photo. Perfect, Sparkle exclaimed with a cheerful smile, gazing at the photo with great satisfaction. Thanks for your time, big brother. Bye-bye. With that, she put away her phone as if she had just completed an important mission, waved at Lucian, then turned around, skipped into the crowd, and disappeared. What just happened? She's so weird. Robin removed her sunglasses and stared in the direction where Sparkle had vanished, speaking with a thoroughly speechless expression. Just ignore her, Lucian said calmly, gently squeezing Robin's hand. I mean, she's a masked fool, so causing trouble is something she loves. If you see her again, stay far away. Let's go keep shopping. Such a cute girl is a masked fool. Seeing Robin's surprise, Lucian couldn't help but smile teasingly. Looks don't determine nature, little bird, Lucian said, while shaking his head. As the saying goes, don't judge a book by its cover. Just like you on the surface, you're like a pure angel, but underneath, you are like a tempting devil. You're awful. Robin complained with a pout, her face flushing slightly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like that. Oomph. Lucian chuckled, then raised his hands in surrender. Fine, my fault. Backfired prank in the end, with Sparkle out of the way. Lucian and Robin continued to flirt and banter as they browsed the street. Soon enough, Robin was drawn quickly to the display window of a high-end clothing store, where a silver evening gown, glittering brilliantly and inlaid with countless tiny, star-like crystals, was showcased inside on a mannequin. So pretty, Robin muttered in awe, her eyes lighting up. Go try it on. Lucian did not beat around the bush, immediately taking her hand and leading her into the store without hesitation. Welcome. As soon as the two entered, the clerk standing nearby warmly welcomed them, then began guiding Robin. Robin, not wasting any time, directly picked out several styles she liked, including the silver evening gown, and went into the fitting room with excitement. Lucian sat on a soft sofa not far from the fitting room, then casually picked up a magazine from the table before him and flipped through it. Thanks to the soft, classical music playing in the store, along with the gentle yellow lighting illuminating the interior, the store truly gave off a warm, comfortable atmosphere, making Lucian feel at ease as he unconsciously hummed along softly to the music. Several minutes later, Robin finally came out of the fitting room, now wearing the glittering silver gown. Under the lights, the gown shimmered like scattered starlight, making her skin appear as white as snow by contrast. Hey, how do I look? Robin walked toward Lucian with a familiar sweet smile on her face and asked with anticipation. Lucian looked up from the magazine, but his gaze paused on her high-heeled feet for a second before continuing upward until it finally settled on her face. Yeah, you look great. He put down the magazine, stood up, and showed a gentle smile, yet his mind was elsewhere, reeking of elation and other Sparkle's prank. Indeed, the Robin before him was not his Robin, but none other than a fake disguised Sparkle. He did not even need to use disarm to tell a masked fool like her apart. However, instead of exposing Sparkle right away, Lucian had a great idea and decided not to expose her just yet, since she wanted to mess with him so much. She could not blame him for letting his lucky pervert trait do the work. Hell, let's see who pranks who. Seeing Lucian's gentle smile, Sparkle, now disguised as Robin, walked up to him and tried to hook her arm around his. Well, let's buy this one then. I'm tired for shopping. Let's go back. Before disguising herself as Robin, Sparkle had already formulated a plan. First, after she disguised herself as Robin, she would come out while Robin was still busy trying on clothes in the fitting room, appearing in front of Lucian as Robin. Second, once Lucian was successfully fooled, she would lead him out of the store and then wait for the real Robin to come out of the fitting room, only for Robin to realize that Lucian was missing. Finally, when Robin began searching for the missing Lucian, she would lead him back to Robin, deliberately making a real versus fake Robin confrontation take place. If he picks the wrong one, the little bird would be hard to soothe with this thought in mind. Sparkle reached out to hold Lucian's arm, wanted to lead him to the cashier to pay, but click, an extremely faint sound suddenly resounded. As it turned out, the thin heel of her left high heel snapped without warning. Caught off guard, Sparkle let out a startled cry as her body instantly lost its balance, pitching forward uncontrollably. Lucian, seeing this, reflexively opened his arms, causing her to crash straight into his embrace. However, because his body followed the momentum of her fall as he held her, their posture became extremely intimate. Sparkle, with her face buried in Lucian's chest, instantly caught his clean, pleasant, masculine scent and felt the warmth of his solid chest. In that instant, her mind buzzed, leaving her feeling a little stunned. What happened? No, this wasn't the plan. How'd I fall? Stupid hail. As Sparkle complained relentlessly in her mind, Lucian spoke up. Careful, little bird. Hearing Lucian's voice, carrying a hint of concern, sound above her, Sparkle hurriedly steadied herself. Fine. Sparkle imitated Robin's tone, sounding flustered, but unfortunately, Lucian did not let go immediately. Even though the strength of the hands gripping her waist was neither light nor heavy, She could clearly feel the warmth of his hands intensifying through the thin fabric of the gown. "Don't rush back yet." Lucian lowered his head and leaned close to Sparkle's ear, his warm breath brushing against it as he whispered in a low voice. "Since you're changed already." Sensing her body stiffen slightly, Lucian continued, his voice dropping even lower, carrying an indescribable magnetism. "How about we do something more exciting?" "Exciting?" Sparkle, not yet processing the meaning behind his words, suddenly felt Lucian's arm tighten slightly around her waist before he guided her toward another fitting room on the opposite side. Wait. Sparkle began to panic and try to break free from his embrace. But sadly, Lucian's strong arm was like an iron clamp, not budging in the slightest. "Lucian? Why you? What are you doing?" Click. Her voice trembled as Sparkle maintained Robin's disguise, but before she could get an answer, Lucian had already closed the fitting room door. The faint sound of the lock was especially clear inside the room as he turned it. Just like that, in this fitting room, the space small, the lighting gentle, the mirror bright, there were only the two of them. "What do you think I'm going to do? What do I usually do with you in private? I don't know, my little bird." Lucian turned back and gave Sparkle a meaningful smile, his gaze deep, carrying a hint of amusement. Upon hearing Lucian's words and seeing his smile, alarm bells immediately rang wildly in Sparkle's head. Something was wrong, especially his current look. It was practically like a beast eyeing its prey. Feeling a slight panic, Sparkle was about to run away, trying to reach the door, but before her hand could touch it, Lucian suddenly caught it, then seized her other hand as well, and pinned both of her hands against the wall above her head with one hand. "And not here," Sparkle said softly, looking utterly pitiful as she adamantly maintained her Robin disguise. "Let's do it after we go back, okay?" Firmly restrained, with her hands trapped, she realized she could not break free at all, which showed that the man before her was no pushover. Unfortunately, it didn't end there. In the next moment, Lucian, his tall figure cast in shadow beneath the soft light that completely enveloped her, raised his right hand and placed it against her right side before shamelessly grabbing at her. In that instant, Sparkle's mind descended into complete chaos, while all the calm she had carefully maintained was torn to pieces. Did he just do that to me? No. This is getting out of control. This is not how the plot is supposed to go. Beast. Pervert. No. I have to escape first, before he does something terrible to me. A masked fool failing to prank someone and instead getting groped would be humiliating beyond words, something that would ruin her image forever if it were known to her fellow masked fools. With this in mind, Sparkle decided to stop pretending and prepared to use the power of elation to escape. But unfortunately, Lucian moved faster. Disarm. Rip. A barely audible sound of fabric's intricate structure collapsing resounded as the silver evening gown inlaid with countless tiny star crystals, an extremely expensive, limited custom piece, seemed as if its entire framework had been removed. It instantly slid off Sparkle's disguised body, and, like a gorgeous curtain that had lost all support, the entire garment completely burst apart. Along with her Robin disguise, and even her own clothes, everything tore away and scattered. The whole process took less than a second. Sparkle did not feel any pulling force at all, and only felt a chill on her body before her clothes were gone in an instant, without her even realizing it. As she looked down, Sparkle saw that she had reverted to her original short-statured form, now completely naked, with her hands still pinned against the wall. Her eyes were wide like bells. Her mouth was slightly open. Her entire mind went blank. In the next second, as if lightning had struck her mind, Sparkle jerked her head up, staring at Lucian in disbelief. What did he just do? Where's my disguise? Where are my clothes? How'd he do that? Sparkle's face instantly turned as red as a boiled lobster, half shame, half shock. Why you dash? Seeing Sparkle's flustered and angry reaction, Lucian showed a perfectly timed expression of surprise and apology. Oh my, you're not Robin? Lucian looked Sparkle up and down, his gaze as calm as if he were admiring a piece of art. Yet Sparkle felt nothing but mockery in that look. No wonder it felt a little different. Lucian continued, nodding like a wise sage while gazing at Sparkle's modest breasts, adorned with cute pink cherries, which rose and fell slightly with agitation. So you switch places with her? Don't look, Sparkle exclaimed in anger, then turned into a swarm of butterflies to escape from his grasp before conjuring her usual red kimono around herself. Standing before the fitting room's door, Sparkle, now fully dressed, glared at Lucian with both embarrassment and anger. Lucian shrugged and looked away, acting nonchalant, but the slight curve of his mouth clearly suggested he was amused. Misunderstanding, Lucian said, throwing his hands up as if he were surrendering, his tone relaxed, as though nothing serious had happened. I thought you were my girlfriend. If ID realized you weren't her, I definitely wouldn't have done that. Huh. Seeing him sigh as if in pity, Sparkle, the corner of her lips twitching, really wanted to punch him in the face. He's definitely pretending. From the look of it, Lucian had clearly seen through her disguise long ago and had deliberately dragged her into the fitting room. For a moment, she could not even tell who the masked fool here really was. Given that this handsome, seemingly harmless young man in front of her had tricked her so effortlessly and had even seen everything, he felt more like a masked fool than she herself was. Now, all those years of purity she had kept were ruined. Sparkle truly regretted it. If she had known this would happen, she would never have provoked this wolf in sheep's clothing, Rappa and Boothill inside the fitting room. Lucian calmly gazed at the twin-tailed girl in a red kimono standing before him, her small expression revealing both shame and viciousness. Clearly, after being so mischievous for so long, Sparkle had probably never been humiliated like this in her entire life. Lucian had been fortunate enough to become the only man to admire her jade-like body. Lucian unconsciously recalled the scene from just now. Delicate limbs, smooth and fair, skin not large, but tender and rosy, while her flat, flawless waist had been especially eye-catching, a definite bonus. Of course, her greatest appeal was not her appearance, but her ability to change it. Being able to become anyone was exciting just to think about, so having her to himself was equal to having every woman in the cosmos. Considering that, he couldn't help but give this little gremlin a perfect score of 10. It was just a pity that her personality was slightly unhinged and rotten, making her not easy to tame, so ordinary methods for conquering her would not work. You wait. Sparkle pointed at Lucian, her finger trembling with anger, her face burning red. Mark my words, this isn't over. Right after delivering this threat, Sparkle, unable to stay any longer, unlocked the door and ran off, leaving him alone in the fitting room. If she stayed any longer, she felt she might explode on the spot. Lucian, in response, merely curved his lips slightly, completely unconcerned by her threat. He knew that although she was mischievous, Sparkle had never caused any deaths, which is why she could do whatever she wanted in Penacony. Besides, if things truly got out of hand, she would be dealt with by the law of calamity. With this in mind, Lucian walked out of the fitting room and happened to run into Robin, who had just finished changing. Lucian, was that the girl who just ran out, the one who wanted your autograph earlier? Robin asked, looking confused. Did she mess with you again? I heard her voice in the fitting room you were in just now. Mess with me? Lucian said with a smile, naturally wrapping an arm around Robin's waist. Nah, on the contrary, I messed with her. Mess with her? What did you do? Flicked her on the forehead. Lucian answered in a very calm tone and with a very calm expression, as if that heart-stopping disarm show had never occurred. Oh, Robin found it a little strange, but did not think too much about it, mainly because her attention was quickly drawn to the outfit she was wearing. Do I look good in this gown? Robin asked with a flushed face, showcasing the glittering silver evening gown she had been eyeing earlier. Lucian looked at the beautiful gown on her and nodded with a smile. Yeah, very beautiful. Meanwhile, as Lucian and Robin were showing affection in the clothing store, Sparkle twisted and turned through several alleys before finally stopping at a deserted dead end, where she leaned her back against the cold wall while breathing heavily not from exhaustion, but from anger and shame. Sparkle lowered her head and looked at her chest, then recalled what had just happened in the fitting room. Completely naked, pinned against the wall, seen through and through. Bastard, beast, pervert, playing dumb just to mess with me. Sparkle, thinking that Lucian must have been treating her like a monkey, cursed repeatedly. Her delicate face flushed red with anger, while her chest rose and fell violently. In the next moment, however, she suddenly frowned and went still. Lucian, Lucian, could it really just be a coincidence? I mean, his height and build kind of felt like that emanator of elation who went to the tavern that day. Sparkle muttered thoughtfully as she recalled the emanator of elation she had encountered before. It can't be that much of a coincidence, right? No, I need to find another chance to test him. Even if he's that emanator, I'm still going to get my revenge. Having suffered too badly today, Sparkle was determined to make Lucian pay, but before that, she needed to go back and carefully think about how to turn the tables and make that pervert lose face badly for once. Just wait and see. Sparkle stomped her foot angrily. Robin's boyfriend, huh? He'll vent this anger on that chicken wing boy for now. Leaving these words behind, her figure turned into colorful specks of light and disappeared into the depths of the alley. Reverie Hotel, Spaceport. In one of the spaceports, a small spaceship with a rough design and a flashy paint job wobbled as it squeezed into a docking spot. PSSS, when a spaceship hatch popped open with a hiss of steam, a pink-haired young woman wearing a hat and a jacket jumped down. Is this the place corrupted by evil ninja Osaru? So this time, he's turning people into chickens? Needless to say, she was none other than Galaxy Ranger Rappa, here to investigate Dream Cluck Chicken. Right after her words fell, another spaceship landed just beside her own. Damn it, Rappa, you fly this junk like you're drunk or something. Hurry up and give mine back already. As soon as the hatch opened, a tall, slim man jumped down, cursing as he immediately started yelling at Rappa. He had long white hair with black streaks, with bangs that covered the left side of his face, gray eyes, and sharp, shark-like teeth. He wore a black cowboy hat on his head, a short, cropped black jacket with cuff sleeves that stopped halfway along his arms, black pants, and boots that were mostly black, with spurs on the back of each one. From his appearance alone, one could instantly see that he was not a pure human, but rather half human and half robot, as shown by his robotic arms and his mechanical, muscular torso. He was known as Boot Hill, a Galaxy Ranger like Rappa, in other words, her colleague. Rappa looked at Boot Hill seriously for a moment, then responded, Lord Silvergun Shura, the ninja mantra says, borrow at 5, return at 4. Originally, there is nothing, so speak not of baseless claims. Hearing this, Boot Hill froze for a moment, then yelled again. Cut the crap, I don't get any of this. Let's just switch our ships back and call it a day. Before that, Lord Silvergun Shura, would you be willing to join this one in resolving the crisis here? Hearing Rappa's serious words and seeing her equally serious expression, Boot Hill frowned and paused, then looked around until his eyes locked onto a massive holographic billboard ahead. On it was the figure of Sunday, wearing his signature suspenders, his hair neatly parted down the middle, dancing an oddly addictive chicken-like dance, and beside him were huge words that read, the best chicken in the cosmos, Dream Cluck Chicken, the pride of Penacony. Boot Hill stared for a moment before his eyes went slightly unfocused, and his mouth unconsciously began to hum along to the song playing on the billboard. Just after he started humming, however, he froze, his eyes widening. Boot Hill shook his head violently, as if trying to throw something out of it, then pointed at the billboard with a face full of disgust. Darn it, what the hell is that thing? No, wait, I actually kind of think that guy dances pretty well. He suddenly calmed down and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his expression turning strange. And I even want to protect the best chicken in the cosmos? Right after saying this, Boot Hill froze, his eyes widening once again. Damn Dream Cluck Chicken, Boot Hill yelled while clutching his head. Is my brain all messed up or what? Rappa, seeing Boot Hill's odd behavior, looked at him for a moment, then coldly turned her gaze to the billboard before returning it to his now conflicted face. "You have been infected, Lord Silvergun Shura," Rappa said calmly, her expression serious. "A mimetic virus will affect your synesthesia beacon." "Infected?" Boot Hill widened his eyes. "Well, damn, that's just great. Come on, let's roll. I'll help you clean up the little punks spreading this damn dream cluck chicken." Rappa nodded and looked around, seeing that chicken-related things could be found everywhere. "No doubt this place is the source," Rappa said slowly, reaching her conclusion. "We must find the mastermind. Evil Ninja Osaru is very likely here." Hearing this, Boot Hill unconsciously glanced once more at Sunday's face on the billboard, and in that instant, an inexplicable urge to protect Dream Cluck Chicken resurfaced yet again. But just then, he irritably scratched his head, forcing the cursed idea out of his mind. "Darn it. Fine by me," Boot Hill said with a sneer. "When I see him, I'm going to show him some love with my bullet." With that, the two entered the Reverie Hotel's lobby, but as they passed by the bar, they happened to run into a group of colleagues exuding an extraordinary aura. "Oh, well, damn. There are other Galaxy Rangers here, too? Huh, that's kind of rare," Boot Hill remarked as he saw more than a dozen Galaxy Rangers approaching, and he immediately walked over. Rappa also recognized them as Galaxy Rangers from the power of the hunt they emitted and the emblems on their clothes. But she did not know who they were because she had joined the Galaxy Rangers late, and the members usually operated alone, with little to no contact between them. From what she knew, the only way they gathered together was through an unwritten rule, which stated that when the special bullets, appearing meaningless to anyone other than Galaxy Rangers, were shot out like a flare, Galaxy Rangers would come from all corners of the cosmos toward the place where its light fell, driven by a shared purpose, without questioning the cause or counting the cost. When Boot Hill and Rappa approached, they immediately felt an invisible pressure emanating from the old man who walked at the forefront of the group, and finally noticed a particular bullet hanging from his neck, serving as a necklace. "Whoa, a big shot." Boot Hill's eyes immediately lit up. Rappa, also noticing the special bullet hanging from the old man's neck, widened her eyes in surprise, not expecting that the old man before her was wearing a legendary bullet of the Galaxy Rangers. It couldn't be helped. It was not an ordinary bullet, but some kind of burial artifact worthy only of a hero who had served the Galaxy Rangers with honor, and it symbolized supreme merit that only Galaxy Rangers with great achievements could obtain. "Haven't seen a badass old man like you in a hot minute," Boot Hill remarked with a big smile as he approached the old man. "Hey, old man, let's get acquainted. Name's Boot Hill." Boot Hill was extremely outgoing, directly blocking the group's path and trying to befriend the old man. So much so that even Rappa felt shaken by his boldness. "Oh, a young ranger, huh? Ha, full of energy. Name's Tiernan." In response to Boot Hill's enthusiasm, the old man, who was none other than Tiernan, smiled and shook Boot Hill's hand. Seeing that the old man was so easygoing, Boot Hill grinned, showing his sharp, shark-like teeth, but then froze when he heard the old man's name. "Tiernan? Hold up. You are that legendary Tiernan?" Boot Hill blinked his eyes a couple of times, looking genuinely surprised. "No way. There ain't but one Galaxy Ranger named Tiernan in this whole damn universe. And he's supposed to be dead. You're the guy who took down a Lord Ravager. How the hell are you still kicking? Imposter Zoe, a young ranger, huh? Ha, full of energy. Name's Tiernan." In response to Boot Hill's enthusiasm, the old man, who was none other than Tiernan, smiled and shook Boot Hill's hand. Seeing that the old man was so easygoing, Boot Hill grinned, showing his sharp, shark-like teeth, but then froze when he heard the old man's name. "Tiernan? Hold up. You're that legendary Tiernan?" Boot Hill blinked his eyes a couple of times, looking genuinely surprised. "No way. There ain't but one Galaxy Ranger named Tiernan in this whole damn universe. And he's supposed to be dead. You're the guy who took down a Lord Ravager. How the hell are you still kicking?" Hearing Boot Hill's skeptical questions, Tiernan showed little reaction and merely curved his eyes slightly, as if he were smiling. Tiernan raised a hand, carrying the tolerance of an elder watching a junior act up, and then pointed to the strangely shaped, heavy bullet hanging beneath his neck, like a miniature sculpture. "I already died once, several amber years ago, in fact," Tiernan said in a low, hoarse voice with a texture like metal grinding against metal. "Not long ago, I met a benefactor and was resurrected. So yeah, I'm Tiernan." At this, the dozen or so Galaxy Rangers behind him nodded in unison. "Resurrected? What?" Rappa muttered quietly while blinking her eyes in bewilderment, clearly not believing the old man's words at all. "Huh? What'd you say, old man?" "Wind's too damn loud. I didn't catch squat," Boothill said, digging a finger into his ear as if he couldn't be bothered. "Dead for a few hundred years, and now you're back? You gotta be screwing with me." Tiernan and the Galaxy Rangers around him nodded again. "Kiddo, I didn't get it first either, but yeah, that's just how it is. Yeah, the cosmos is crazy huge. There's a whole lot of stuff out there you ain't never seen." Loretta and Scarface spoke one after another from behind Tiernan. In response, Boothill and Rappa exchanged a skeptical glance. "Bullshit," Boothill muttered under his breath. "These guys didn't go and guzzle too much fake booze from Penacony and get drunk out of their damn minds, did they?" Rappa herself could not tell whether it was real or not, since she had never seen or heard of someone who had been dead for so long being resurrected perfectly intact, as if nothing had happened. In her eyes, something was very off. A trace of suspicion immediately formed not only in her mind, but also in Boothill's. One should know that even though the special bullet hanging on Tiernan's neck was significant to the Galaxy Rangers, it was ultimately just an object, so anyone could pick it up, and it was not impossible that someone was pretending to be an old hero in order to run a scam. Boothill had suffered plenty of losses due to somewhat similar situations in the past, so he had no choice but to be extra cautious. Anything beyond his understanding had to be treated as a potential threat. "Hard to believe if you haven't seen it yourself, so let's drop that," Tiernan said, shaking his head. "So, what are you doing here in Penacony?" "Lord Ninja Hero, I am the Dazzling Ninja, a.k.a. Rappa," Rappa said seriously as she stepped forward from behind Boothill. "Pinecany is being contaminated by a powerful mimetic virus, suspected to be the testing ground of evil ninja Osaru. I have come here with Lord Silvergun Shura to punish evil and uphold justice." As these words fell, everyone silently stared at her, completely bewildered. What ninja hero? What dazzling ninja? Who was even evil ninja Osaru? And what in the world was Pinecany supposed to be? Penacony? Tiernan and the others were veteran Galaxy Rangers who had been disconnected from the world for far too long, so they had no idea what Rappa was rambling about. "For the love of..." Boothill groaned, smacking his palm against his forehead. "Ah, screw it. Guess I gotta spell out myself." A few moments later, after Boothill translated Rappa's words, Tiernan and the others finally understood what she meant. Apparently, she believed there was an enemy here, an evil one, so she had come seeking vengeance. "I humbly request that Lord Ninja Hero lead us to cleanse the filth, eradicate the evil ninja, and restore clarity to this world." Rappa's words, filled with the passionate righteousness of a young Galaxy Ranger, rang out with conviction. Even the older Galaxy Rangers around Tiernan were stirred by her speech. In the end, they all turned to look at Tiernan, waiting for this legendary figure to make his decision. Boothill also dropped his usual flippancy, crossing his arms as he watched Tiernan seriously, waiting to hear what he would say. Well, seeing everyone gazing at him, clearly wanting him to make the decision, Tiernan showed a troubled expression. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. If the Dream Cluck chicken you mentioned counts as a mimetic virus, then that's something my boss created. It has nothing to do with Dr. Primitive, and it's harmless." No joke. Not only was Lucian standing behind Sunday, the mascot of Dream Cluck Chicken, but Lucian, now his boss due to their past agreement, was also the very benefactor who had resurrected him and his comrades, thereby making Lucian, without question, his greatest and most undeniable savior. Now, knowing that these two youngsters were actually planning to crusade against his boss himself, he couldn't help but feel that this whole situation, as it stood, must be some kind of deep misunderstanding. However, the moment Tiernan's words fell, the alarm bells in Boot Hill and Rappa's heads shot straight to maximum level. Boss. Even after learning the source of the mimetic virus, Tiernan still didn't take any action and even seemed to be defending the mastermind. Clearly, that did not align with the usual conduct of the Galaxy Rangers. Boot Hill's gaze changed, like a hungry wolf eyeing fat prey, as he scanned Tiernan from head to toe. Tell me, old man, that honor bullet hanging around your neck. Boot Hill said slowly, his gaze sharp. You didn't just pick that up from some backwater dump, did ya? Hearing this, suspicion also filled Rappa's eyes. Lord Ninja Hero. Rappa placed her hand on the spray can at her waist. How will you prove that you are the actual Tiernan? Seeing their sudden wariness, Tiernan froze. He honestly had not expected anyone, let alone fellow Galaxy Rangers, to question his identity. But then again, from normal people's perspectives, his experience was definitely absurd and crazy, so being doubted by them was reasonable. Proof, huh? Tiernan said with a frown, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps only by meeting my boss. He had barely started speaking when, Old man, your shoelaces are untied. Boot Hill suddenly pointed at Tiernan's feet and shouted, his voice full of kind-hearted concern. Swish! Everyone's gaze, including Tiernan's, instinctively dropped to his feet, but in that split second, Boot Hill moved. He moved as fast as lightning, but his posture was anything but dignified, as he moved like a bandit, suddenly performing an awkward donkey roll and rolling straight to Tiernan's feet, then reaching toward the bullet hanging from his neck the instant he looked down at his shoes. Boot Hill struck with pinpoint precision. It was ruthless. It was ghost fast. Gimme that. Boot Hill roared, all his strength exploding at once as he intended to seize the bullet hanging from Tiernan's neck, the symbol of supreme glory and legend for the Galaxy Rangers. Swish! As a faint, tearing sound echoed, the bullet was already clenched in Boot Hill's palm. In the next instant, Boot Hill sprang up with a fluid kip-up, smooth and practiced, and without giving anyone any time to react, he leapt back more than 10 meters in a single bound. Daring to impersonate a hero, you damn imposter. I'm gonna shoot you dead with love right now. Let's see if you can resurrect again. Boot Hill raised his revolver, about to fire at Tiernan. At once, more than 10 Galaxy Rangers moved to shield Tiernan, drawing their respective guns and aiming them at Boot Hill. Lord Silvergun Shura, you dash. Rappa was completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. Couldn't he at least give her a heads-up before acting? Dead and resurrected, you said? Boot Hill sneered. You think I'm dumb? Only those corpo bastard would spew that kind of crap. Oomph. No way this bullet's gonna let some imposter mess up our hero's reputation. Done with his speech, Boot Hill turned and bolted. Rappa bail. Let's go get some backup. Seeing Boot Hill run away, Rappa, under the surprised gazes of passers-by and the wary gazes of the Galaxy Rangers surrounding Tiernan, looked left and right and felt that he had a point. Yes, they could not allow imposters to scam others, especially when they use the names of the Galaxy Rangers heroes. However, logically, shouldn't they stay and fight? Why were they running like losers instead? Rappa, feeling her brain start smoking, ultimately gave up thinking and ran after Boot Hill. Tiernan, being accused of being an imposter and even having his precious item stolen, Tiernan was not angry and remained calm. He simply felt that those two young Galaxy Rangers were overly cautious and excessively energetic. Are young Rangers these days all this shameless? Damn twerp, that was straight-up bandit behavior. Boss, let's go get it back. Nah, no need. Let them be, Tiernan said calmly with a faint smile, raising a hand to stop his comrades. Once they realize it's all just a misunderstanding, they'll come back on their own. Just like that, he did not pursue the two and instead took his comrades out for a drink, a smile still on his face. Meanwhile, after running some distance away, Boot Hill noticed that aside from Rappa, no one was chasing him, which only deepened his suspicions. Oomph. See? Boot Hill snorted, then glanced down at the bullet in his palm. Every Galaxy Ranger knows this bullet's our damn treasure, and those guys didn't even flinch when it got snatched. Oomph. That right there proves they're imposters. As expected of Lord Silvergun Shura. Your mind works brilliantly. Rappa nodded over and over with a smile. I never considered testing their identity like that. Huh, you've still got a whole lot of learning to do, Rappa. Boothill laughed, his chest puffed up, all proud. Don't let the fact you're stronger than me fool you. Your brain ain't nearly as sharp as mine. But what if they're actually real? Rappa suddenly frowned and asked with concern. Boothill, in response, smiled confidently. Huh, I'd eat a whole damn pound of fresh meat while standing on my head. Intruders Penacony, Reality, Reverie Hotel. Inside one of the luxurious private dining rooms of Reverie Hotel, Aventurin sat on a soft sofa, with one leg crossed over the other and a casino chip being rolled habitually between his fingers. If one observed his face, his expression looked relaxed, but if one observed more carefully, deep in his eyes, there was actually a faint, hard-to-detect trace of irritation. At this moment, he was here waiting for Sunday, or more precisely, he was waiting for the real big shot, Lucian, using Sunday as the channel through which to secure a meeting with him. Finally, after several more minutes of waiting, the door opened, and Sunday walked in. Unlike the appearance he had when he acted as the mascot of Dream Cluck Chicken, he was now dressed in the elegant white uniform that he usually wore. And although his expression was calm, Aventurin noticed keenly that when Sunday walked in, his steps seemed to carry a strange sense of rhythm, as if he were stepping to some kind of beat. Sunday, could it be? Aventurin narrowed his eyes, while the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, then sat up in his seat. Mr. Sunday, you're here pretty early. He greeted Sunday with a professional smile, though if one observed closely, there was a trace of amusement in it. Mr. Aventurin. Sunday gave a small nod, wearing his usual polite, fake smile. Of course, before the Dream Master arrives. I need to be here in advance to check for any security risks. No need to guard against me today, Aventurin said with a sincere smile. I'm here to meet Mr. Lucian with sincerity. No tricks 100%. Being careful is never wrong. Sunday responded while calmly shaking his head. Done with the pleasantries, the two then took their seats, and the atmosphere became subtly awkward. After a few moments of silence, unable to handle the awkwardness any longer, Aventurin cleared his throat before speaking up, trying to find a topic to discuss while waiting for Lucian. Ahem, you've been, insanely popular across the cosmos lately, Aventurin said with a smile, his eyes carrying a teasing glint. What does it say again? The best chicken in the cosmos? You totally deserved it. Hearing this, Sunday's hand, holding the teacup, paused slightly midair. Even though his face showed no expression, the tips of his ears seemed a bit warm, reddening slightly. I'm just doing my duty, Sunday replied flatly after a brief silence. Seeing Sunday refuse to play along, Aventurin snorted inwardly, set his chip down, leaned forward slightly, then spoke in a lowered voice. Half joking. Seriously though, that dance, that song, how long did you practice? It was, pretty unique. I even reposted it on the IPC's online forum, and the response was great. Ever thought about joining our traditional project department and entering showbiz? Sunday shot Aventurin a cold glance. If you're that bored, you could go practice in front of billboards a few times. I wouldn't mind giving you on-site guidance and making you into a top-tier peacock. Sunday's tone stayed calm as he responded to Aventurin's provocative words, but the impact of his words was brutal. Aventurin, having been called a peacock, was completely choked, and the chip in his hand creaked under the pressure. He felt displeased and insulted, but unfortunately, he still had to keep smiling on the surface. Ha, just joking, just joking. If it weren't for Lucian, he really would have dropped the line. All for the Amber Lord, and then beaten the shit out of Sunday right here and now. Note, it was said that to activate cornerstones and use their powers, the 10 stone hearts must first recite some proclamations, ending with all for the Amber Lord. A while later, as Sunday and Aventurin discussed trivial things to pass the time, the private dining room door was pushed open again, and a man with black hair and golden eyes, wearing casual clothes and bearing a relaxed expression, walked in. Father, seeing the newcomer, who was none other than Lucian, Sunday immediately stood up, his posture becoming respectful. Aventurin stood up as well, but his movement was slightly rigid. It couldn't be helped. As soon as he heard Sunday call Lucian father, his whole brain froze for a second, unable to process what he had just heard. Father? Lucian is Sunday's father? Isn't he Robin's boyfriend? Isn't Robin Sunday's sister? What kind of messed up relationship chain is this? Just from hearing Sunday say father toward Lucian, Aventurin's brain was practically overheated. Such an important piece of information like this, why didn't he know it? All the intel he had obtained had never mentioned it. Looks like the intelligence department really needs cleaning up. Aventurin thought with irritation. They keep putting me at a disadvantage. Damn incompetence. Soon enough, when Lucian arrived at the table where Sunday and Aventurin were seated, he glanced at Aventurin for a moment, then gave a calm smile. Aventurin, right? Don't just stand there, sit. In Lucian's eyes, Aventurin, just like in the game, was dressed as flamboyantly as ever, just as Sunday had said. Like a peacock with a flashy appearance. As soon as the three sat down, Aventurin went straight to the point. Mr. Lucian, my boss, Diamond, specifically sent me to convey the Strategic Investment Department's sincerest regards and goodwill to you. As he spoke, Aventurin took out an exquisite gift box and placed it onto the table, then opened it, revealing a black and gold card. Please accept our gift. It's a small token of our sincerity. 1 trillion credits are loaded onto the card. Hope you like it. Lucian silently glanced at Aventurin, then at the card. Good stuff. I'll take it then. Money was always the most practical thing. He wasn't short on money, but if someone offered a free trillion credits, why refuse? Seeing Lucian accept the card, Aventurin's smile widened. Speaking of which, my boss instructed me to convey this as well. All historical bad debts related to Penacony, the Strategic Investment Department hereby declares, unilaterally, that they are fully written off. Permanently. No recovery. Jade already used this move, Lucian remarked casually while lifting his teacup, then gently blew on the steam. But anyway, I accept. Hearing this, Aventurin felt a surge of joy, since Lucian's acceptance without any fuss meant there was still hope for him. As a result, he pressed on while the iron was hot. Also, my boss is very eager to have deeper communication with you. He sincerely invites you, when it is convenient, to visit the Strategic Investment Department. Aventurin kept his posture very low as he spoke. He had no choice. Since he had already shattered his cornerstone, if he botched this task, he would truly lose his life, killed by Diamond himself. Lucian took a sip of tea, set the cup down, and nodded, looking straight into Aventurin's eyes. I've received Diamond's sincerity. I'll go take a look when I have time. Knowing that the Strategic Investment Department was already showing goodwill so openly, it wouldn't be right to slap away a smiling hand. Lucian was fairly easy to talk to if one had no ill intention toward him. As Lucian gave his answer, Aventurin finally felt completely at ease, because this should count as completing Diamond's goodwill task. He had to admit that this Lucian was not only handsome, but he also carried himself well. With a strong presence and character, obviously not someone to mess with. It was no wonder Diamond valued Lucian so much. Aventurin was just about to exchange a few more pleasantries to build a closer relationship. But, bang! Suddenly, the heavy, solid wooden door of the private dining room was kicked open from the outside. Don't any of you damn move. A furious, loud voice rang out as Boot Hill stormed in, holding an exaggerated-looking revolver and pointing it toward the three sitting together. He had spotted Sunday by chance outside earlier and decided to follow his trail, tailing him here. Thankfully, Sunday was really here. Hey, you in suspenders who dances? Yeah, you. I saw you outside just now. Boot Hill yelled, his gun pointing straight at the confused-looking Sunday. Spill it. Where's that bastard Dr. Primitive hiding? As everyone focused on Boot Hill, no one noticed that Rappa had slipped in like a ghost with dual blades in hand, then took Aventurin hostage. Hand over evil ninja Osaru. End this mimetic virus infection. Rappa exclaimed in a solemn tone from behind Aventurin, causing the entire room to fall silent instantly. Evil ninja Osaru? Who? Sunday blinked his eyes a few times, feeling confused. Aventurin was also confused as he looked at the two sudden intruders, but soon, as he carefully observed the familiar-looking Boothill, he immediately recognized his face, a wanted criminal of the IPC. An IPC fugitive, huh? Aventurin said with a faint smile, daring to appear right in front of me. Are you that confident? Or just dumb? You. Boothill finally noticed Aventurin. Damn IPC dog. Boothill exclaimed, his gaze growing even fiercer. You're here too? Well, ain't that perfect? IPC tangled up in Dr. Primitive's crap, too? Fine by me. Might as well blow you away and bump up my bounty while I'm at it. I don't know, Dr. Primitive, Aventurin said calmly, shrugging indifferently. I'm just here to talk business. Even though the scene had become chaotic, Lucian still sat steadily on the chair, pouring himself another cup of tea as if nothing had happened. He naturally recognized Boothill and Rappa, just never expected their first meeting to happen like this. Dr. Primitive, huh? Lucian finally spoke up as he raised his gaze. Looking at Boothill, then at Rappa, his tone calm. Too bad, there's no Dr. Primitive here. Bullshit. Boothill snapped, flashing his sharp teeth like he was ready to bite the whole cosmos. No Dr. Primitive, you say? Then what the hell's up with the mimetic virus infecting this entire planet? I've been busting my ass trying to protect. Before he could finish his words, Boothill suddenly paused as his eyes drifted again towards Sunday, now carrying a faint trace of conflict that he didn't even notice himself. Lucian smiled faintly, then crossed one leg over the other, tilting his head. Well then, if I were Dr. Primitive, what could you two even do about it? A complete misunderstanding. Well then, if I were Dr. Primitive, what could you two even do about it? As these words left Lucian's mouth, before the playful air in their tone could fade, Boothill's explosive temper ignited. Cut the what-if crap. Just tell me, was it you or not? Boothill yelled, snapping his gun toward Lucian, his temple throbbing violently. Want to see if I can shoot you to death in just one shot? Yet after saying all this, he still did not pull the trigger. Why? Simply because he had no evidence. Even though Boothill carried the aura and appearance of a bandit, he was not a villain who slaughtered innocents indiscriminately. Most of the time, he was merely loud and foul-mouthed. Since you two are such good guys, I guess I gotta be the bad one for once. Lucian calmly set down his teacup as he muttered, and the instant the base of the cup touched the tabletop, bang! Boothill's gun suddenly exploded in his hand. What the dash? He had not even pulled the trigger, yet it misfired for no reason. However, that was not the end. Disarm. Lucian murmured the word while gazing at Boothill, and then clang, 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 clang. Immediately, the mechanical components all over Boothill's body detonated in succession, scattering across the floor. It could be said that, aside from his head and heart, every other part of his body was prosthetic and mechanical, no different from Skrillum. As a result, after Lucian used disarm on him, his limbs fell off, while the components in his torso also fell away, leaving him as something that resembled a human stump. Swish! Rappa had not even finished processing what had happened to Boothill when she saw Lucian swing a sword that had suddenly appeared in his hand toward her. Bah! Sensing danger, Rappa instinctively tried to dodge, yet her body moved against her will as, rather than dodging, she suddenly stepped forward and then knelt before Lucian, her hands clasped together. Realizing what she had just done, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Mr. Lucian, I'm the victim here. Why are you doing this to me? Aventurin, also kneeling before Lucian like Rappa, complained while wearing a miserable expression. He did not even know why he had run over and knelt, looking as if he were about to receive Lucian's sword. Still, aside from feeling a little ashamed, he cared far more about Lucian's strange ability that could force him to perform this gesture. Oh, my bad. Didn't mean to. Come on, get up. Lucian smiled without the slightest hint of apology, since he had, in fact, done it on purpose, merely to see what Aventurin looked like when kneeling. Aventurin, feeling that he could control his body again, stood up with a soft sigh, and then patted his wrinkled pants. By now, Boot Hill had been reduced to a human stump, with only his mouth still able to speak, while Rappa remained kneeling before Lucian, completely unable to move at all. In the eyes of these two Galaxy Rangers, utter terror erupted at the same time as they wondered what kind of absurd abilities these could be. "You two calmed down yet? And no, if I were Dr. Primitive, you'd already be dead the second you stepped into this room." Lucian's calm voice sounded as he addressed the quiet Galaxy Ranger duo. "And that so-called mimetic virus you brought up? It was mostly pushed by an emanator of harmony, not Dr. Primitive. In fact, it was actually meant to wipe out a mimetic virus from that doctor's little lackey that had already spread beforehand. It doesn't hurt anyone worst case. It just makes people act like hardcore idol fans because all it really does is make everyone want to band together and protect that idol. Now tell me, you really going to call that a threat?" Even though Lucian's explanation sounded calm, to Boot Hill and Rappa, it struck like thunder. If what he explained was truly the case, then Dreamcluck Chicken truly was not a threat. Besides, from what they had seen, he truly could have killed both of them effortlessly if he wanted to, and yet he still chose to explain things peacefully. In other words, they had done a good deed in the wrong way, a complete misunderstanding. They had come hunting an evil psycho doctor, but had instead barged into someone else's virus cleanup operation. Even worse, they had even treated the cleaner as the source of the infection. Boot Hill felt his face burn with shame. "What the fork? Then why the hell didn't you say so earlier?" Boot Hill turned his head sideways in shame and spoke in a noticeably weaker tone. Rappa, on the other hand, fell silent as she looked at Lucian with complicated eyes, most of the hostility in her gaze fading. "I did tell you, remember? You didn't believe me, so I had to teach you a lesson," Lucian said, shrugging nonchalantly. "Now, do you believe me? TCH, I'm just ahead now. How could I not believe you at this point? All right, fine. That's on me for accusing you earlier. Just don't go making things harder for the girl." Boot Hill gazed at Lucian seriously and pleaded for Rappa's safety. "No, I am the one who asked Lord Silvergun Shura to assist," Rappa said firmly, her gaze unwavering. "I should bear the responsibility. I sincerely apologize for causing you trouble. I am willing to offer compensation." Hearing their sincere words, Lucian put his sword away into the system's storage space and allowed Rappa to stand. "Compensation? Fine. You scare me earlier, so I've got mental damage. 1,000,000 credits." Hearing this, Boot Hill and Rappa both froze. "How much?" Boot Hill exclaimed in utter disbelief. "Holy sureballs. 1,000,000. You might as well just sell me. 1,000,000 credits." Rappa paused, then continued with embarrassment. "We don't have that much." Then you must work for me. Like Tiernan," Lucian said with a calm smile. 1 year on the job, and we'll call it even. 1 year is reasonable compensation." Rappa muttered with relief, then glanced at Boot Hill. "Lord Silvergun Shura, what do you think?" "Damn it all, what the hell do you want me to think?" Boot Hill said in a frustrated tone. "I'm already stuck like this if I don't hustle. How the fudge am I supposed to get out of this damn place?" Sunday, who had stayed silent from the beginning, calmly approached Boot Hill, picked him up, adjusted him, and positioned him so he could face Lucian properly. Like a life-size doll, Boot Hill let himself be handled. Who would have thought that, in such a short time, 2 Galaxy Rangers would become Lucian's workers? "Hey, hold up. Crap, who did you just say?" Boot Hill suddenly remembered something and urgently sought confirmation. "Tiernan? You talking about that Galaxy Ranger Tiernan who beat a Lord Ravager?" Hearing this, Lucian blinked his eyes in confusion for a moment. Then his gaze landed on a unique-looking bullet at Boot Hill's waist. "Oh, the bullet on your belt, you've already met Tiernan. Huh? He actually gave that bullet to you? How generous of him." Hearing Lucian's words, Boot Hill froze. Gave? He had stolen it. Now he finally understood what it meant by when it rains, it pours. Fudge this. That old man really was Tiernan? Not some imposter? He's been dead for so long, how could he possibly come back? What? Lucian raised a brow, then smiled faintly. "Just so you know, resurrection isn't difficult for me." As soon as his words fell, He took a white bandage out of thin air and made it wrap itself completely around Boot Hill. Boot Hill was an interesting guy, so he planned to restore him to his prime and keep him around as a bodyguard or something like that, which would definitely work out nicely. All right, it's not suitable for kid from here on. Don't look. Lucian raised both his hands and covered Rappa's eyes with them. That my lord. What did you do to Lord Silvergun Shura? Rappa asked cautiously, feeling a little uneasy. Nothing much, just gave him a little taste of sweetness, so hell worked for me, wholeheartedly. Lucian replied with a smile, not saying the rest of his intention. As Boot Hill was completely wrapped in bandages, Aventurin and Sunday watched quietly from the side, observing attentively. A few moments later, the bandages covering Boot Hill expanded to the size of a human before unraveling, revealing Boot Hill, whose entire body had now returned in full. However, what was surprising was that his body was now of flesh and blood, not mechanical. Yes, flesh and blood, no longer a mechanical robot body, but a real human body. It was just that something was missing on his lower body. Noticing this, Aventurin and Sunday could not help but cover their mouths to suppress their laughter. Lucian, still as calm as ever, casually tossed Boot Hill a black robe. Fixed. Is this flesh? Boot Hill stared at his new hands, flexing his new fingers as if he couldn't believe it, then looked down at the rest of his new body, his eyes going wide. I got a real body again? For real? Hold up. Why the hell doesn't this one come with everything? Whatever. Boot Hill couldn't help but question the missing part, but he quickly forgot about it, because when compared to male features, he cared far more about his limbs, mainly because after so many years of living with a mechanical body, he had long since grown accustomed to not having that part. Man, you're straight up insane. No wonder Tiernan could come back to life. Just as these words left his mouth, however, Boot Hill's mind suddenly buzzed, and cold sweat instantly poured down. Crap, if Tiernan really got resurrected, didn't that mean he had really robbed the legendary hero Tiernan? Holy shirtball, I messed up badly. I gotta return the stuff, ASAP. Hearing this, Lucian patted Boot Hill on the shoulder and smiled. Work hard. If I can resurrect Tiernan and his friends, maybe I can resurrect some of your family members or friends, too. At this, Boot Hill couldn't help but freeze for a moment before sharply gazing at Lucian. Seriously? Come on, man, my head ain't that bright, but don't go lying to me. Boot Hill's interest was immediately piqued. He had been born on Aragon of Farshal, a lush green planet, and was one of the children adopted by Gray and Nick. He had grown up under their care, playing and maturing alongside his brothers and sisters like a true family, until someone from the Marketing Development Department of the IPC ordered a massacre of the natives. Boot Hill's family had all died because of that, and from then on, he spent years seeking revenge against that person. Now that he heard there might be a chance to resurrect his family, how could he think of anything else? Well, that depends on whether you can work properly for me. Lucian responded with a calm smile, looking composed and confident. Boot Hill, no longer doubting Lucian's words, immediately raised his hand to his chest and swore wholeheartedly. Boss, from now on, you're my boss. I'm your sharpest damn gun you point, I shoot. As long as you can bring my family back, I'll even learn to love myself if that's what you want, hell. I'll do it. Boot Hill's apology, Rappa's rapping, heard his call in the end after saying farewell to Lucian. Boot Hill quickly went to return the stolen bullet to Tiernan and offer an apology along the way. Tiernan was, after all, a true hero among the Galaxy Rangers, so not apologizing would have been difficult to justify. As for his earlier claim of eating a pound of fresh meat while standing on his head, if Tiernan turned out to be the real one, Boot Hill was unable to find any fresh meat at all, so he ultimately ended up drinking a big bottle of liquor in one go right in front of Tiernan and the other Galaxy Rangers, with his body completely upside down as he drank, making the whole scene look like some kind of exaggerated circus performance. Haha, you can really hold your booze, lad. Tiernan patted Boot Hill's shoulder and praised him with a laugh. All right, we're colleagues from now on, old man. I gotta go beg Lucian to help me resurrect a few of my folks, too. Same as you guys. Lucian's a good man. Tiernan nodded with a smile, seeming to reminisce about something. Then continued, "You won't lose out by sticking with him." "Don't worry." "Hey, good to hear." "All right then. I'm gonna go check in first. You guys keep drinking." Just like that, Boot Hill said farewell and walked away as if nothing had happened. "Hey, boss, didn't that brat come here to apologize? How the hell did we end up buying him a whole bottle instead?" Just as Boot Hill's figure vanished, one of the Galaxy Rangers questioned bewilderedly. At the same time, inside the private dining room, after Lucian told Aventurin and Sunday to go handle their own matters and had them leave the room, only he and Rappa remained alone. Now that it was only the two of them, Lucian finally took the time to properly observe the ninja woman before him. Rappa had a slim figure and attractive features, and her entire presence carried a strong cyberpunk artistic vibe. If she took off her hat and let her hair flow freely, she would even slightly resemble one of his wives, Sakura. "Handsome ninja hero, what does this dazzling ninja need to do?" Rappa stared at Lucian with utter seriousness and spoke with the same level of seriousness. "In the dazzling ninja, I excel at reciting ninja mantras, creating dazzling ninja seals, and studying ninja scrolls. Just tell me what I need to do." Hearing this, Lucian was speechless. I can also help you deal with the mimetic virus in your brain." "Want me to?" Lucian asked with an emphatic expression as he gazed at Rappa like she was a pitiful, lost child. "Reciting ninja mantras? Creating ninja seals? Studying ninja scrolls?" Put frankly, Rappa only knew how to rap, write graffiti, and read manga. Her original name as an experiment subject was AK-A3, and she had been an experiment subject of Dr. Primitive. Through training and repeated experiments, she continuously grew stronger, but sadly, her cognition had been altered by a ninja mimetic virus since childhood. It was genuinely pitiful. Seeing that Lucian seemed to be underestimating her abilities, Rappa spoke again, reciting ninja mantras, rapping. "This gratitude, I gotta shout it out loud, no polite front, straight from the heart, from the lungs. But forbearance and resolve are the road my master showed me, like a seed takin root, growing into a tree inside me. That backup power, that solid support, it's more than enough to push me through the long journey." "All right, stop," Lucian interrupted, unable to bear hearing her rapping any longer. "Can you talk properly and not rap when talking, please?" "Oh." Rappa showed a trace of regret. "Does handsome ninja hero not like my ninja mantras?" "Recite your so-called ninja mantras in places like stages," Lucian replied with a nod, then shook his head. "But in private, it just sounds awkward. So can you speak normally?" That's unfortunate," Rappa said with regret. "Understood. I will try to avoid it as much as possible." Seeing her dejected, Lucian felt no sense of regret at all, since listening to her speak properly was honestly much more comfortable. "All right. Your job is to punish evil and uphold good in Penacony. I don't ask for anything else. After 1 year, whether you leave or stay, I won't stop you." Even though he said this, Lucian was confident he could make Rappa willingly stay and become a capable lackey. Heard a space station, heard his office. Inside the main room of the office, a massive device of the simulated universe stood silently like a monumental sigil carved into space, its triangular frame cradling a blue light. Skrillum stood before the nearby console, his metallic fingers operated rapidly across the control console's illuminated screen. "Anomaly locked. Coordinates, Theta 7. Skrillum spoke in a steady voice with a distinct mechanical timbre. Nearby, a herd of puppets stood with her arms crossed and her delicate face scrunched up, clearly displeased. "Stuck again?" Herta complained. "What's that droid head even doing? Staring at some broken data and calculating forever?" On the screen, a node within the simulated universe was magnified, showing the simulated figure of Noose. At this moment, the simulated figure of the Aeon of Erudition, which should have been silently deducing the truths of the cosmos, appeared to be stuck in a deadlock. Massive streams of data surrounded them as they repeatedly deduced and analyzed a structurally abnormal segment of data before collapsing, then deducing again, and then collapsing again, over and over. like a program trapped in an infinite loop. Conclusion: it is indeed abnormal. Scrollum stated slowly. Logical loop. Rejects all other command inputs. TCH, this bug drives me nuts. Herta clicked her tongue in annoyance and leaned closer to the screen, watching the data being endlessly processed. Where did this data even come from? Seriously, there's no display at all. I can't find the source. Don't tell me it's Lucian. I'm pretty sure I didn't add him in the simulated universe. It may also be residual data left by the first genius of the Genius Society. Scrollum voiced his own speculation. Huh? You mean Xander? Herta asked, pointing at Xander's portrait displayed in the room merely for form's sake. He barely left behind any work, nothing but a name and a legend. Right after speaking, she pondered for a moment, then casually pulled up another interface on the nearby holographic screen, which displayed a middle-aged man known as Xander I Kuwabara. Ancient algebraic formulas from the same origin as Nous. Herta murmured while tapping the portrait. Maybe it really is him? Just as the words fell from her mouth, her eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at the elegant Scrollum beside her. Hey, Screwy, MM? Scrollum turned his head toward Herta, wondering whether she had come up with yet another absurd idea. You're a robot too, a mechanical life form. Herta, too excited, almost let something slip. Droid head is a mechanical head, too. Scrollum seemed to want to correct her phrasing, but in the end, he only inclined his head gracefully. At best, we can be considered the same in a very broad sense, but only in appearance, Scrollum said calmly. Once they ascended to Aeonhood, Nous ceased to be merely a mechanical life form. I know appearance is enough, Herta said with a smile and clapped her hands. Maybe Droidhead will see you as one of their kind and be willing to chat? Face to face, your odds should be better than mine. Want to try? Hearing this, Scrollum fell silent for a moment, as if analyzing the feasibility of the proposal. In theory, making contact with the Aeon replica within the simulated universe requires special enter. Scrollum did not finish speaking before Herta cut him off. What simulated universe? If we're meeting the real Droidhead. Excitement shone on Herta's face as she spoke rapidly. Just wait a sec. They'll call him. Herta immediately pulled out her phone, then found a specially marked contact and dialed it. After a few seconds of waiting, the call finally connected. Herta? What's up? A man's gentle voice came from the other side. Lucian, I'm planning to use Screwy as bait to try communicating with Droidhead. Herta went straight to the point, not polite in the slightest. Get over here now. Quick, I need you ASAP. At Herta's demand, there was a 1-second silence on the other end before Lucian responded. Herta, remember our agreement. You have 3 chances left. Are you sure you're ready? Yes. I'm ready. Herta replied loudly, not hesitating in the slightest. You should be worrying about yourself instead. Are you sure you can escape from Droidhead this time? Hearing the question, Lucian laughed softly. Ha! Me run? All right. Wait for me there. Beep, beep. Just like that, the call ended. All right. Be prepared, Screwy, Herta said with a smile, glancing at the silent Scrollum. I'm taking you to meet an Aeon. Scrollum's mechanical eyes glowed faintly as streams of data flowed at light speed through his mind, clearly operating at extremely high levels of computation. After a few moments of silence, he finally responded. Herta, Scrollum asked hesitantly, will this bring trouble to Mr. Lucian? Meh, that guy's ridiculously capable bottomless. Even this won't trouble him at all, Herta replied, rolling her eyes as she waved it off nonchalantly. Besides, this is what I deserve. I worked for him for 10 years to earn this chance. You're just benefiting from my generosity, so you owe me a huge favor. In the end, with this explanation, Scrollum relented to Herta's whim. A few minutes later, Lucian suddenly appeared before the two of them, using absolute hit. Mr. Lucian, we meet again. Scrollum, already used to Lucian's teleportation ability, immediately turned to him and greeted him politely as usual, like a gentleman. Yeah, it's been a while, Scrollum. Lucian nodded with a smile and returned the greeting. By the way, just call me Lucian as Herta does. No need for any honorifics. It kind of makes us seem distant, you know? Hearing this, Skrullum paused for a moment, then nodded, his body relaxing slightly. In that case, Lucian, seeing the two chatting harmoniously, Herta spoke up. All right, you two chat first. Give me a moment. Right after Herta said this, the Herta puppet she was using powered down, becoming a lifeless puppet. A while later, Herta, having rushed straight from her home to the space station, appeared before Lucian in person in her true form, her graceful figure fully present. Lucian looked Herta up and down, then silently smiled at her. Seeing his smile, Herta, without realizing it, felt slightly flustered inside and quickly spoke up in a slightly rushed manner. Don't get the wrong idea. I was just worried my puppet wouldn't be able to withstand Nus energy, that's all. It's not like I came in person just to see you, okay? Erudition and Enigmata, all right, you two chat first. Give me a moment. Right after Herta said this, the Herta puppet she was using powered down, becoming a lifeless puppet. A while later, Herta, having rushed straight from her home to the space station, appeared before Lucian in person in her true form, her graceful figure fully present. Lucian looked Herta up and down, then silently smiled at her. Seeing his smile, Herta, without realizing it, felt slightly flustered inside and quickly spoke up in a slightly rushed manner. Don't get the wrong idea. I was just worried my puppet wouldn't be able to withstand Nus energy, that's all. It's not like I came in person just to see you, okay? Hearing this, Lucian raised an eyebrow, then chuckled, feeling amused. I didn't say anything. Why do you think I think that? He looked at Herta innocently and spoke in a sincere tone, which made her breath catch for a moment, leaving her unable to come up with a response right away. I could tell, just by your expression. You were totally thinking that. Definitely. Herta insisted adamantly, then immediately put her hands on her hips and changed the subject. So, what trump card did you prepare this time? Can you escape from droid heads' hands again this time? At this, Lucian raised an eyebrow once again. Why do I need to escape? Lucian said, pointing toward the vast space outside the window, his tone flat, almost taken for granted. No? What would they possibly do to me? Ding. Script cooldown complete. You can now activate the script again. Script, want activate? No. Hearing the system's message, Lucian smiled inwardly and immediately rejected the system's offer to activate the script. Learning that the script was available once again, he felt even more confident, as he now possessed a true trump card to escape in case BGM failed to defend against Noose. Herta sneered upon hearing Lucian's response. It hasn't even been that long since we last met, and you're already this cocky? I'll admit your abilities are exceptional, but last time was just a projection, right? What happens if you actually piss them off this time, and their real body shows up? You still gonna be that confident then? And if you seriously get yourself killed by droid head, where the hell am I supposed to find another test subject as tough and freakishly weird as you? I haven't even finished digging into your abilities yet. Hearing Herta's relentless words, Skrullum, who was standing nearby, inclined his head slightly. If one looked at him carefully, his metallic face carried a programmatic elegance, along with a trace of concern that was difficult to detect. Lucian, Herta has a point, Skrullum chimed in with concern. Confronting an Ian's projection, especially one with clear intent, carries an extremely high risk factor. Perhaps waiting for a more stable opportunity, after more comprehensive defensive protocols are in place. Lucian waved his hand, cutting off Skrullum's advice, then smiled faintly. Just get your recorders ready. You might get to witness a spectacle for the ages. With that, Lucian operated Herta's central console, downloaded one of Robin's songs, and then set it to loop throughout the entire space station. What are you doing? Herta asked with a frown, and Lucian only smiled in response. Well, just watch and prepare yourself. Hearing this, Herta and Skrullum exchanged a silent glance, then quietly watched as Lucian busied himself. All across Herta space station, the terminals in various areas suddenly had their permissions taken over by Herta's central console and began looping Robin's song. Next, Lucian immediately activated BGM, designating the song as its background music. What's going on? Why is Madame Herta playing a song for us? Oh, it's Robin's If I Can Stop One Heart from Breaking. Madame Herta has great taste. Perfect timing. Guess we could take a break. HM, is it just me, or do I suddenly feel this weird surge of courage? I feel like I could solo an Aeon. Now that you mention it, I kind of feel the same. Every researcher in the space station put down their work and listened to the song. In the master control zone, Asta was confused by the sudden situation, so she sent a message to Herta to ask what was happening. Only then did she learn that Lucian had arrived and was about to cause trouble here. Madame Herta is always saying Mr. Lucian is incredible. Is today finally the day I get to see his amazing moment? In what way is he amazing, exactly? After the previous encounter with Lucian, Asta began to feel genuinely curious, eager to see just how capable someone so highly valued by Herta really was. Buzz. A few moments later, as everyone in Herta Space Station began to relax, enjoying Robin's song, an overwhelming, indescribable sense of presence began to descend upon the space station. It cannot be captured by sight, yet could be clearly felt. Cold, pure, fushed, completely devoid of emotion. It was none other than the power of the erudition. Data streams from across the galaxy surged in an instant, while geometric structures underwent frantic reconstruction. Buzz Dash, a phantom of a mechanical head, composed of logical light trails and cold data symbols, slowly condensed in space, and within seconds, it became visible to the naked eye. Their gaze, in the very first moment, was like countless invisible probes piercing deep into the space station. What the hell is that? Hey, that looks like... No? Holy shit, it's really news. Quick, take pictures. Record it. Document everything. In an instant, countless people on the space station, especially the researchers, went completely wild. It couldn't be helped. In their entire lives, this might be the only chance they would ever get to see an Aeon directly with their own eyes. Among them, Asta, who had also witnessed Noose appear, was badly startled before immediately going completely wild as well. No matter what, this is visual data that must be recorded. Everyone, start recording immediately. Right after giving this order, Asta herself pulled out her phone and began recording Noose like crazy. Amid the excitement and commotion that filled the space station, Noose's red light suddenly focused on a certain location on the upper levels of the space station. Seeing this, Asta immediately searched for the destination of the red light through the space station's energy detection function and soon discovered a high-energy reaction in Herta's office. Has Madame Herta attracted Noose? No, Madame Herta has failed so many times before. Is it Mr. Lucian? Noose's projection appeared at the very moment he arrived. Is this his doing? Asta deduced the correct answer almost instantly. If that were the case, she had to admit that Lucian really did have some serious tricks up his sleeve to actually draw Noose's attention. It was no wonder he had become Herta's guest of honor. Inside Herta's office, Skrullum's entire body stiffened. Every gear within him, every logical unit, seemed to emit a silent scream as awe and shock rooted themselves deep within the very code of his existence. To face an Aeon at such close range made it nearly impossible for this elegant mechanical gentleman to keep himself from instinctively bowing. It couldn't be helped. Before him was, after all, the very source of the path of erudition. No, a true Aeon projection. It really came. Meeting an Aeon is actually this easy? Skrullum's voice carried a rare tremor as he questioned reality. If the previous incident on Jarilo 6, where Lucian drew Noose's attention, could be dismissed as a coincidence, then this time was an unmistakable summoning. Earlier, he had watched Lucian count to 5 on his fingers, and when the count reached 5, Noose really did appear. Screwy, hurry! Talk to Droidhead. Use all your processing power, and see if they respond to you. Herta frantically shouted at the stiffened Skrullum. Skrullum snapped back to his senses and immediately activated the highest computational output of his Intellitron brain, sending out an Intellitron signal. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. A few seconds passed as Skrullum tried to communicate, but Noose remained the same as ever, utterly indifferent, as if he were nothing more than insignificant dust. Just then, a torrent formed by countless gazes focused on Lucian alone, ignoring everything else entirely. "Noose, we meet again." Lucian greeted Noose calmly, utterly fearless, since he could see that under the effect of BGM, Noose evidently could not harm him, nor could they imprison him like before. Put simply, they could only glare helplessly from outside the space station. Surprisingly, Noose seemed to speak this time, as some kind of signal was transmitted from them. Skrullum, who noticed it, immediately received the signal, translated it, and conveyed it to Lucian and Herta. "Noose says, it's you again." Clearly, that you again meant that Lucian, who had summoned Noose more than once, had done so often enough to be remembered by them. "Huh, even Droidhead is getting annoyed with you." Herta chuckled, looking proud. "Well, that's a good start. As long as there's signal fluctuation, there's a chance for communication." Lucian, beginning to get used to this, showed no surprise at all, his expression remaining calm as he kept his gaze on Noose. Not long after Herta's words fell, however, an indifferent, intent one that analyzed everything without concealment suddenly swept in like an invisible tide. Not good. In the master control zone, a white-haired boy with dark skin, pink eyes, as well as a scar over his nose and on his exposed forearm, shouted in panic as he rushed over to report to Asta. "Lady Asta, there's an ultra-high energy flow around the space station. It has exceeded the station's defensive limit." When Asta heard this, fear instantly enveloped her entire being. How could she stay calm? If even the space station's defenses couldn't withstand it, everyone here would die. "Wait, Arlen. Something's off," Asta said with a frown, glancing at her surroundings. If the space station really couldn't handle this level of energy, why is everything still okay? Indeed, everything around them was perfectly fine, aside from the detectors showing warnings of extreme energy overflow nearby. There was no abnormal sensation at all. What's going on?" As Arlen's confused question fell, everyone suddenly crowded around the windows, prompting both him and Asta to follow. In that instant, they saw asteroids, space debris, and even small planets within a radius of several light years deconstruct, turning into geometric data before vanishing. Yet the space station they were in, which was right in front of Noose, remained intact. As for the blue, although it looked like it was directly beneath the station, in reality, several layers of space actually lay between them, thanks to Herta's spatial encapsulation technology. As a result, it was fortunately not affected by the extreme energy overflow unleashed by Noose. Now, before everyone's eyes, all kinds of objects around the space station, except for the blue, were gone, reduced to nothingness. "What's going on out there? Does Noose attack us? Don't be ridiculous. If an Aeon were actually coming for us, you really think we'd still be standing here? We'd be straight up ashes by now." He's got a point. Besides, Madame Herta's an emanator of erudition, right? Why would the Aeon of erudition go after their own emanator? Just as everyone was puzzled, Buzz, an invisible and obscure energy suddenly spread outward like thick ink dropped into clear water, and the moment it appeared, it instantly eroded Noose energy and disrupted their calculations. In the next moment, a mass of fog appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Noose projection. Inside her office, Herta's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the phenomenon. No way. Isn't that the power of Enigmata? What the dash? Did the Aeon of Enigmata just make a move on Droidhead? A divine battle? Upon seeing the mass of fog shrouding Noose projection, Lucian couldn't help but sigh in relief. Clearly, thanks to the law of calamity, he did not need to lift a finger, as Noose had already been dealt with by another Aeon. When Noose attempted to calculate him, that very attempt itself counted as a form of harm or ill intent. And so, since the act of calculating him inherently carried intent that was unfavorable toward him, the law of calamity was triggered. So what if they were an Aeon? Evidently, an Aeon could also trigger the law of calamity. Given that his other conceptual abilities like Disarm and Immortal Kneel could affect Nous, Lucian had assumed that the law of calamity could probably also affect them, which was precisely why he had remained completely unafraid. With BGM's invincibility combined with the law of calamity's damage reflection, he did not need to do anything at all. In the end, as expected, Nous had played himself into a corner. He had only been worried about one thing. Would this trigger the war among the Aeons ahead of schedule? Hey, Lucian, what exactly is going on here? Why did Mythos suddenly come and attack Droidhead? Herta could not figure it out, no matter how much she thought about it. Skrullum was just as baffled. Why had Nous suddenly insisted on going so far as to use galaxy-level computational power to just calculate Lucian? And why? Out of nowhere, had Nous been elbowed by the Aeon of Enigmata? Mythos? Anyone knowledgeable enough could see that such mysterious and bizarre fog, capable of interfering with Nous calculations, could only belong to Mythos, the Aeon of Enigmata. Especially emanators like Lucian or Herta, whose senses were heightened far beyond those of mortals, could clearly sense the dense power of Enigmata permeating the fog. I figured out this ability while soaking my feet earlier. If someone has ill intentions toward me, they're going to have a bad time, Lucian explained casually, a faint smile adorning his face. Herta, you'd better be careful too. Don't start thinking anything nasty about me. Oh, come on, give me a break. You really think I'd by that? Herta scoffed, looking utterly unconvinced. With an ability this absurd, why haven't you ascended into some kind of perverted Aeon already then? Even though she said this, she felt a little uneasy deep down. It couldn't be helped. Lucian had, after all, previously demonstrated the absurd ability to cleave through an Aeon's projection with ease. Now that he had shown another absurd ability on top of that, his claim somehow sounded plausible. So, how many other absurd abilities do you have? Herta clicked her tongue, but could not help pressing the question. Why would I tell you my trump cards? Lucian asked back, raising his brows. I'm sorry, but what are you to me? Hearing this, Herta paused for a moment, then let out a soft snort. I'm nobody to you. Fine, don't tell me. I don't care. You'd better never tell me. Just like that, Herta stopped paying attention to Lucian and turned her gaze back toward Nous, who was still shrouded and was actively being interfered with by the fog of Mythos. Under everyone's gaze, the chaotic, indescribable fog moved slowly at first. But soon, to their surprise, it suddenly surged upstream along the invisible analytical link, then slammed violently into Nous' projection. Boom! A soundless explosion instantly detonated in space, releasing a massive shockwave and a chaotic gravitational pull. Tens of thousands of people on the space station, who witnessed this world-shaking chaos unfold at such close range, were immediately thrown into commotion. Our ancestors must be watching over us. I actually got to see Aeons fighting each other, but where's the other Aeon fighting Nous? Why can't I see them? An Aeon that won't even let us see them, how? That's supposed to be a good Aeon? From my understanding, that fog should belong to Mythos the Enigmata. Hey, look, the fog's gone. Nous won. No, something's kind of off. Nous' projection looks a little faint. Feels like that's not a full win. As the researchers on the space station discussed the battle heatedly, Nous' projection remained entangled with the fog for quite some time, until the fog was completely cleansed by the power of erudition, causing the power of Enigmata that filled the surrounding space to be wiped away in the process as well. Truth be told, let alone Herta and the others, even Nous themselves felt somewhat confused as to why Mythos had suddenly attacked them. Not early, not late, why did Mythos interfere precisely when they began calculating that mysterious human? No matter how they thought about it, Nous could only arrive at one hypothesis. The human was actually being shielded by Mythos, which was why he could not be calculated. If that were the case, what kind of secret was important enough for Mythos to protect the humans so strongly? Nous couldn't help but grow more and more curious. Just like that, Mythos the Enigmata, who was at the moment still spreading their fog everywhere as part of their routine, was entirely unaware that they had just elbowed Noose the erudition. As a result, Noose believed that Mythos stood behind Lucian, protecting him, simply because among the Aeons, Mythos was known to be the only Aeon who would always be able to interfere with Noose calculations. When everything returned to calm, Noose's enormous mechanical head gazed deeply at Lucian one last time. Their gaze was pure to the extreme, filled with nothing but a desire to know his secrets. In the next second, however, the vast energy of erudition vanished completely, and Noose's projection, along with the polluted and twisted space, disappeared as if it had never existed. "See? Told you they couldn't do anything to me. I didn't need to run," Lucian said with a shrug, wearing a trace of smug satisfaction. "Honestly, if they had stuck around any longer, I would have just cleaved their projection again." He couldn't help but feel a little smug, since this was the first time he had faced Noose head-on, without using a script to escape. Herta had nothing to say, since the facts were right there before her eyes. So she could not even argue out of sheer stubbornness. Yeah, you're amazing," Herta said, rolling her eyes. "So, when are you going to make Droidhead answer my questions?" Honestly, she felt helpless. Using Skrullum, a great ruler of many mechanical lives, as bait this time had also failed, not even managing to make Noose spare a single glance. Maybe one day it'll wake up from a nap and suddenly be able to make Noose compromise. Who knows? Lucian smiled faintly, speaking half jokingly and half seriously. Of course, it was just a joke for now. If he ever obtained a related conceptual ability, it would not be a joke anymore. What a breathtaking spectacle. I have benefited greatly in this lifetime, Skrullum said with emotion. To witness the clash of two Aeons with my own eyes is truly memorable. He intended to upload all the recorded footage to his planet Skrullum, for a global broadcast. Right, everyone in the space station must record it too. I should probably get a copy for myself, then snag another title as the witness to a divine battle. Right after saying this, Herta hurried off to find Asta to collect the recordings of Noose's clash with Mythos. A divine battle? Mythos just tossed out some fog at Noose's projection. You call that a divine battle? Lucian remarked toward Herta's disappearing figure, then found a sofa and sat down on it, planning to stay on the space station for a while. In the master control zone, Herta soon found Asta and immediately had her collect all the pictures, videos, and audio recordings taken by everyone. Noose's arrival was something everyone already knew about, but that part was not important, since what mattered was that Noose had actually been ambushed by the Aeon of Enigmata. Mythos, an event rarely seen in 1,000 years. Madame Herta, was what happened just now something you and Mr. Lucian did? Bringing two Aeons here? Asta asked curiously, looking a little helpless. Who else could it be? Herta responded, patting Asta on the shoulder with pride. Besides me and Lucian, who else could pull off something this big? It truly was big, far beyond what mortals could comprehend. Soon enough, news of the Aeon of Erudition clashing with the Aeon of Enigmata would spread throughout the cosmos, and Herta Space Station would surely see another surge of visitors. Madame Herta, what does Mr. Lucian plan to do now? Asta asked again, her eyes sparkling slightly. Do you need me to arrange anything in advance? Do whatever you like, Herta replied casually, not paying much attention. Send him some good food and drinks, clean up his room, that sort of thing. Use your judgment. I've got more important things to deal with. Indeed, she would be busy editing videos, making sure she captured her own highlight moments, such as watching the battle between Nous and Mythos up close, so she didn't have time to entertain Lucian. Understood. He'll handle it personally. Asta accepted the task without hesitation, largely because she also wanted to see Lucian's peerless looks again. Lucian's appearance, any woman who claimed she did not like it or did not want to look was definitely lying. At the same time, Lucian, bored, ultimately made his way to the residential area of the space station with practiced ease, his goal being the same room where he met Asta for the first time. In a sense, I really do live everywhere, huh? Lucian mocked himself as he came to realize that he now had a place to stay wherever he went. It was honestly not a bad thing. Before transmigrating, he could only afford a single apartment, and now, after transmigrating, his properties were basically everywhere. Soon, when Lucian entered the familiar room, he saw that it was still as spotless and tidy as before. It was obvious that even when he had not stayed there, someone had been assigned to clean it regularly. Lucian immediately laid down on the bed, then closed his eyes in contentment. Given that there was nothing urgent to deal with right now, he decided to work on the new script first. System, activate the script. Random character script starting. Hizalin's 8th script, random character script starting. Hizalin's randomly drawing a conceptual ability. River God, designate anything as the dropped item and designate anything that can flow as the river to serve as the place for plunging the dropped item in order to produce its perfect gold or silver replica. Can designate more than one dropped item, and the energy consumption and the existence duration of the replicas will fluctuate depending on the dropped items and the user. Lucian carefully read the conceptual ability description, and almost immediately his thoughts drifted to the old fable of the honest woodcutter, where a woodcutter accidentally dropped his axe into a river, and in the end, because of his honesty, the god Hermes not only returned the woodcutter's own original axe, but also granted him gold and silver replicas of the axe. Anything can serve as the dropped item, and anything that can flow can serve as the river. Doesn't that mean I can also apply the time is also a river idea? I mean, there's a saying that time is flowing, right? Lucian pondered thoughtfully, trying to determine the most effective way to make use of this new conceptual ability. Could an emanata be counted as a dropped item? Could an aeon also count? And there's energy consumption and duration too. Looks like the replica can't exist permanently, and the more powerful the replica is, the greater the burden on me. In other words, making replicas of an aeon might last only 1 second, or even less. Nevertheless, it did not matter. For him, the words perfect replica alone were already more than enough. As Lucian was still deep in thought, his vision soon stretched, the surrounding scenery abruptly changed, and his presence quietly vanished from the room. At that exact moment, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Excuse me, is Mr. Lucian in? Several seconds passed after the question resounded from the other side of the door, yet there was no response. In the end, after waiting for a while, the sliding door opened, and a pink-haired young woman, Asta, walked in. However, when she looked around the room, she found that no one was inside. It was utterly empty. Looks like Mr. Lucian is still wandering around somewhere. Well, I'll wait for him here for a bit then. Asta muttered to herself, then sat down on the edge of the bed, but in that instant, she caught a faint masculine scent. It was a familiar scent, the scent of Lucian. Because she had smelled on Lucian not long ago, she still remembered his scent clearly. As she kept breathing in Lucian's scent, Asta unconsciously leaned forward onto the bed. Why does it feel like the scent here smells so nice? No, wait. Why am I doing something like this in the first place? Asta quickly stood up and patted her reddened cheeks. If someone had seen what she had just done, it would have been terribly embarrassing and shameful. Fortunately, no one was here. Asta sighed to herself, then walked over to the desk by the window, sat down, and picked up one of the books on the desk, planning to read it as she waited for Lucian to return. No matter how noisy the outside world was, the room itself remained exceptionally quiet. In a distant, unknown star system where Amphireus lay, the people of the eternal holy city of Okima continuously established defensive lines to resist the black tide under Aglia's leadership. Through countless years, as city-states in Amphireus fell one after another, Okima had remained standing, becoming the final bastion against the black tide. Because the flow of time inside and outside Amphireus was abnormal, 2 years had already passed in Amphireus since Kaslana joined Aglia and the others. We're approaching the end of this recurrence. Before long, the black tide will launch a full-scale invasion. Given that Lucian still hasn't arrived, I intend to restart the world and wait for him in the next recurrence. Inside Marmorial Palace, Kaslana spoke with a solemn expression, her gaze sweeping across the gathered Chrysos heirs one by one. Why rush it so much? What if he shows up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Phanon asked with a frown, clearly disapproving of Kaslana's decision. Today, Kaslana had summoned Aglia and the others to discuss retrieving the core flames and preparing to move on to the next recurrence. From his perspective, the current recurrence was already nearing its limit. So only by starting the next one would there be enough time to wait for Lucian's arrival. Could we forcefully extend the duration of the current recurrence by relying on the power of hundreds of millions of core flames? Aglia gazed at Kaslana seriously and asked in a helpless voice. We should at least give it a try, Tribios said with a soft nod. Besides, I can still borrow Big Brother Lucian's abilities. It's not impossible for us to hold the line a while longer. Extending the current recurrence by 200 years shouldn't be a problem, right? Castoris chimed in confidently. Give me another 100,000 core flames of strife, and it'll make Amphireus immortal forever. Mighty Eye spoke confidently while patting his bare chest. Another 100,000? Phanon raised his brows at Mighty Eye, then scoffed. Give you 3 more, and you'd burn yourself to death. You think you're me? An ordinary Chrysos heir truly could not store excess core flames even if they somehow could. 2 was already the absolute limit. Only Phanon was special, capable of storing hundreds of millions of core flames and still surviving. Tribios Castoris. And Polixia being able to store more than 2 core flames was not because of themselves, but because they were benefiting from Lucian's blessing of abundance, which allowed them to store that many core flames. Needless to say, the blessing given by an emanator was no small matter. Mighty Eye, unfortunately, did not have such a fortune. TCH, when is Lucian going to bless me? Mighty Eye, fully understanding his own capabilities, couldn't help but complain. If I had his blessing, the title of Deliverer wouldn't belong to Phanon. Hearing this, Tribios merely smiled and said nothing. Getting Lucian's blessing? Mighty Eye would never receive Lucian's blessing in his lifetime, and even if Lucian were willing, neither she nor Castoris would ever agree to it. Just imagining Lucian doing that kind of thing to Mighty Eye made her shiver. All right, if we can withstand the upcoming Black Tide invasion, we'll continue waiting, Kaslana said hesitantly. If you all can't hold it back, however, I will immediately start the next recurrence. Truth be told, he did not have much confidence in this. Across 30 million recurrences, none had ever survived the final Black Tide purge. Ayrton would mobilize massive computational power to end Amphireus, leaving the only option to start the next recurrence before being swallowed by it. Kaslana simply wanted to see how much the situation could change with the help of an outsider from beyond the sky. If a turning point appeared this time, it would prove that waiting for Lucian was the correct choice, even if it meant dying while waiting. All right, let's do that. Aglia nodded with relief. If we fail, that can serve as our backup plan. Well, since it's decided, it'll head back then, Mighty Eye said as he turned around. Just like Painon said, the Black Tide is getting more and more violent. Castrum Kremnos is under increasing pressure. I've already been to the Nether Realm several times. He had been killed by the Black Tide more than 10 times, but fortunately, he had acquaintances ruling the Nether Realm, so they could revive him directly, allowing him to continue fighting the Black Tide. Don't worry, as long as your soul enters the Nether Realm smoothly, my sister and I won't let you die. Castoris spoke firmly to Mighty Eye, who walked away while raising a hand in response. Of course, even though Castoris said that, if Mighty's soul were truly gone, there would be nothing she and her sister could revive. If only Imperator and Dux Gladiorum were still around. Aglia couldn't help but remark as she recalled her past companions, then sighed unintentionally. Maybe Imperator will return later, just like my mother and Xia. Tribios approached Aglia and comforted her. Or perhaps Big Sis Hizelins will return from the sea and help us fight the Black Tide. Imperator and Dux Gladiorum were 2 famous figures in Amphireus, and almost everyone there knew them. Imperator was the Chrysos heir who had inherited the core flame of Law Empress Saridra. Dux Gladiarum, on the other hand, was the Chrysos heir who had inherited the core flame of ocean Hyzalence. Unfortunately, the two of them had vanished without a trace. Aglia and the others couldn't help but look at Kaslana. If anyone were the most suspicious, it would be this executioner, who wouldn't bat an eye at killing a Chrysos heir. "Don't look at me," Kaslana said helplessly, shaking his head while raising both his hands. "I don't know their whereabouts. I really didn't kill them in this recurrence. When I arrived, they were already gone. I only picked up their core flames." He was telling the truth. Besides, he was now standing on the same side as the Chrysos heirs, so there was no reason for him to lie. Everyone, understanding this, accepted his explanation. Only the two of them probably know the truth. If only Mr. Lucian could bring them back as well. Aglia couldn't help but sigh again. Back then, Hyzalence had been known as the killing machine of Okima, having single-handedly slain 60,000 enemy soldiers. If she were still around, the odds of defending Okima would increase significantly. Like Aglia, the others shared the same thought. However, what they did not know was that, at this very moment, a consciousness trapped within an illusory dream sank into yet another layer of the dream. She dreamed that she had returned to her homeland, that deep-sea kingdom where she could roam freely and laugh freely. Once again, she was the carefree sea siren princess. Surrounded by schools of fish, she sang a melodious song with her sisters. Amphireus, Styxia's waters. Sunlight, like crushed gold leaf, filtered down from the surface of the sea, casting gently swaying patches of light across the water and illuminating the coral reef below. A young sea siren floated there, her upper body emerging just slightly above the water's surface, and her wet, long, black hair clung to her smooth forehead, neck, and shoulders. With a gentle smile on her face, she hummed softly, and the melody that flowed from her mouth was as free as the sea breeze, yet carried the ethereal quality unique to the deep ocean. Her voice was not loud, but it drifted far soft and sweet, blending with the rustling sound of the waves, making it especially soothing to hear. "Wow, Electra, beautiful. You have the most beautiful singing voice among all of us." Several sea sirens, like brightly colored mermaids from fairy tales, lightly swam over to the side of the young sea siren known as Electra, their faces filled with sincere admiration and smiles, their beautiful fishtails swaying as they stirred up tiny splashes and bubbles. Hearing their praises, a faint blush spread across Electra's cheeks. "Dontisme?" Electra softly responded in an especially gentle voice, carrying a hint of a young girl's shyness. In the next moment, her slender and beautiful fish tail flicked lightly, causing the water to stir, and strings of bubbles of varying sizes, clear and shimmering, were formed. "A beautiful sea siren, don't tease me." Electra softly responded in an especially gentle voice, carrying a hint of a young girl's shyness. In the next moment, her slender and beautiful fish tail flicked lightly, causing the water to stir, and strings of bubbles of varying sizes, clear and shimmering, were formed. All the bubbles drifted upward cheerfully like playful fairies, and within the sunlight that pierced through the seawater, they refracted into dreamlike, rainbow-colored glimmers. Soon, plop, one burst, plop, another burst, plop, 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 plop. A whole string of bubbles burst in rapid succession, and with every delicate pop, a brighter flash of tiny light bloomed for a fleeting instant, like scattered stars igniting and vanishing within the span of a breath. For Electra, this bubble-bursting spectacle was her favorite moment of all, one she never grew tired of watching, no matter how many times it repeated. In her eyes, whenever those beautiful, translucent bubbles swelled and burst, releasing their brief, shimmering glow, it was unexpectedly the most beautiful radiance of all, surpassing even the soft gleam of the surrounding sea. Right after all the bubbles had burst, the sea sirens lingered in their delight, laughing and playing among themselves for a while, their clear voices weaving together as they drifted through the water, before they began to mimic the calls of dolphins with their songs, chasing after schools of shimmering fish that scattered like living fragments of silver light. However, the relaxed and lively atmosphere did not last long. As the smile on one of the sea sirens' faces gradually faded, the light in her eyes dimming before she finally spoke. Her voice lowered as if weighed down by an unspoken concern. "Hey, the black tide. The sisters who went west said that the black tide is back again." A younger sea siren nodded slowly, her brows tightly knit, her eyes clouded with unease. "I heard there's a gulf where the water's so murky you can't even see the coral anymore. It's all swallowed by that darkness. All the fish are dead, floating like pale husks." "What about the queen?" an older sea siren asked, her voice heavy with reverence and pain, her gaze lowering as if she did not dare look toward the distant palace. She's been absorbing the black tide all this time, taking in too much filth. I heard she needs to rest lately, that even her radiance has begun to dim." Hearing their exchange, the faint flush on Helectra's face instantly drained away, leaving her complexion slightly pale, and her heart felt as if it were wrapped in strands of icy seaweed, tightening and tightening as it sank bit by bit into a cold, lightless abyss. "Black tide." Helectra repeated the words softly. In her eyes, that thing was like a nightmare, pitch black, viscous, exuding the stench of decay. It mercilessly devoured their homeland, turning once vibrant coral into lifeless gray and leaving lively fish rotten and foul. Truly a malignant tumor of the ocean. At this moment, the once cheerful atmosphere had completely vanished as the sea sirens gathered close, speaking in hushed, worried voices that barely rose above whispers, exchanging fragments of bad news carried from different regions, each report more troubling than the last, gradually turning the surrounding air heavy and suffocating, like an unseen mountain pressing down relentlessly on everyone present. "It's getting late. We should head back." A clever-looking sea siren spoke seriously to everyone. "Helectra, don't play around for too long." "Yes." The queen said to be careful near the shores. Land-dwelling creatures can be dangerous. If you run into trouble, remember to ask the humans on land for help. One after another, the sea sirens all gave their reminders to Helectra before swaying their powerful fishtails and turning away. Like streaks of colorful light cutting through the clear seawater, they twisted nimbly through several turns and quickly vanished behind the deepening blue curtain of the abyss, leaving behind only a few strings of bubbles that rose slowly upward. Just like that, only Helectra remained. Looking a bit dazed, she tilted her head back to gaze at the brilliant light above, fragmented by the water's surface and swaying unsteadily, then lowered her eyes to see that below her lay the ever-deepening dark blue abyss. In that instant, feeling the restlessness in her heart tighten like entangling seaweed, she suddenly took a deep breath of the cool seawater, and then her beautifully scaled fishtail snapped taut all at once. Whoosh! Like the strongest spring, her fishtail slammed hard against the water, erupting with astonishing power. Her body instantly turned into an arrow released from a bow, tearing through resistance as she surged freely through the ocean at incredible speed, like a fish of the sea venting her frustration. The water roared past her ears as it yielded. The temperature of the water even seemed to warm slightly, as the wavering membrane of the sea surface came right in front of her. The distorted pillars of light formed by sunlight piercing through the surface became clearly visible. Seeing this, Helectra couldn't help but think that leaping up from the dark depths and smashing straight through that fragile boundary with her forehead, breaking into the open air in a single, violent motion, would be an absolutely exquisite and exhilarating sensation. Just as her smooth forehead was about to pierce through the thinning layer of water and greet the brilliance of sunlight and the freedom of air, however, an accident occurred. Without any sound, without even the faintest warning, not even the surrounding water stirring with the slightest ripple or disturbance, a man's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air right on the surface ahead of her, as if reality itself had split open, his body facing the sea as he dropped straight downward. Because Electra was moving far too fast, far too fiercely. Her speed already pushed to its absolute limit, and because the distance between them was far too short to allow even a fraction of reaction time. The overwhelming inertia of her body could not be countered or redirected at all. Electra only managed to let out a short, sharp cry before. In the very next instant, bang! A dull, teeth-jarring crash rang out. Like a cannonball, Electra slammed straight into the man's forehead against forehead, and as she felt the impact slam through her, it struck with a force that felt 100 times harder than the toughest reef she had ever hit. A blinding white flash instantly exploded in her vision, before countless tiny golden stars spun wildly as her head buzzed violently. As if an entire beehive had been stuffed inside, a crushing wave of dizziness immediately swept over her like a tsunami. Ugh! Electra could not even produce half a syllable more, as all strength drained from her body in an instant, causing her to go limp like overcooked kelp. In that fleeting moment, darkness surged in from all directions and swallowed her vision completely, her consciousness snapping as though a taut thread had been abruptly severed, and she passed out entirely, her body drifting weightlessly downward toward the cold, shadowy seabed below. Meanwhile, the man who was none other than Lucian fell beneath the surface along with her, his body cutting through the water as he descended, positioned directly above her. As soon as his vision cleared from the initial blur, he immediately sensed a vague shadow directly beneath him, its presence unmistakable even in the dimness. And he quickly deduced that his head had most likely been struck by whatever it was. What the hell just hit me? Lucian reflexively raised a hand to touch his forehead, his fingers brushing against the spot as he muttered in bewilderment. But the moment he opened his mouth to speak, a rush of seawater surged in, flooding his mouth and cutting off any further words. Water? Again? Feeling this familiar sensation, it triggered a memory almost immediately. He remembered that the last time, when he had entered Castrus's crypt, he had also begun submerged in water. Unlike that time, however, the water now surrounding him carried a distinct, briny sting against his senses, the unmistakable taste of salt making it clear that he was in seawater rather than fresh water. Buzz! Lucian let out a slow sigh, then unleashed imaginary energy, letting it seep from within his body and coil around him in a faint, shifting aura that adhered tightly to his form, isolating the surrounding seawater and allowing him to move freely beneath the surface without resistance or pressure. Wait, that's... As his gaze sharpened and he carefully took in his surroundings, Lucian finally realized that the shadow drifting below him, gradually sinking into the dim depths, was not some indistinct shadow, but the outline of a gorgeous yet strange figure. It was a woman with long black hair that flowed like ink through the water, the strands extending well past her thighs as they spread and swayed weightlessly, the color fading subtly to a deep plum at the ends, with a faint light blue hue visible underneath when the strand shifted. However, what truly caught the eye was that, despite her human-like upper body with delicate features and pale skin, below her waist her form transitioned seamlessly into the sleek, scale body of a fish. Her eyes were gently closed, her expression calm and still as though she were merely asleep. Yet the steady presence of vitality within her body made it clear to him that she was not dead, only unconscious. Lucian raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze lingering on the unusual sight as a faint trace of amusement flickered through his eyes. A mermaid? Nah, since him in Amphireus, more like a sea siren. So she's the one who just rammed into me? Judging by the bump on her forehead, that seemed to be the case. Lucian casually extended his right hand, his fingers relaxing as though grasping something unseen, and at once a gentle, invisible force spread outward, catching the sinking sea siren, Electra, just before she could slip deeper into the water. Wrapping around her body softly, like lifting a sleeping water lily, it drew her upward with a light motion, and with a splash, he carried her completely out of the seawater. Without haste, he turned and began swimming toward the nearest shore, cradling this unexpected gift from the deep ocean in that same, unseen hold. Soon enough, he stepped onto a stretch of sun-warmed white sand, the grains fine and soft beneath his feet, still holding a lingering heat from the sun. He moved a short distance inland until he found a dry, level spot undisturbed by waves, then carefully lowered the unconscious Electra, allowing her body to rest flat against the yielding surface. In that instant, the sand shifted slightly beneath her weight, forming a shallow imprint, while the warm sunlight poured over her unobstructed, bathing her entirely in a soft, golden glow. Sunlight was the most natural spotlight, and under its illumination, her current appearance was revealed with striking clarity. Her long, wet black hair clung in strands to her cheeks, neck, and chest, the damp locks tracing the contours of her form before spreading loosely across the sand, where grains adhered lightly to their surface. Her skin was astonishingly fair, almost translucent, as though light itself could pass through it, carrying a faint pearly sheen that shimmered subtly beneath the sun. Her upper body possessed the proportions of a perfectly sculpted female model, each line balanced and harmonious, as though shaped with deliberate precision. Her collarbones were delicate and well-defined, their smooth, elegant lines forming shallow arcs that caught the light. Her waist was so slender it bordered on unreal, appearing as though it could be encircled with a single hand, yet what drew the eye even more was its faint translucence enough to reveal the outline of her spine beneath the surface, along with the subtle shifting of water contained within her belly and lower abdomen, as if her body held part of the sea within it. Her chest rose and fell almost imperceptibly, each breath extremely faint yet steady, providing the only visible sign of life within her still form. Observing her like this, Lucian found his attention drawn not merely by appearance, but by a growing curiosity toward the sea siren's physical structure itself. In his eyes, the most fascinating feature of all was the fishtail that replaced her legs, beginning just below her slender waist, where smooth human skin gradually transitioned into the sleek, scaled form of a creature born of the ocean. It was covered in fine, orderly scales that looked as if they had been meticulously polished, and the color of the scales was not uniform, like the deep sea itself layered and iridescent. While the scales near her waist were a pale blue with an icy, crystalline texture, the farther down they went, the deeper the blue became, as if gradually descending from shallow waters into the abyss. By the time it reached the strong, powerful tail fin, the color shifted abruptly, becoming vivid and bright. As Lucian's inquisitive gaze locked onto Helectra's fishtail, the massive, fan-shaped tail fin suddenly twitched unconsciously against the warm sand, the motion smooth yet heavy with latent strength, causing a few grains of fine sand to cling to its surface, while sunlight swept over it in a slow, gliding pass, making the dark blue scales instantly reflect a dazzling, rainbow-like brilliance that shimmered with every subtle movement. Blue, green, purple, gold, the colors on the fin intertwined and shifted continuously, bleeding into one another without clear boundaries, looking stunningly beautiful and almost hypnotic, impossible to look away from no matter how hard one tried. Even so, what was even more eye-catching were those strange bubbles hovering lightly around her body, drifting as if weightless yet deliberately placed, especially concentrated around her waist, hips, and critical private areas, where they gathered more densely, as though forming an intentional barrier. In Lucian's eyes, they did not seem like lifeless objects, not like ordinary bubbles that would burst at the slightest touch, but rather something faintly animate, as if they pulsed with an unseen rhythm or responded subtly to her presence. I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've ever hated bubbles, The innocence of the future demigod of ocean as Lucian's inquisitive gaze locked onto Helectra's fishtail. The massive, fan-shaped tail fins suddenly twitched unconsciously against the warm sand. The motion smooth yet heavy with latent strength, causing a few grains of fine sand to cling to its surface, while sunlight swept over it in a slow, gliding pass, making the dark blue scales instantly reflect a dazzling, rainbow-like brilliance that shimmered with every subtle movement. Blue, green, purple, gold, the colors on the fin intertwined and shifted continuously, bleeding into one another without clear boundaries, looking stunningly beautiful and almost hypnotic, impossible to look away from, no matter how hard one tried. Even so, what was even more eye-catching were those strange bubbles hovering lightly around her body, drifting as if weightless yet deliberately placed, especially concentrated around her waist, hips, and critical private areas, where they gathered more densely as though forming an intentional barrier. In Lucian's eyes, they did not seem like lifeless objects, not like ordinary bubbles that would burst at the slightest touch, but rather something faintly animate, as if they pulsed with an unseen rhythm or responded subtly to her presence. I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've ever hated bubbles. All the bubbles covering Helectra's body varied in size. Prismatic glimmers flowed across their surfaces as they gathered around her body with subtle precision, forming a hazy, dreamlike veil that traced alluring curves while, in a natural and perfectly measured way, concealing the most private scenery. Half seen, half hidden, as if the words were withheld at the very last moment. It never felt excessively exposed, nor did it invite irreverent thoughts. It was filled with a mysterious, primal allure. Lucian remembered that these bubbles were known as sea foam, something that acted as clothes and served to cover the private parts of the sea sirens. He crouched beside Helectra, his focused gaze purely appreciative and quietly inquisitive, as though he were examining an artifact unearthed just last week, his attention lingering on every subtle detail. He naturally recognized the sea siren before him at a glance, without the slightest hint of doubt. Hizelin's back when she was still a carefree sea siren princess, or well, guess she should be called Helectra now. Helectra was the future demigod of ocean, the female general who would one day slaughter 60,000 enemy soldiers alone. Yet now she instead resembled an innocent and naive girl. Her sleeping face was exquisitely innocent and beautiful, her expression soft and unguarded. Lucian extended his fingers and then, with extreme gentleness, tapped the swollen red bump on Helectra's smooth forehead, his touch light and careful. By now, the bump had puffed up like a fully ripened cherry, standing out vividly against her fair skin. TCH. Lucian clicked his tongue in mild amazement, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. Her bump, she really slammed into my forehead with everything she had, huh? He lowered his gaze to the sea siren before him, who lay unconscious, yet remained breathtakingly beautiful, her damp hair spilling around her like strands of silk. In this state, her long eyelashes trembled faintly, and her finely shaped brow stayed tightly knitted, as if resisting the lingering pain. Lucky you ran into me. Anyone else, and you'd be in real danger. Lucian lightly teased the unconscious Helectra, his tone casual, then calmly invoked the power of abundance, extending a finger to gently touch the swollen bump on her forehead. Zing! A faint green glow gathered at his fingertip and spread across her skin. Under its soothing radiance, her head recovered rapidly, and within just a few seconds, the swollen red bump faded away completely, leaving her forehead smooth, pale, and unblemished once more. Hey, little siren. Lucian lowered his voice, his tone soft, as he gently patted Helectra's cheek, his touch careful and unhurried. It hurts. Before opening her eyes, Helectra instinctively raised a hand to her forehead and groaned, her brows knitting slightly as if bracing for lingering pain. But, it doesn't hurt anymore? Helectra exclaimed in surprise, and quickly opened her beautiful eyes, a trace of confusion flashing across her face. And in that instant, what she saw was a face so handsome it defied description. Ever since she was born, she had grown up in the ocean, surrounded by only fish and female sea sirens. So this was the first time in her life she was seeing a male human face from such close range, and such a striking, good-looking face at that. Electra ultimately froze, her pupils dilating slightly as her expression turned dazed, her gaze lingering as though she had forgotten to blink. "You are," Electra murmured dazedly, her voice soft and sweet, almost absent-minded. "You are really good-looking." Hearing this sudden and unguarded praise, Lucian raised his brows in faint amusement and surprise, the corners of his lips lifting before he broke into a small, easy smile. "Oh my, you're good-looking too." Lucian was not spouting empty flattery. Since both of them genuinely thought the other looked good, their reactions simple and unfeigned. "Wait, you can understand our language? You can understand what I'm saying?" Electra was visibly astonished when she heard Lucian respond to her words, her eyes widening slightly, because she had always heard from the other sea sirens that humans couldn't understand sea siren speech, only the melodies of their songs. "Well, sea siren language isn't difficult for me." Lucian honestly found nothing remarkable about it, his tone calm and matter-of-fact. In the world of script, the system handled translation seamlessly, so no matter where he was or what language was spoken, there was no language barrier at all. Hearing his casual answer, Electra gradually came back to her senses, propped herself up with a bit of effort, then looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings in confusion. "Is this a shore? I think I ran into a human just now." "That was you, wasn't it?" For what she could vaguely remember, she had lost consciousness after crashing straight into this human's head at full speed. Why is your head harder than mine? Did you heal my injury?" Right. My name's Electra, by the way. What's yours?" Electra relentlessly asked one question after another without pause, her expression and tone utterly innocent and curious, which made Lucian let out a soft chuckle. My name's Lucian. I healed your bump earlier. It doesn't hurt anymore, right?" Lucian replied, while gently tapping Electra's forehead with his finger. "As for why my head is harder, well, I'm not an ordinary human. Even if you smash my head with a rock, the rock would be the one that shattered." "Wow, you're amazing," Electra said, genuine astonishment written clearly across her delicate face as she leaned in slightly. That. Where are you from?" "Very far away, beyond the sky," Lucian replied, pointing upward with his finger as his gaze followed into the distant sky. "You can't understand it right now, but you will someday." "Someday? You mean we'll meet again?" Electra asked as she brushed the long strands of hair over her chest aside. "But I'm a sea siren. I live in the deep sea. I rarely appear before humans." Lucian paused for a moment, as if considering something, then replied with a relaxed smile. "In that case, how about I go live in the deep sea too? Wouldn't that mean we could see each other every day?" Hearing this, Electra tilted her head slightly to the side, her brows knitting together as she looked at him in confusion. "But humans can't live in the deep sea, can they?" At this, Lucian, without offering any further explanation, stepped forward and reached out, lifting Electra into his arms in a princess carry with surprising ease. "Why you? What are you doing?" Electra's voice carried a distinctive tremor as she spoke, soft and melodic, almost like singing, making it very pleasant to hear. Suddenly being carried in Lucian's arms, Electra, not having human legs, instinctively wrapped her pale arms tightly around his neck, her fingers clutching slightly as she feared falling. Her delicate face flushed faintly, a hint of panic flickering across her expression as her heart began to race. Lucian did not answer her question and simply walked straight toward the sea, his steps steady and unhurried. Soon enough, the cool seawater passed over his calves, sending a faint chill upward, then rose to his knees and gradually reached his waist as the waves lapped gently around them. Seeing this, the kind-hearted Electra couldn't help but feel her heart leap straight into her throat her eyes widening in alarm. Wait, humans will drow. Before she could finish her words, however, Electra froze in the very next second as she watched Lucian, still carrying her securely in his arms, continue forward and sink steadily into the blue sea without the slightest hesitation. Electra instinctively focused on Lucian's breathing, staring intensely at his face, her gaze fixed on the faint rise and fall of his chest, until the seawater gently enveloped them completely. Yet strangely, no water rushed into his mouth or nose, as a nearly invisible, transparent ripple, like an intangible bubble, softly surrounded his body, gently keeping the seawater at bay and holding it at a subtle distance. At this moment, Lucian's expression was calm and composed, not even needing to hold his breath, his breathing steady and unhurried as if he were still strolling on land, with no pressure, no restraint from the ocean at all, as though the surrounding water simply did not exist for him. "Why you? Are you okay? You're not drowned?" Electra asked in a small, trembling voice that sounded both shocked and delighted, her eyes wide, causing a string of tiny, silvery bubbles to slip from her lips and drift upward through the water. "As you can see, I'm okay," Lucian replied in a clear, unbothered voice, looking down at Electra through the pale blue water, his gaze steady and reassuring. "I told you I'm not an ordinary human." Just like that, he continued carrying Electra without loosening his grip, merely adjusting his posture with careful precision so that she could lie more comfortably in his arms, one arm supporting her back while the other steadied the length of her sleek, scaled tail, keeping her close against him. In the next moment, he moved not with clumsy kicking, splashing water, or swimming motions at all but by his will, or more precisely, by the power of elation spreading outward from his body, subtly distorting the surrounding water and making his body glide freely and effortlessly through the sea. Whoosh! In an instant, Lucian shot forward a great distance, his body cutting through the ocean like a streamlined arrow, with the water parting around him smoothly and gently, leaving only faint ripples in his wake. In Electra's eyes, his speed was more than 10 times faster than when he had been walking along the shore earlier, the scenery around them blurring as they surged ahead. "Whoa!" Electra couldn't help but cry out in awe, her voice faint beneath the water, as her long black hair streamed behind her in flowing strands, making her feel as though she was flying freely through the vast open sea. "You were so fast, even faster than me," Electra exclaimed, excitedly patting Lucian's arm with both hands. "How did you do this? You move even more smoothly than us sea sirens. Among us, only Queen Fagusa can move this fast without swinging her tail. Are you the king of humans?" Overexcited, she lifted her large, shimmering eyes to meet Lucian's, her expression pure and lively as she asked, completely forgetting that she was still wrapped in his arms, her body leaning naturally against his chest. Hizelens at this stage really is just a fledgling girl, truly innocent and naive. Lucian reflected inwardly as he gazed at the future ruthless demigod of ocean, who now appeared gentler, kinder, and far more approachable than the image he remembered, which was honestly understandable. Unlike the future Hizelens in the original story, the current Hizelens had yet to kill anyone and had yet to stain her hands with the blood of her own kin, after all. "Yup, am not only the king of humans, but also the king of fox folks, Foxians, and bird folks, Holovians." At his answer, admiration immediately filled Electra's eyes, her pupils widening slightly as a soft glow of awe spread across her face. "Incredible. You can lead so many different races." Electra spoke with unhidden awe, her voice carrying a faint tremble of excitement, looking as if she were vividly imagining Lucian standing before millions of people from various races, giving an inspiring and commanding speech. "Then, do you want to come visit my home?" Electra asked softly after a brief pause, gazing at Lucian with an earnest and hopeful expression. "My sisters would definitely be curious about you, and I think they'd like you too. Sea Siren Kingdom, in the end." After agreeing to Helectra's offer to visit her home, Lucian, with her as his guide, immediately followed her there without hesitation. After a sustained stretch of swimming through the tranquil depths, the two of them passed through a radiant, flowing, fluorescent canyon whose softly glowing walls pulsed with shifting light, casting rippling colors across the water around them. And as they emerged from its narrowing passage, the view ahead suddenly opened up, widening into a vast and seemingly boundless expanse that stretched far beyond the limits of his sight. In that instant, he beheld a magnificent sight, one that unfolded before him in breathtaking scale and silent grandeur. Huge coral reefs of all shapes, emitting a soft, steady glow, were layered upon one another and spread across the seafloor as far as the eye could see, forming a natural, luminous landscape. Pink like drifting clouds at sunset, blue like ice, green like jade, orange like flames. All of them breathed silently, their light pulsing gently with the slow movement of the water, as though alive, and around them, countless tiny bioluminescent plankton drifted in loose groups, unhurried and slow, like scattered stars suspended in the deep. Surprisingly, the deep sea that was supposedly filled with gloom and darkness was now illuminated with a hazy, dreamlike light, as if wrapped in a quiet, glowing veil. Beneath his feet stretched a path paved with countless smooth, rounded pearl shells of different sizes and colors, fitted together into a gently winding trail. Seeing it, Lucian gently floated down and stepped on them, and then felt that they were all really comfortable to step on, each step soft and faintly yielding beneath his weight. Whoosh! Just then, a giant sea turtle swam past at an unhurried, almost leisurely pace, its massive shadow gliding silently over the seabed, and on its broad, time-worn shell rested a miniature garden of softly glowing coral, their delicate branches swaying faintly with the current as if alive. A school of jellyfish drifted by necks like a cluster of transparent parachutes, their bell-shaped bodies pulsing faintly as they moved, their long trailing tentacles shimmering with deep blue or pale violet light, swaying gently with the slow, rhythmic motion of the waves. Seeing this scene, he had to admit that everything here was so peaceful, so beautiful, so unreal, like a fairyland forgotten by time and untouched by the passage of ages. "Look, we're home." Helectra excitedly pulled Lucian by the hand, her slender fingers tightening around his as her fishtail swayed lightly behind her, guiding him forward as she glided smoothly along the pearl shell path that curved through the seafloor like a luminous trail. "We're on the outskirts of a sea siren kingdom. Pretty, right?" Helectra's tone was full of pride as she spoke, her voice bright and lively, sounding like a child eager for praise and approval after showing off something she cherished. Lucian nodded with a gentle, quiet smile in response, his gaze still lingering on the surrounding scenery. Under Helectra's guidance, he soon saw an underwater city that resembled a human city-state, its vast silhouette gradually revealing itself in the distance, grand and imposing in scale, with towering coral structures and intricately carved shell formations rising like buildings beneath the sea. Earth's Atlantis probably looked something like this. Lucian couldn't help but sigh softly in wonder as he gazed at the magnificent underwater city before him, his eyes tracing its outline with quiet amazement. Very soon, the moment they reached the outer edge of the city, they immediately attracted attention from those nearby. A sea siren who was carefully arranging strands of glowing seagrass beside the pearl path lifted her head and saw Helectra, but just as she was about to greet her with a smile, her gaze froze the instant it landed on the figure of Lucian standing at Helectra's side. At first she paused, blinking her eyes in confusion as if doubting what she was seeing. Then her eyes slowly widened in disbelief, and the glowing seagrass slipped quietly from her hands without her noticing, drifting downward with the current. "Wow!" As a small gasp left her mouth, from behind the massive coral trees nearby, from beneath drifting schools of jellyfish, and from clusters of faintly glowing seagrass, many beautiful figures quietly stirred, as though awakened by the gasp. In the next second, they peeked out one after another, then swam over toward Electra and Lucian in gentle, fluid motions. All of them were sea sirens like Electra, with beautiful human upper bodies and fish lower bodies of many colors. Their fish tails covered in lovely, shimmering scales that caught and scattered the surrounding light. Just like their fish tails, their hair came in all kinds of colors as well, drifting and swaying softly in the water, shimmering brilliantly beneath the light of glowing coral and drifting plankton. When they arrived before the two, their gazes focused curiously on Lucian without exception, as if he were something entirely novel to them. Electra, who is he? He's so beautiful. You mean handsome? He's a man, right? How can he breathe in the sea? And without a fishtail. Hey, his eyes look like the dawn device beautiful gold. Chattering voices immediately rose like a flock of curious birds, crisp and lively, breaking the serene quiet of the sea. They carefully gathered around Lucian, keeping just a little distance, as if afraid of startling him. Yet the joy and curiosity in their eyes were almost overflowing, impossible to conceal. Among them, one slightly bolder sea siren, looking very young and with a pale pink fishtail, timidly swam a little closer before slowly reaching out a small arm like a tender lotus root, her slender fingers trembling faintly, as if she wanted to touch the hem of Lucian's clothes. However, she hesitated at the last moment, then looked up, her big eyes blinking as she looked at him, filled with a mixture of curiosity and nervous anticipation. Do you like singing? Gazing timidly at Lucian, the young sea siren asked softly, her voice tinged with anticipation and a faint, hopeful tremble. Yeah, we can sing lots and lots of songs. Want us to sing for you? Another sea siren with a blue fishtail immediately chimed in, her voice clear and bright, brimming with enthusiasm. I sing the best. A tall sea siren with a silver fishtail puffed out her chest, her posture straightening as she spoke, carrying a hint of pride. Wait, does he even understand our words? Another sea siren immediately reminded the others, tilting her head as curiosity flickered across her face. For a moment, 7 or 8 beautiful sea sirens surrounded Lucian, all talking at once, their voices overlapping in a lively, cheerful chorus. No one was afraid. No one was wary. There was only the purest goodwill and a simple desire to grow close. In fact, their eyes sparkled brightly, filled with curiosity and a natural affection toward Lucian, the first human who could come to the deep sea. As they spoke, they even spontaneously formed small, naturally multicolored bubbles around them, the bubbles shimmering with soft hues as they drifted upward, before being deftly woven together into a small, slowly rotating wreath that they gently guided toward him. Surrounded by this sudden warmth, Lucian silently looked at the pure, innocent, joyful faces around him, his gaze lingering for a brief moment before a sincere smile finally broke across his face. Feeling their unreserved kindness, a gentle softness slowly rose within his heart, spreading quietly through his chest. All these sea sirens, their minds were as transparent as seawater, pure as fresh snow, untouched and unguarded. Thank you. Your singing must be beautiful. Lucian spoke as he reached out and gently caught the small bubble wreath, the fragile ring rotating softly in his palm and catching faint glimmers of light. Oh, he understands us. Then we'll sing for you. Seeing that Lucian understood their words and even praised them without hesitation, the sea sirens immediately grew excited, their voices overlapping in bright, melodic tones. Seeing this, Electra, knowing that her sisters would definitely take an interest in Lucian, smiled happily, a hint of quiet pride flickering across her expression. Lucian was, after all, the first human ever to visit their home, a novelty none of them had ever experienced before. Everywhere Lucian looked, the sea sirens around him were beautiful in appearance, graceful in figure, and snow-white in complexion. Like Electra, their silky hair drifted gently with the movement of the water, and they were also only covered by sea foam over their private areas, which gave him a constant, faint sense of something half-hidden and alluring, as though veiled yet deliberately revealed. Of course, he had no improper thoughts toward them, as all his attention and focus were now firmly fixed on the script's protagonist, Electra, leaving no room for distraction. Lucian turned his gaze to Electra beside him and saw her smiling gently, her expression soft and unguarded, looking nothing like the future Hislans known as Dux Gladiorum. "HM, what's wrong? Do you want to hear me sing?" Electra noticed Lucian's gaze and asked with a light, teasing smile. Just as the words left her lips, however, a dull, low vibration suddenly rolled in from the western depths of the sea, making the entire radiant underwater city tremble slightly, as if stirred by some distant, unseen force. At the same time, the glow of the luminous corals dimmed for an instant, their soft light flickering uncertainly as if startled, while the drifting bioluminescent plankton scattered in panic, breaking apart like disturbed stardust. In an instant, the joyful atmosphere stopped abruptly, as though cut off at the source, and all the smiles on the faces of the sea sirens froze, turning into fear and unease. "No way. The black tide is coming again. Didn't the Queen just absorb the black tide at the border? Why is it happening so soon? What do we do? The Queen is still recovering, right? Anyway, send the good-looking human back to land first. It's dangerous here." All the sea sirens spoke up one after another, their voices overlapping in growing alarm, and then all their eyes fell on Lucian again, as if he had suddenly become the most urgent priority. "Human, you should hurry back to shore. We'll protect you." One of the sea sirens hurried forward, holding onto Lucian's arms and speaking to him with unconcealed worry, her voice trembling slightly. Electra's expression changed, and her grip on Lucian's other hand tightened instinctively, her fingers curling around his as if reluctant to let go. That's right," Electra said with a helpless smile. "You should go back quickly. They'll come find you to play next time. Okay?" Even though it was a pity, she did not want Lucian to suffer a senseless disaster either, especially not because of something beyond his control. Lucian was soon pulled along by a group of sea sirens, all urging him to go home in hurried voices, when all of a sudden, a clear and distant singing echoed through the city, spreading across the waters like ripples. It was none other than the Queen's signal to gather all the sea sirens. "Electra, we'll go see the Queen first. You take the good-looking human to shore. Goodbye, human. Next time we meet, we'll definitely sing for you. Let's meet again later." Leaving these words behind, the sea sirens departed one after another, their slender forms swaying gracefully as they quickly swam toward the distant underwater city. Watching their retreating figures gradually disappear into the deep blue, Lucian felt a bit helpless. Yes, they were indeed kind, but they were extremely talkative, chattering among themselves without even giving him a chance to speak. "Let's go. We'll take you back first. It's not safe here." Electra took Lucian's hand again, her cool, delicate fingers wrapping around his as she prepared to swim upward. But before they could move, he suddenly pulled her back slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting into a faint, knowing smile. "Did you ever even think I could help you? I kind of have to respond to your sister's enthusiasm, right?" Without giving Electra a chance to respond, he wrapped an arm firmly around her slender waist, drawing her closer, then, with a single thought, locked onto the underwater city's position and used absolute hit, crossing vast distances in an instant as the surrounding water seemed to blur past them. Electra, suddenly held by the waist without any warning, and then feeling Lucian's broad palm pressing firmly against her smooth lower belly through the thin fabric, couldn't help but blush uncontrollably, her body stiffening for a brief moment. Still, for some reason, she did not resist. Whether it was because of Lucian's confident words, the steady strength in his grasp, or because of something else entirely, only her quietly beating heart knew. Ocean Titan and River God, right after teleporting into the underwater city with absolute hit, Lucian held Electra close and, under her steady guidance. Swiftly arrived at a place that appeared to be a vast city square. At this moment, quite a few sea sirens had already gathered here, forming clusters that filled the surrounding space, and just like the game had said, all of them were female, not a single male in sight, without exception. Seeing that all of them were female, Lucian suddenly felt curious about how sea sirens reproduced, the question surfacing almost instinctively in his mind. Oh, right, they're the titankin of the ocean titan, made from their divine power, so they don't really need to reproduce. Just when Lucian was lost in thought, a solemn and oppressive presence descended without warning, and all noise instantly fell silent as the sea sirens bowed their heads in reverence, their movements uniform as all of them faced a massive scallop shell at the center. In the next moment, when the tightly shut scallop shell slowly opened, Lucian saw a female figure resting within. Needless to say, the figure was none other than the queen spoken of by the sea sirens, the ocean titan Fagusa. Their figure was noticeably taller than that of ordinary sea sirens, exuding an innate sense of authority even in stillness. Their fishtail was an unfathomably deep blue, close to ink black, covered in fine, star-like specks of shimmering light that seemed to flicker faintly like distant stars. Their features were noble and beautiful, carrying the weight and majesty of ages. But at this moment, their complexion was abnormally pale, and between their brows lingered deep exhaustion and a faintly withered aura that could not be concealed. Apparently, to purify the pollution of the black tide, they had ruined themselves completely, leaving them on the verge of death. Fagusa's gaze soon swept slowly over all the sea sirens, tenderness and sorrow lying deep within their eyes. But when their gaze passed by Lucian, it lingered for an extra second, seemingly surprised by the sudden arrival of a human in this place. Unfortunately, now was not the time to question the human's origins or presence. "My little fishlings," Fagusa's voice rang out clearly, gentle yet solemn, as it carried into the ears of every sea siren. "You swim with such joy, so full of life. It pains me to speak of our kingdom's sorrow. I once believed I could drink the black tide dry, that I alone could hold it at bay. But even the deepest chalice must one day overflow, and I can hold no more of this filth. Who would have thought the black tide would be fiercer than expected, more relentless than any of U.S. imagined? It has already breached the ocean's borders and is eroding our homeland, devouring all that we have guarded for generations." As they spoke, Fagusa's voice carried suppressed pain and quiet exhaustion, while their gaze slowly passed over every young sea siren gathered before them. In that instant, fear and worry were written all over the sea sirens' faces, their earlier joy fading into unease. Fagusa paused slightly, as if steadying themselves, then continued, "I will drink the poison chalice one last time for you, to slow the spread of the black tide, to buy you what time I can." Everyone knew what this meant. It meant their queen would die. Yet no one cried, as though the weight of the moment had stolen even their voices. Amid the heavy silence, Electra quickly stepped forward, her expression resolute. "Mother, worry not. We're all children of the sea. Let us bear your fate together." Another sea siren soon followed, her voice firm despite the tension. "Yes, we'll take up your mantle and drive back the black tide, no matter the cost." Hearing their brave words, Fagusa smiled in quiet relief, a trace of warmth returning to their weary expression, then spoke again. "My little fishlings, when the spear of strife falls, you may retreat in peace. I promise you, on the surface, the city-states will hold a feast without end in your honor, and your names will be remembered." Fagusa's words were like a brand, deeply imprinted in every sea siren's heart, leaving a mark that would never fade. A sorrowful atmosphere instantly enveloped the square, as though even the surrounding waters had grown heavy with grief. Just as Electra and the other sea sirens, holding back tears, prepared to rush toward the black tide with faces bearing a desperate, almost self-sacrificial resolve, in that very moment, An untimely voice rang out, cutting through the tension. You all treated me with such kindness and even wanted to sing for me. Lucian spoke while gently patting Helectra's icy-cold hand, his touch steady and reassuring, looking at the pure yet grief-stricken faces around him, faces that still carried traces of warmth despite their despair. If I can solve this problem, yet only stand by as a spectator, that would be rather heartless of me. As he spoke, Lucian walked forward at an unhurried pace, passing Helectra, then stopping once he arrived before Fagusa, his figure positioning itself between them and the crowd of sea sirens. In that instant, Fagusa, with their keen eyes, knew with just one look that this human was not simple. The fact that he could breathe underwater alone already made him extraordinary, something no ordinary being could achieve. Moreover, the fact that even a titan like them could not discern his true nature, even though he stood directly before them without concealment, further cemented his extraordinariness. Human, do you have a way to help us? Fagusa asked weakly, their voice carrying both exhaustion and a faint, fragile hope, not minding Lucian's casual attitude toward them at all. Of course. I won't stand here if I can't, Lucian replied calmly while nodding, his tone even and certain. What a titan cannot do, I can. As soon as these words fell, he raised his hand, and a soft light bloomed at his fingertips, spreading outward in a quiet glow. It was not a blinding radiance, but a gentle emerald green, a color brimming with vitality and quiet life, the unmistakable power of abundance. In the next second, as the power of abundance began to flow forth like a steady current, he lightly pointed through the water in Fagusa's direction, as if guiding the vitality toward its target. Buzz! When a soft green light precisely sank into Fagusa's body, a miracle quietly occurred. PSSS, suddenly, a gray-black aura entwined their body, sizzling like ice and snow meeting a blazing sun before rapidly melting away, thinning into wisps as it dispersed into nothingness. Gradually, their pale, exhausted face recovered its color at a speed visible to the naked eye, a faint flush returning to their cheeks, until the withered gloom and pain between their brows vanished almost instantly, replaced by shock and a surging, almost unbelievable vitality. What is this power? Fagusa lowered their head, looking at their arms, which were once again full of strength and smooth as new, flexing their fingers slightly, as if to confirm the sensation, then raised their head to look at Lucian with eyes filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, the sea sirens, who felt a leaking surge of vitality from their queen, couldn't help but be bewildered as well. The faint, overflowing energy spreading through the air even made some of them instinctively crave it. Queen! All of them were stunned for a brief moment before erupting into thunderous cheers, their voices overlapping in excitement. Wonderful! The queen is saved. It's that good-looking human. He saved our queen. Is he also a titan? As the sea sirens cheered, Helectra, seeing her mother safe and sound, immediately rushed to the very front where Lucian was, her steps hurried and unsteady, and cried tears of joy. Lucian, thank you! Helectra shouted excitedly, her voice trembling, while the other sea sirens silently looked at Lucian with gazes filled with gratitude and reverence. So, do you want me to help? Lucian smiled faintly and asked Helectra casually, as if he had merely done something insignificant. Yes, Helectra answered almost instantly, without the slightest hesitation, then naturally linked her arm through Lucian's, her face filled with earnest pleading. Following her answer, the rest of the sea sirens quickly chimed in, their voices overlapping in urgency. Yes, yes, please help us. Please. Just witnessing Lucian's single healing technique was enough to leave all the sea sirens utterly shocked, each of them seeing it as nothing short of a miracle unfolding before their eyes. When their queen had been on the verge of death, and no one present could do anything to stop it, he healed them effortlessly. So how could that not be a miracle? In no time, every sea siren crowded around, surrounding Lucian from all sides and covering both of his arms with their fair, trembling hands, as if afraid he might disappear at any moment. "Human, please save us." A mature sea siren stepped forward and directly hugged Lucian's waist, her arms tightening around him as she pleaded with tearful eyes. "You could cleanse the filth from the queen's body, so you must also have a way to resist the black tide, right?" Lucian had only intended to casually show off a little, to test the waters, but he had not expected such an intense and overwhelming reaction from them. "All right, it'll help you. Calm down first, okay?" As soon as he spoke, every sea siren immediately fell silent, as if his words carried authority. But those holding on to him did not loosen their grip in the slightest, their fingers still clinging tightly, afraid that this hard-won lifeline would slip away if they let go. "Well, Fagusa, given the current situation, can 3 Titans handle the black tide?" Lucian glanced toward Fagusa and asked calmly, his tone steady and unhurried, as if the matter at hand were of no immediate urgency. Fagusa pondered for a moment, their gaze lowering slightly as they considered the scale and pressure of the encroaching threat, then gave a slow, measured nod. "If there are 3 Titans, it will be enough to resist this wave of the black tide. But why are you asking this? Do you want help from other Titans?" Hearing this question, Lucian merely smiled, his expression faint and unreadable, offering no clear hint of his true intentions. "Well, not really. Either way, you're going to be my guinea pig." He intended to test his newly acquired conceptual ability to determine how much it would cost to copy a Titan, what level a perfect replica would reach, and how long such a replica could persist in existence. "Guinea pig? What's that?" Fagusa asked, confused, their brows knitting slightly as they failed to grasp his meaning or the implication behind his words. However, instead of answering, Lucian slowly spread his hands, as if he were about to embrace the world itself, his posture relaxed yet deliberate. "Let me see whether the concept of the river of time can be regarded as a river." With this thought in mind, Lucian activated River God and treated Fagusa as though they were a dropped item, then imaginatively cast them into the long, flowing river of time, letting the idea take form within his perception. In that instant, an invisible ripple spread outward, distorting the surrounding space ever so slightly, like a disturbance passing through an unseen current. And then, buzz! Space beside Fagusa seemed to twist slightly, as though the very fabric of the sea itself had been disturbed. And soon, right beside them, 2 identical figures to Fagusa suddenly appeared without any warning. Equally tall, equally majestic, equally radiating the powerful, suffocating authority of the ocean. What made them different was that one was pure gold, gleaming like sunlight reflected upon endless waves, while the other was pure silver, shimmering like moonlight cast upon a silent sea. Aside from their color, they were 2 identical ocean titans, indistinguishable in form and presence. Seeing this absurd and almost blasphemous scene, Fagusa was stunned as they looked at the 2 clones of themselves that had suddenly appeared beside them, their auras identical, their power identical, even the pressure they exerted upon the surroundings no different from their own. What kind of power is this? Cloning? To be able to perfectly clone even a Titan like me. One had to know that the Titans were essentially the gods of this world, supreme existences that stood above all living beings. So the fact that someone could easily create clones of a Titan meant that the human before them was most likely even above the Titans. At the same time, the sea sirens couldn't help but gape as they gazed at the golden and silver versions of their queen, before their gazes settled on the original. Aside from their color, they truly looked identical in essence, as if they were witnessing 3 sovereigns of the ocean standing side by side. T3. 3 queens. We have 3 queens. One after another, the sea sirens exclaimed in surprise, looking like children caught in a sudden joy of discovery, their luminous eyes widening further as they leaned closer together, their voices overlapping in a rippling, excited chorus that skimmed across the square like waves brushing the shore. No matter how hard they tried to think about it, Their minds simply could not process it at all, unable to understand how Lucian did it, as though such a phenomenon lay far beyond the limits of their comprehension. A true hope, ignoring all the shock displayed by the sea sirens, Lucian's calm, unhurried gaze swept over them one by one, as though their astonishment had no bearing on him whatsoever. Fortunately, the Titan he had just replicated did not consume much of his energy because, apparently, for an emanator of two paths like him, replicating a Titan with River God was simply far too easy, almost effortless to the point of being trivial. Realizing this, he decided to attempt large-scale replication instead, intending to determine whether there was a limit to the quantity he could sustain in a single instance. Ladies of the Sea, watch closely. Buzz, centered on Lucian, an invisible energy wave with a far broader and more imposing range suddenly spread outward like ripples, layer upon layer expanding across the sea. And in an instant, it completely enveloped the entire area where the sea sirens were gathered. Whoosh! Light flared sharply as countless figures appeared out of thin air beside every sea siren, materializing almost simultaneously as if called forth by an unseen command. Densely packed and nearly shoulder to shoulder, they filled the visible sea as far as the eye could see, extending across the water's surface in an unbroken expanse, and all their forms were strikingly identical to the originals down to the finest detail. However, the additional sea sirens shimmered with two distinct metallic sheens. One was brilliant, dazzling gold that reflected the light in radiant flashes, while the other was bold, noble silver that gleamed with a cold, imposing luster, resembling two sculpted armies forged entirely from pure gold and pure silver. At the sight of their gold and silver replicas, all the sea sirens were so shocked that they could not describe in words, their expressions frozen as their mouths hung open wide enough to fit a conch shell inside. "Wow, gold, shiny me. See, can they talk? Oh, it's made from the gold humans love the most. Amazing." One after another, the sea sirens exclaimed in overwhelming shock, their voices overlapping into a rising tide of astonishment that seemed to drown every one of their hearts. Electra, standing close beside Lucian, also had two gold and silver replicas of herself, their forms gleaming faintly under the ambient light, as if breathing with quiet life. However, her two replicas apparently shared the same thoughts as Electra, as shown by how they immediately leaned closer toward Lucian, their movements almost eager, and insisted on pulling his arm away from Electra's grasp to link arms with him. So the replicas can feel what the original feels, too? Guess you'll gotta watch out for that later. Seeing the behavior of Electra's replicas, Lucian silently noted this detail to himself, his gaze lingering on their synchronized reactions for a brief moment. I was clearly the one who came first. Meanwhile, Electra, feeling a little wronged, complained inwardly as she gazed at her two replicas, who were already trying to shove her aside from Lucian, their identical expressions making the situation even more frustrating. Lucian, not noticing Electra's feelings, looked at the instantly formed gold and silver sea siren army before him, the vast number of figures reflecting shimmering light in layers, then casually glanced at Fagus's two replicas as well. No pressure. Replicating tens of thousands of sea sirens costs even less than a Titan. He muttered quietly to himself, his tone relaxed, before turning toward Fagusa and Electra, who were still standing there in a dazed state, clearly not having fully processed what had just happened. He then raised his hand and pointed toward the distant, surging black tide that churned ominously on the horizon, its dark mass rolling and twisting as if alive. "Next, all you must do is sing," Lucian said calmly, the corner of his mouth curving upward into a casual arc, his voice steady and unhurried, carrying an inexplicable confidence. "As long as you keep singing the same song, you won't get hurt. All right, now it's time to clean up this filthy stuff." And so, with his words as the trigger, all the sea sirens soon split into three groups and went to purge the black tide under the lead of the three ocean titans. their formations orderly and deliberate. Under his instruction, some sea sirens were specifically assigned to sing and stack buffs, designating the song they were singing as the background music for BGM, their voices layering together into a resonant, continuous harmony. Now that they had such excellent preparation, how could this possibly be a loss? Electra, you stay by our benefactor's side and ensure his safety. Remember, your task is the most important. Before setting out, Fagusa specifically assigned Electra this task, their tone leaving no room for refusal. With that, Electra's gold and silver replicas all followed Fagusa's gold and silver replicas into battle, their figures moving in unison, leaving only two people remaining at the square, or rather, one human and one sea siren, standing quietly amid the vast, open space. Lucian, you're incredible. Is this the power from beyond the sky? It's even stronger than the power wielded by a Titan. Hearing Electra praise him, Lucian looked at her, then smiled slightly, his expression calm, yet faintly amused. Do you want to hear my story? About adventures beyond the sky. I do. Electra exclaimed with a bright smile, bobbing her head up and down repeatedly like an excited child, unable to conceal her eagerness. Can you tell me? Her words were cautious, yet her eyes were already brimming with anticipation, fixed firmly on him. Well then, let's start with the Ians. In the end, with nothing urgent to do, Lucian sat on a cushion fashioned from a giant seashell, its smooth surface gently supporting his weight, and told Electra about matters beyond the sky, speaking at length of distant events and unfamiliar truths to broaden her horizons and deepen her understanding. Needless to say, after the script ended and she became his follower, she would likely retain the memories of this conversation, and with that clearly in mind, she would be better prepared to deal with the flame Reaver and Lygus when the time finally came. Just like that, the two talked for a long time, their voices blending softly with the quiet currents, until at last, faint songs of triumph drifted over from afar, carried across the sea. They're back. Electra jolted, her body tensing slightly as she turned her gaze toward the distance, toward where the singing that proclaimed the queen had successfully repelled the black tide resounded across the vast expanse of the sea. Surprisingly, the battle ended in only a few hours. It was honestly understandable. With the gold and silver sea siren army, combined with an additional 2 ocean titans, their advance was effectively unstoppable, sweeping forward with overwhelming momentum. Moreover, with the invincible field from the BGM layered on top of that already overwhelming force, this battle felt as easy as nothing more than a casual outing. As a result, all the black tide and its creatures were unable to deal any damage at all and could only be devoured one after another by the 3 Fagusas, vanishing into the depths without resistance. Now that the crisis of the black tide was resolved, vast stretches of the sea returned to clarity, and sunlight once more pierced through the water, scattering warm, dappled patches of light throughout the depths and illuminating the once-shadowed seafloor. Seeing this, all the sea sirens cheered with joy, their voices ringing bright and clear, and soon swam in circles around Lucian, happily circling around him again and again. Like a massive vortex, trails of multicolored bubbles linked together in long, shimmering strands, encircling him at the very center. Big brother, thank you. You saved the queen. You saved all of us. Our hero. As praise filled with sincere gratitude rose one after another, the sea sirens eagerly brought out their treasured glowing pearls, lustrous shells, and even garlands carefully woven from seaweed, then shoved them into Lucian's arms with all their might, as if afraid he might refuse. Surrounded by their overwhelming enthusiasm, Lucian felt a bit helpless as his vision filled with colorful sea sirens pressing in from all sides. Fair skin, delicate collarbones, smooth navels, slender waists. Crimson lips, he could only think that there were simply too many tempting sights, all of them dazzling and blurring the eye. Who could possibly refuse a group of beautiful and passionate women? Electra was squeezed in among them as well, pressed close beside Lucian, her small face flushed red with excitement. Her eyes bright as she basked in the moment, feeling immensely proud. Fagusa, on the other hand, silently watched all this from the side with a complicated gaze, their expressions subtle and difficult to read. In their gazes, there was relief at having survived the ordeal, as well as awe at Lucian's overwhelming power. But more than that, there was a rare honesty born from finally letting go of something long held within their hearts. In the next moment, Fagusa swam up before Lucian, their movement drawing everyone's attention, making all the sea sirens fall quiet as they instinctively parted to make space for them, their eyes turning toward Fagusa. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, turning solemn and silent. Fagusa took a slow, steady breath, then spoke up. "My little fishlings." As they spoke, Fagusa's gaze slowly swept across the young, innocent faces of their Titankin, lingering on each expression as if to memorize them. "What I said before, about the feast on land." Suddenly, Fagusa's voice carried a faint trace of bitterness, heavier than before. It was all a lie. As soon as these words fell from Fagusa's mouth, a sudden uproar erupted among the sea sirens. "A lie? Mother? What does the queen mean?" Every sea siren burst into commotion, their voices overlapping as they looked at one another in disbelief, unable to accept what they had just heard. While Helectra stood frozen, staring at Fagusa in shock. Seeing their reactions, Fagusa's expression remained calm, almost eerily so, as if they had already anticipated this response. "I could not resist the black tide, and I could not see the future. I could only use lies to give you a reason to live." "Hey, false hope." Fagusa's gaze finally fell on Lucian, steady and unshaken, filled with resolve and a quiet entreaty. "But now, I have seen hope, a true hope. King of humans, I now know your name, Lucian." Fagusa's tone became incomparably solemn, carrying a weight that pressed down on the air itself. "You possess power beyond our imagination, power that can easily withstand the black tide and protect all my little fishlings, which is something I cannot do, even if I gave everything I have." Right after saying this, Fagusa's eyes slowly swept over their so-called fishlings, lingering on each face as if committing them to memory. "So," Fagusa paused for a brief moment, as though gathering their resolve, then bent their noble waist deeply toward Lucian in a gesture of solemn humility. "I humbly ask you to take in my little fishlings, to grant them a measure of shelter, a lingering shred of hope amid this chaotic and unforgiving world." As these words fell, Fagusa raised their head once more, revealing eyes that carried a desperate and unguarded plea. "If not for you, I would surely have died here today, and perhaps even triggered towering tsunamis, bringing disaster to countless beings on land and sea alike. I am willing to honor you as king, and all of us will follow you without hesitation. I hope you will accept us." Fagusa's words plunged the entire square into a heavy, deadly silence, leaving all the sea sirens utterly lost for words as the weight of the declaration settled over them. Was their queen truly stepping down and offering a human as their king? At that, for their sake? Helectra covered her small mouth in shock, her fingers trembling slightly. But a trace of understanding and conflicted acceptance flashed through her eyes. Truth be told, she understood Fagusa's painstaking intentions all too well. If Lucian had not intervened today, Fagusa would certainly have fallen, and only endless waves of sea sirens throwing themselves forward, one after another, could have barely cleansed the black tide. If the black tide came again next time, what would they possibly do? Without Fagusa, the ocean titan, standing at the forefront, how many of her sisters would have to die, sacrificing themselves just to resist it? Given this, it was no wonder Fagusa was so resolute, even desperate, in wanting to keep Lucian by their side. Lucian fell silent, his gaze lingering on the deeply bowing Fagusa before shifting to the pure-looking sea sirens gathered around him, their eyes filled with both confusion and quiet expectation as they watched his reaction. He had to admit that this titan truly possessed both courage and foresight, able to perceive that he could indeed, without much effort, protect all the sea sirens if he so chose. Your kindness and enthusiasm have moved me. Lucian finally spoke after a brief moment of contemplation, a solemn expression gradually settling over his face as his voice carried a measured weight. He'll be honest, sheltering your fishlings for a lifetime without worry is effortless for me. As you wish, from this day forward, he'll be the king and protector of your fishlings. Ocean King, your kindness and enthusiasm have moved me. Lucian finally spoke after a brief moment of contemplation, a solemn expression gradually settling over his face as his voice carried a measured weight. He'll be honest, sheltering your fishlings for a lifetime without worry is effortless for me. As you wish. From this day forward, he'll be the king and protector of your fishlings. Upon hearing Lucian's answer, Fagusa quickly raised their head. An immense, unmistakable delight filled their eyes as they realized that their plea had truly worked. Fagusa immediately turned around to face all the sea sirens gathered behind them, then announced loudly, their voice carrying across the water, "My little fishlings, as you have all heard from today onward, Lucian is your king. He will shelter the ocean and prevent it from being eroded by the black tide any longer. You must respect him and cherish him, just as you do me." All the sea sirens froze for a brief second, their expressions flickering with surprise, before they quickly imitated their mother, bending their bodies deeply toward Lucian in unison before shouting aloud. Ocean King, unlike the humans on land, all these sea sirens did not understand schemes or power struggles. They only knew one thing. This powerful human who had saved them was willing to protect them without hesitation. If even their mother and queen had personally invited him to become their king, then it was more than enough proof of his capabilities and worth. Lucian stood at the center of the rising cheers, surrounded on all sides by sea sirens who were bowing respectfully toward him, their gazes filled with admiration. While he wore a slightly helpless expression, realizing that he was now the leader of the sea sirens, he couldn't help but wonder which race he would end up leading next in the future. "All right, straighten up. I will protect you, but I won't manage daily affairs. Whether it's big matters or small ones, go to Fagusa. I will only act when you face danger, and your mother will remain the queen." Lucian did not beat around the bush and made everything clear from the start, openly declaring that he would be a hands-off ruler who would not interfere unnecessarily. Having the ocean titan as his worker was simply perfect. There was no need for him to involve himself in trivial matters. Whoa, the king is willing to let the queen remain queen. Amazing. He's the best. Such a small matter made all the sea sirens cheer once again, their voices echoing through the surroundings, while Electra silently stared at Lucian with unconcealed joy. Even though he had only just arrived, he had already given her one surprise after another, helping her mother and sisters resolve the disaster that had threatened them. "You are different from other humans." Fagusa smiled slightly as they spoke, their tone carrying a hint of genuine admiration, not expecting this human to let them continue being ruled by their queen. If it were other land-dwelling humans, they probably would have already begun seizing absolute authority by now, their eyes filled with unchecked greed. "I don't handle all the national affairs, but rules still have to be set," Lucian said seriously, his tone firm and leaving little room for argument. "From now on, if you're in shallow water, you must wear proper clothes as humans do on land, and you can't let them see you half exposed like that. But if you're in deep water, do whatever you want. After all, no humans could reach deep water, let alone observe these sea sirens." "Huh? Wear clothes? Like humans? But we have sea foam, we don't need clothes, right?" Clearly, all these sea sirens did not understand the reasoning behind Lucian's instruction, their expressions filled with confusion and faint resistance. Ever since they were born, they had always used sea foam to cover the private parts of their bodies, the soft, ever-shifting bubbles clinging naturally to their skin. So human clothes were nothing more than restrictive fabric, in their eyes unnecessary and uncomfortable. With that mindset, Why would they wear them at all? Lucian, seeing their clueless reactions and hearing their puzzled murmurs, sighed and slapped his own forehead, feeling a slight headache coming on. It seemed he would have to carry out a round of ideological and cultural education for the innocent sea sirens first, patiently guiding them so they could understand basic common sense. And with that, he immediately started explaining in detail, using simple and direct examples to help them understand human clothing etiquette and the reasons behind such customs. Fortunately, all these sea sirens were naive and obedient. Even though they did not like the feeling of being constrained by clothes, the unfamiliar tightness making them slightly uncomfortable, they ultimately all expressed acceptance of his teachings without any complaint, because he was now their king, and his words carried unquestionable authority. After teaching the sea sirens for a while, Lucian created many beautiful clothes on the spot, the fabric shimmering faintly as if imbued with magic, and handed them out for all the sea sirens to try on. However, when all of them put on their new clothes one after another and admired each other turning, smiling, and comparing their appearances, Lucian soon noticed a problem. When these sea sirens had previously used sea foam to cover their bodies, the size of their breasts could not be seen clearly, the shifting bubbles obscuring every contour. But now that they had clothes on and all the bubbles had completely disappeared, the shape of each sea siren's breasts, big or small, was fully revealed before his eyes, leaving little to the imagination. For example, Electra, as she put on the new clothes that Lucian had personally selected for her, clothes that closely resembled the short white and blue dress she would wear as Hislins in the future, the fabric settled snugly against her form, gently tracing every curve. Her soft figure and her rounded breasts, tightly wrapped and clearly outlined by the dress itself, appeared extremely alluring, the faint stretch of the cloth accentuating her natural proportions with quiet elegance. "Am I looking good?" Noticing Lucian's gaze lingering on her a moment longer than usual, Electra shyly asked for his opinion, her voice soft and slightly hesitant. "Yeah, good. You're gorgeous," Lucian whispered in a low voice as he leaned closer to her ear, his breath brushing lightly against her skin. "You're the most beautiful sea siren in the whole ocean. No one's even close. Even Fagusa isn't as beautiful as you." Whoosh! In an instant, Electra's face turned bright red, the flush spreading rapidly from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. Pure as she was, how could she possibly resist such a deadly tease delivered so intimately? The most beautiful sea siren in the whole ocean, unmatched by anyone, even more beautiful than the queen? Each phrase echoed in her mind, one after another, stirring waves in Electra's heart. Needless to say, it was as if Lucian had lifted her straight up into the sky. Electra suddenly felt as if there were lightness beneath her feet, as if the ground itself had quietly dissolved, as if she were rising from the surface of the sea into the vast, open sky, her thoughts drifting along with her, buoyed and carried by his words. "Don't say nonsense. How could I be more beautiful than the queen? If I say you are, then you are," Lucian said lightly, chuckling openly without restraint. "You gotta trust the Ocean King's eye, you know." Thankfully, the other sea sirens did not hear this exchange, or they would have crowded eagerly around him, chattering all at once and asking him to praise them as well. Even though wearing clothes isn't very comfortable, they're really pretty. It's decided. I don't want to take them off. I'm going to wear clothes every day. If I get the chance, I'll definitely wear these clothes and go to the surface to let humans see the clothes the king gave me. Just like that, the sea sirens quickly accepted Lucian's rule of wearing proper clothes. Though it was mainly because the clothes were so beautiful, their fine fabrics and shimmering colors catching the light of the sea, and females, no matter which race, could hardly resist beautiful things. "All right, my little fishlings, now that the Ocean King has saved the ocean and bestowed new clothes upon us, let's hold a feast. Let's celebrate his ascension," Fagusa announced with an elegant and composed smile on their face, their gaze sweeping gently across the sea sirens gathered before them, as if embracing each and every one of them. Feasting was their long-held tradition no matter what happened. As long as they were happy, they would always hold a feast to celebrate, letting songs, laughter, and the rhythm of the tides fill their world. Yay! A feast! A feast! In an instant, the sea sirens cheered one after another and spun around in every direction, their voices overlapping as their excitement spread through the waters. Electra was among them, giggling happily, her movements light and carefree as she joined the celebration. What she loved most was the lively and joyful atmosphere of feasts, especially when it was filled with her family, their presence making everything feel warmer and brighter. Seeing their cheerful reactions, Lucian also felt a growing sense of anticipation. He couldn't help it. In all his long life in this world, he had never attended a feast filled with beautiful sea sirens, nor experienced such a vibrant and harmonious scene. Several hours later, when the sunlight had completely faded and the seabed turned pitch dark, only the sea siren kingdom remained illuminated, its outlines and structures bathed in the soft, shifting glow of bioluminescent creatures and radiant plants. In the square, many sea sirens gathered together in lively clusters, their laughter echoing faintly through the water as they held wine cups and drank through special methods unique to their kind. Lucian had once been curious about how one could drink wine while being fully surrounded by water, but now he understood the principle behind it. Apparently, the sea sirens sealed the wine inside bubbles they formed with their masterful control, shaping them with precision, and when they wished to drink, they simply brought the bubble close to their mouths and drank directly from it, completely isolating the contents from the surrounding seawater without letting a single drop mix. Lucian also tasted the bubble wine himself and discovered that it possessed quite a unique and pleasant flavor sweet upon entry, smooth and mellow afterward, somewhat reminiscent of the fruity beer from his hometown, yet carrying a faint, refreshing aftertaste unique to the sea. Letting out a soft exhale, Lucian had just taken his second glass of wine when several sea sirens nearby began to sing together, their voices clear and resonant even beneath the water. Drinking, singing, and dancing were, after all, the three essential parts of any feast, no matter the race or realm. Soon enough, as the singing gradually merged into a harmonious unity, the melody weaving together seamlessly, many sea sirens swayed their fishtails with graceful rhythm and began to dance, their movements fluid and captivating like the currents themselves. Amid the increasingly festive and lively atmosphere, Electra approached Lucian from the side, drifting lightly through the water before stopping in front of him, then looked at him with a pair of bright, watery eyes that shimmer with expectation. "Do you want to dance? With me?" Hearing Electra's expectant question, Lucian paused mid-drink, the bubble of wine hovering near his lips as the motion stilled, then glanced at her with slightly raised brows. Honestly, when a beauty invited him to dance so directly and without hesitation, how could he possibly refuse? Of course, Lucian agreed readily, his answer coming without the slightest delay, which made Electra's smile bloom with undisguised happiness. In the next moment, after getting Lucian's consent, she immediately reached out, her fingers closing around his hand, and pulled him into the sea of dancing sirens, before slowly beginning to dance with him amid the soft, lilting singing that filled the surroundings. Lucian, who had never danced before, did not know how to dance properly, so he could only let Electra guide his steps, following her lead as their bodies swayed together in a gentle, unhurried rhythm. Nevertheless, he had to admit that tonight was truly one of the most relaxed and comfortable nights he had experienced in this world, one that allowed even his usually guarded mind to loosen up. Just like that, today quietly marked his very first day living in the deep sea. Days passed one by one in quiet peace, and without realizing it, Lucian had already lived in the Sea Siren Kingdom for a full 3 years. He spent most of his time within the Deep Sea Palace, crafting for himself a comfortable giant shell bed laid upon thick, soft seaweed mats, where he would lie for long stretches watching glowing jellyfish drift slowly past almost every day, their faint light swaying gently with the currents. Albeit a little boring, it was still a very pleasant and easygoing life, one that required little effort and offered even fewer disturbances. Thankfully, his boredom was steadily remedied by Electra, who came to see him almost every day due to her role as his exclusive helper, responsible for guiding him through the ocean and introducing him to the surrounding environment and its many creatures. Maybe because she had gradually grown fond of him, the role was something she had personally asked for, and Fagusa was naturally happy to see it happen without objection. During these past 3 years, Lucian had also patiently taught Electra how to speak the language of humans, and because her name, Electra, was somewhat difficult to pronounce in the human language, he also gave her the name Hizelins, her later name in the original story, as her human name. From then on, he began calling her Hizelins more frequently, so she would gradually grow accustomed to the name, in case the time ever came to bring her to land. One morning, Lucian, who had been soundly sleeping, suddenly woke up, his eyelids parting just slightly as a faint glint surfaced in his gaze. In fact, he had not truly been asleep and had simply been resting with his eyes closed, his mind steadily turning over what to do next in order to complete the current script. An emanator like him didn't really need sleep, after all. As for why he was waking up now, it was simply because he had sensed that someone was watching him so intently that it made his heart tingle faintly, as though brushed by an unseen gaze. And indeed, someone was watching him. At the edge of the shell bed, a head with long, black hair slowly rose into view, careful and deliberate. It was none other than Electra, now called Hizelins. Like a cat eyeing its prey, she clung to the shell's edge, revealing only her pair of sparkling indigo eyes, her gaze cautious yet filled with curiosity as she quietly peeked inside. Up this early today, Hizelins? Lucian ultimately closed his eyes again before asking lazily, his tone unhurried, as if he had expected her presence all along. Kia! Hizelins exclaimed in surprise, her body jolting as she jumped back in fright. Then she let out a small, helpless sigh while patting her chest as if to steady her racing heartbeat. How did you know it was me? Hearing her question, Lucian opened his eyes again and slightly turned his head to look at her, his expression calm and faintly amused. I mean, other than you, who would come grab the edge of my bed every day? A promise beneath the sea, problem at Styxia at the edge of the shell bed. A head with long, black hair slowly rose into view, careful and deliberate. It was none other than Electra, now called Hizelins. Like a cat eyeing its prey, she clung to the shell's edge, revealing only her pair of sparkling indigo eyes, her gaze cautious yet filled with curiosity as she quietly peeked inside. Up this early today, Hizelins? Lucian ultimately closed his eyes again before asking lazily, his tone unhurried, as if he had expected her presence all along. Kia! Hizelins exclaimed in surprise, her body jolting as she jumped back in fright. Then she let out a small, helpless sigh while patting her chest as if to steady her racing heartbeat. How did you know it was me? Hearing her question, Lucian opened his eyes again and slightly turned his head to look at her, his expression calm and faintly amused. I mean, other than you, who would come grab the edge of my bed every day? At this somewhat blunt answer, Hizelin's fair face instantly flushed red, and even the tips of her ears became faintly pink. I brought breakfast. Hizelins hurriedly raised her hand, showing a tray filled with several fruits wrapped in oversized bubbles. All the fruits were round and pink, their smooth surfaces glistening softly beneath the artificial lights, while a faint, sweet fragrance slowly drifted through the room. I especially went up to the shore to pick them for you. They're really sweet. As she spoke, Hizelins carefully offered one of the bubbles forward as if she were presenting some precious treasure, making it drift gently through the water until it floated right in front of Lucian. Lucian raised his brows slightly before reaching out and lightly poking the bubble with his finger. In an instant, the thin bubble burst apart with a soft pop, and the fruit sealed inside immediately dropped into his palm, cool and slightly moist to the touch. He took a bite without hesitation, and in that instant, a rich sweetness instantly spread throughout his mouth, while the abundant juice flowed out together with the soft flesh of the fruit, leaving behind an especially refreshing taste. He had to admit that the flavor was unexpectedly good. As for how he could eat and move around so naturally without using imaginary energy to shield himself from the seawater like before, it was because the shell bed he was currently in had been specially designed by him to completely isolate itself from the surrounding seawater, making the area around it completely dry and entirely free of seawater, almost no different from living on land. Maybe the only real drawback was the complete lack of sunlight, which was why the entire room relied entirely on artificial light sources for illumination. "It's good, right?" Hizelins asked Lucian while looking at him expectantly, her bright eyes carrying a faint trace of anticipation. "Omo, it's good." Hearing Lucian's honest answer, a happy and satisfied smile immediately emerged on Hizelin's face as she happily popped another bubble herself and ate the pink fruit inside it in small bites, as though she was carefully savoring its sweet and delicate taste. Soon, a bit of fruit juice stained the corner of her lips, and Lucian, who noticed it, reflexively reached out with his finger and very naturally and gently wiped away the juice at the edge of her mouth. With a soft and careful movement, his warm fingertip lightly brushed against her slightly cool skin, causing Hizelin's body to tremble faintly as if she had been numbed by a small electric current. Even the tips of her ears twitched slightly from the unexpected contact. Thank you." Hizelins quickly lowered her head and muttered shyly as she felt her heart beating slightly faster than before, the soft and restless thumping audible only to herself. Even though it was merely the simple act of wiping away fruit juice, she still couldn't help but feel warm and ticklish sensations quietly spreading inside her heart when that happened. A strange sense of sweetness lingered in her chest, making her feel both embarrassed and inexplicably happy at the same time. After a few moments of silence, Hizelins secretly glanced up, only to discover that Lucian was silently looking at her with a gentle yet slightly teasing smile in his eyes, as though he had already noticed her flustered reaction. In that instant, her face immediately reddened like a ripe apple, and even a movement of her fishtail became slightly stiff. "We'll go check on the coral outside." Hizelins hurriedly found an excuse. Then her fishtail flicked in a panic as she darted away in a flash, leaving behind a string of flustered little bubbles drifting through the water. Lucian silently watched her retreating figure disappear into the distance, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly upward into a faint smile. Clearly, the sea siren princess was genuinely feeling shy. At noon, Hizelins came to Lucian's room again, but this time she was dragging along a huge shell that looked almost like a small bathtub, its smooth surface glimmering faintly beneath the underwater light. "Lucian, look!" While pulling the heavy shell across the floor, Hizelins exclaimed excitedly before proudly showing him the colorful, glittering little stones piled inside it. "Aren't they pretty?" Hizelins quickly picked up a golden stone before holding it up beneath the glowing coral nearby, causing the crystal-like surface of the stone to refract a dazzling and radiant light throughout the room. "Yeah, pretty." Lucian, who was sitting leisurely on a coral chair, glanced at the stone and replied with a small smile. This one's for you." Hizelins nodded happily before handing the golden stone over to him. "For me?" For you." Hizelins replied with a bright smile, nodding her head hard. "It's the brightest one I have." Lucian reached out and took the stone, feeling its smooth and slightly warm texture through his fingers, along with the faint warmth that still lingered from Hizelin's body after she had been holding it for so long. "Why give it to me, though?" Lucian asked curiously while carefully inspecting the stone's entire surface, occasionally turning it beneath the coral light to observe the golden glow reflected from within it. "Because..." Hizelins paused for a moment, her face turning a little red once again as her gaze awkwardly shifted away. Because you're the Ocean King, and it also looks like your golden eyes. Clearly, the reason had been awkwardly made up on the spot, and it was obvious enough that anyone could immediately see through it, but Lucian, who had already understood the real meaning from miles away, simply smiled faintly and decided not to comment on it or expose her embarrassment. Thank you. Lucian closed his fingers around the stone and smiled gently as he thanked Hizelens, whose eyes immediately curved into beautiful crescents in response, visibly delighted that he had accepted the stone she had chosen for him. By the way, this one looks nice too, and this one's shaped like a star. Hizelens picked up another stone and enthusiastically introduced her stone collection to him one by one, her voice carrying obvious excitement as she carefully showed him the different shapes and colors she had gathered. Lucian quietly listened at her side, with a gentle smile resting on his face, occasionally giving a soft response here and there while watching her animated expression. As Hizelens continued talking enthusiastically without stopping, she unconsciously moved closer and sat down beside Lucian, right next to him, very, very close to him, causing her faint scent of sea breeze mixed with warm sunlight to slowly drift over toward him along with the soft movement of her hair. He had to admit that she truly smelled good. After talking about her stones for a while longer, Lucian soon saw Hizelens carefully pick up a pink, heart-shaped stone from the pile in front of her. This one's the most special. It's like Hizelens suddenly got stuck and paused in the middle of her sentence. Like what? Lucian asked with slightly raised brows as he looked at her curiously. Hizelens opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but closed it again before secretly shifting her gaze from the heart-shaped stone toward Lucian. In that instant, her heart suddenly started beating rapidly once again. Like the thing drawn in human books, the thing that represents liking someone? Hizelens answered inwardly, yet did not dare say the words out loud, feeling far too embarrassed to explain it herself. Hey, like what? Lucian pressed further, asking again when he saw Hizelens suddenly fall silent. Nothing. Hizelens hurriedly stuffed the heart-shaped stone back into the shell, trying to hide it away before Lucian could look at it any longer. It's just like the stars you described to me before, the ones beyond the sky. Looking at her trying so hard to awkwardly argue her way out of it while avoiding his gaze, Lucian almost laughed out loud. Really? Lucian asked casually before leaning back lazily in the chair. Well, someday I'll take you to see real stars. Really? Hizelens smoothly changed the subject without hesitation. Can you take us to see the Cienzhou, to see the dreamscape, to see the living planet you mentioned before? Us? Lucian asked, raising his brows slightly in surprise. You mean everyone together? Hizelens nodded softly before lowering her gaze slightly. If my family can't go with me, then I don't want to see any stars. Upon hearing this, Lucian paused briefly for a moment before letting out a soft sigh and revealing a helpless smile. Yes, but we'll have to wait. Wait until I'm fully ready, but it might take a very long time. Lucian spoke with a rare seriousness in his voice, his expression looking unusually thoughtful and solemn, as if he were already considering something far ahead in the distant future. Aside from Hizelens, he could not guarantee that everyone else who was not his follower could be fully materialized in reality, since the chance of the script affecting reality itself was entirely random and impossible to predict. Besides, even if they were successfully materialized in reality, they would still exist inside the scepter. Me-13, still merely a segment of data rather than a true and complete life form with genuine existence. In other words, he could only truly deal with this problem after obtaining the scepter itself, since with it, he would possess everyone's complete code data, making Hizelens' wish far easier to fulfill than it was now. Seeing Lucian lost in thought, with a deep frown tightly adorning his face, Hizelens gently reached out and grabbed his hand with both of hers. It's okay. No matter how long it takes, it's fine. We have very long lives anyway. We can keep waiting for you until you're ready to take us to see the stars. Hizelens' sudden, gentle, and understanding words immediately brushed against Lucian's troubled heart like a soft feather, quietly soothing some of the pressure and exhaustion that had been weighing heavily on his mind. Lucian froze for a brief moment before slowly turning his eyes toward Hiselin's, who was quietly looking back at him as well. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern and sincerity. As soon as their eyes reflected each other's figures, the atmosphere around them gradually grew quiet and strangely intimate, with only the soft sound of flowing water faintly echoing outside the room, making the silence between them feel even more delicate and ambiguous. Hiselin's was ultimately the first to blush beneath his intense and unwavering gaze. In the next moment, she quickly looked away and lowered her head in embarrassment, her slender fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of her dress, while her heartbeat quietly began to accelerate. Seeing her cute and shy reaction, Lucian ultimately let out a helpless sigh as a faint smile slowly appeared on his face before he gently reached out and grabbed Hiselin's soft hand in return, his movements carrying an unconscious gentleness that even he himself didn't notice. Before that, you got to go up to the shore and learn how to live among humans first. Come on, it'll take you to live on land, just the two of us. In Hiselin's ears, Lucian's words and actions at this moment carried an impact no less than a direct confession. As a result, Hiselin's, not expecting him to say so straightforwardly that he wanted to live alone with her, completely froze as her eyes widened, while her originally calm mind instantly fell into chaos. Hiselin stammered for a long while, her lips trembling slightly as she struggled to form a complete sentence, until Lucian finally cut her off. "What's wrong?" Lucian asked with a gentle smile. "You don't want to live on land? Or you don't want to go with me?" Hearing this, Hiselin's hurriedly shook her head over and over again, her long hair swaying wildly from the movement. "No, it's just that I was too surprised. I want to go live on land with you." At those words, Lucian couldn't help but reveal a slightly confused expression. Why did this suddenly feel like a proposal? Wasn't he just planning to take her out to see the world outside? For some reason, the atmosphere had somehow become strangely ambiguous. In the end, not bothering to dwell on it any further, Lucian simply stood up from his coral chair, his hand still firmly holding Hiselin's soft hand. "Let's go." And so, without further ado, Lucian directly pulled Hiselin's along by the hand to find Fagusa and make the necessary arrangements for her departure from the sea. Meanwhile, Hiselin's, who had never once imagined that the Ocean King would personally take the initiative to invite her to live together with him on land, merely followed behind him in a daze, her mind still feeling somewhat blank from the overwhelming surprise. Even now, she still found herself repeatedly questioning whether all of this was truly real. It couldn't be helped. Among the countless sea sirens that existed throughout the ocean, she alone had received such uniquely special treatment from the Ocean King himself. How could she possibly not feel shocked by this? A short while later, after walking through the palace corridors together, the two eventually arrived at Fagusa's quarters, where Lucian immediately began explaining his plan to them. "I see." After hearing Lucian's plan, Fagusa nodded thoughtfully for a moment before slowly smiling and speaking up. "Actually, I was just about to talk to you about that. Earlier, the people of Styxia were praying to me nonstop. Apparently, the River of Souls is rising and has already begun threatening the safety of the entire city-state. And the source behind all of this." Before Fagusa could finish revealing the cause, Lucian calmly continued their words as though he had already known the answer from the very beginning. "Because the Death Titan died at the gate of Styxia, right?" Lucian said casually, as though what he had just mentioned were nothing more than a trivial matter. "Thanks to that, the River of Souls has started converging toward their corpse. At this rate, sooner or later, the whole river is going to overflow and flood the city." "You already knew that?" Fagusa asked in surprise, blinking several times before eventually giving a helpless smile. "Well, as expected of you. I really shouldn't have been surprised in the first place." Why did Lucian know about it? Naturally, aside from the knowledge he possessed from the game itself, It was also because he had personally experienced this exact situation before within Castrus's script. "Well, this works out perfectly," Lucian said with a light shrug. "I'm going to take Hislins to live on land for a while anyway, so he'll handle this stuff along the way." To others, this problem was extraordinarily difficult to solve, even for Fagusa themselves, since there was simply no way for them to deal with the Death Titan's corpse or the terrifying authority surrounding it. However, for Lucian, it was merely a matter of using the godly bandage. Having you become our king back then was truly the right decision. After hearing that Lucian was capable of handling the problem Styxia was currently facing, Fagusa felt even more strongly that there was always someone beyond oneself, a sky beyond the sky. Fagusa then slowly shifted their gaze away from Lucian and toward Hislins. "Electra, please take good care of the Ocean King. He is our only hope." "Yes, mother. I swear I'll protect him with my life," Hislins exclaimed solemnly without the slightest hesitation, her gaze firm and completely determined. Lucian merely watched the two of them silently from the side, not wanting to ruin the atmosphere between them by objecting or saying anything regarding Hislins' claim that she would use her own life to protect him. No matter what happened in the future, he obviously would never allow such a thing to happen. Just like that, after a brief conversation inside the quarters, Lucian left together with Hislins to begin making the necessary preparations. Fagusa could naturally tell that Lucian treated Hislins differently, caring for her far more than he did the other sea sirens. But in their eyes, that was not a bad thing at all. As long as Hislins liked Lucian, they were naturally more than happy to see the two of them together, especially considering that Lucian was not only their savior, but also someone capable of sheltering all the sea sirens from the terrifying black tide. Having him gradually become entangled with Hislins and grow even closer to her was definitely a good thing. Between first steps and approaching ruin early the next morning, Lucian and Hislins finally departed for Styxia, and after a brief journey, the two of them soon arrived at a desolate beach washed by the restless waves of the sea. As they arrived, Lucian stepped onto the beach first, his feet sinking slightly into the soft white sand, while Hislins remained standing quietly in the shallow water behind him, her expression looking a little nervous and uncertain. It was understandable, considering this was her very first time stepping onto land. Sea sirens who lived underwater year-round did not know how to walk, nor could they naturally speak human language, since in their ears, the language of humans sounded noisy and jagged, unlike their own unique language that resembled beautiful singing flowing through the sea itself. So everything had to be learned slowly from scratch. Lucian had already spent quite a bit of time teaching Hislins human language, and now he was personally teaching her how to walk on land the same way humans did. Him starting, gazing quietly at the glittering white sand of the beach illuminated by the morning sunlight. Hislin spoke softly, though her slender body was visibly tense from nervousness. "Go on. Don't worry. I'm here." Lucian, standing at the edge of the beach with his arms folded across his chest, nodded and reassured her gently in a calm voice. Hislins nodded back in response, then slowly sat down on a nearby reef half submerged in seawater before taking a deep breath to calm her nervous, pounding heart. In the next moment, she slowly closed her eyes and focused her mind, and soon enough, the fishtail below her waist began to emit a gentle pale blue glow, while soft sea foam started enveloping her lower body layer by layer. Before long, the scales covering her fishtail gradually seemed to soften and deform. And when the sea foam slowly dispersed and the glowing light gradually faded away, the beautiful fishtail was already gone, completely replaced by a pair of straight, fair, smooth human legs. Not only were the toes round and delicate, with the toenails carrying a healthy pink sheen, but the proportions of the legs were also perfectly balanced and exceptionally alluring, striking Lucian straight in the heart the moment he saw them. Needless to say, they were an exceptionally beautiful pair of legs, an S-tier pair of legs. Personally witnessing Hislins' fishtail transforming into human legs right before his eyes, Lucian could not help but be reminded of an old cartoon he had watched back in his original world, The Little Mermaid. Wasn't the young woman standing before him exactly like that mermaid princess? Meanwhile, having human leg for the very first time, Hizelins carefully tried moving her toes one by one, and a strange yet novel sensation gradually filled her mind. Carefully, she supported herself against the reef, then slowly tried lifting one foot and placing it onto the damp sand beneath her. In that instant, she clearly felt the soft and comfortable sensation of the fine sand enveloping her toes, though the unfamiliar texture also made them feel slightly itchy. As the cool seawater washed across her ankles and the moist grains of sand gently sank beneath her feet, every sensation she felt appeared vivid and unfamiliar to her. Try taking a couple of steps. Lucian, seeing the transformation succeed without any problems at all, spoke with a faint smile as he watched her reaction with interest. Hizelins looked at him, who stood only a few steps away from her, for a brief moment before finally gathering her courage and taking her very first step. Her left foot slowly lifted from the ground and stepped forward onto the sand, then planted itself firmly as she carefully shifted her center of gravity forward little by little. Good. Hizelins inwardly cheered for herself, her heart immediately filling with delight and excitement. Then she quickly attempted to take her second step by lifting her right foot forward. But Hizelins suddenly cried out as she accidentally stepped onto a slick patch of seaweed hidden beneath the wet sand, causing her foot to abruptly lose traction and slip out from under her. In an instant, her body completely lost balance and helplessly pitched forward. Swish! Seeing the sudden accident, Lucian reacted extremely quickly as he immediately dashed forward and caught Hizelins around the waist before she could completely lose her balance. Hizelins instantly fell straight into his arms, causing her nose to bump lightly against his solid chest and sting slightly from the impact. However, more than that faint pain, it was the pleasant masculine scent lingering on him that made her feel an unexpected sense of ease, making her arms instinctively wrap tightly around his waist, like she was desperately clutching onto a lifeline. At this moment, her heart pounded wildly and uncontrollably inside her chest, not knowing whether it was from the sudden fright or something else entirely. Thank you. It's a good thing you were here. Hizelins lifted her head slightly and looked up into Lucian's eyes, revealing a grateful, yet somewhat shy expression as a faint trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. It's all right. Just take it slow. Lucian lightly patted her back in reassurance, then carefully helped her stand upright with a gentle movement, though he still did not fully let go, as one hand continued steadily supporting one of her arms to keep her from losing balance again. Ugh! Hizelin suddenly groaned painfully and frowned deeply as she tried to put weight on her foot and stand properly. I think I twisted my ankle. Hearing this, Lucian immediately lowered his gaze and looked down, only to see that her right ankle had already reddened slightly and was beginning to swell a little. I figured this would happen. Lucian sighed helplessly before turning his gaze toward a large dry reef nearby. Come on, sit down first. Truth be told, when Hizelins told him that she wanted to turn her fishtail into human legs on her own, Lucian had already guessed that she would end up spraining something while trying to walk for the first time. In the original story, no one knew exactly how long it had taken her, after fighting against black-tide creatures and personally slaughtering her own kind, to finally learn how to walk steadily on land, nor how many times she had twisted her ankles and fallen throughout the painful process. No wonder she wanted a bright lamp, a flame that could illuminate the path ahead and guide her through the darkness. Remembering Hizelin's fate in the original story, Lucian let out a soft sigh before carefully lifting her into a princess carry and placing her onto the large, dry reef nearby. Right after, he crouched down in front of her and gently held her injured right ankle in his hands. He had to admit that the sensation of her skin was exceptionally good. It was delicate, smooth, and slightly cool to the touch, and there were even still faint traces of scales left behind along her skin, giving it a uniquely beautiful and almost enchanting appearance that made him want to touch it a little longer. At the same time, feeling Lucian's long, warm fingers wrapped around her ankle and seeing how focused his gaze was as he stared at it, as though he wanted to pierce a hole through it. Hizelyn's face gradually flushed red, and she instinctively wanted to pull her foot back in embarrassment. However, "All right, don't move." Noticing Hizelyn's embarrassment, Lucian spoke quietly while carefully beginning to examine her slightly red and swollen ankle. Even though the injury itself was not particularly serious, for a sea siren using human legs to walk for the very first time, it was definitely painful enough to make her suffer. Zing! A gentle emerald green glow lit up at Lucian's fingertips, a clear sign that the power of abundance was flowing forth, and it softly spread over the swollen ankle, wrapping around it like a warm current of water. Warm, very comfortable. Hizelyn's dazedly looked at Lucian's focused side profile from up close. His head was slightly lowered. His long eyelashes cast faint shadows beneath his eyes. His expression was serious and attentive. His fingers were extremely gentle as they lightly massaged her ankle, carefully controlling the flow of healing energy while making sure not to hurt her again. As the warm power of abundance gradually seeped into her skin, the redness visibly faded little by little, and the throbbing pain quickly disappeared along with it. In just a few moments, Hizelyn's felt warm inside and a little embarrassed. Having her foot held so gently like this, she didn't know why. But it felt incredibly strange and embarrassing, making her heart feel mushy and tingly at the same time. Especially as the warmth spreading through her ankle slowly traveled throughout her entire body, it caused her breathing to become slightly uneven. Unconsciously, her heartbeat began to speed up again. "Okay, all done," Lucian said with a faint smile as he slowly released Hizelyn's right leg. "Try moving it around a little, see if it still hurts." Hizelyn's paused for a moment before carefully rotating her ankle as instructed, only to realize she could move it completely freely. "It doesn't hurt anymore. It actually feels like it never hurt at all." "Good." Lucian nodded in relief, the tension in his expression easing slightly, then extended both of his hands toward her. "Come on, this time I'll hold you." Hizelyn smiled and nodded energetically, then placed both her hands into Lucian's warm palms. As soon as she felt his firm, strong grasp, she instantly felt very safe, her anxiety disappearing as her smile unconsciously widened. In the next moment, after taking a deep breath, she carefully stood up, and with Lucian walking beside her while steadily supporting her two arms, she slowly stepped forward. Tap, 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 tap. Even though she looked a bit clumsy, like a duckling that had only just learned how to walk, Hizelyn's progress was extremely fast. "I can walk." After not even a minute of trying, Hizelyn's laughed happily as she finally managed to walk steadily without Lucian supporting her body anymore. Although her steps were still somewhat unsteady, she could already maintain her balance on her own. Lucian looked at Hizelyn's radiant smile and smiled as well, his gaze carrying a faint trace of admiration. "Umu, you're learning real fast. You're crazy smart. One day, you'll definitely make it out among the stars." After praising Hizelyn's, Lucian released his right hand that had been supporting her left arm, then began leading her forward step by step from the side, while holding her right hand with his left. Along the way, the two of them gradually left behind two neat lines of footprints on the soft white sand of the beach, one large and one small. Soon, a gentle sea breeze drifted across the shore, slightly fluttering Hizelyn's long black hair and lightly brushing against her fair cheeks, while the warm sunlight poured down from above, quietly gilding her figure with a soft golden outline. In that moment, she truly looked exceptionally beautiful. Hizelyn's lifted her head and looked at the white clouds slowly drifting across the vast blue sky, then turned to look at Lucian beside her, who was still quietly holding her right hand as he guided her forward. Feeling the warmth coming from his palm, her already joyful heart instantly became filled with another wave of happiness. As they continued walking together along the beach, she gradually noticed that his hand was large and very warm, completely enveloping her slightly cool palm, as though he was afraid she might suddenly lose her balance again. A bold thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. If only I could be led by his hand forever, moving forward like this. No need to think about a goal. No need to search for a path. No need to fear danger. As long as I hold Lucian's hand and stay by his side, wherever he goes, I will go too. How wonderful that would be. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the coastal city-state known as Styxia, a land encircled by brilliant rainbows and ever-flowing ocean currents, the massive corpse of a white dragon had completely blocked the entrance to the city-state, preventing anyone from leaving or entering. At this moment, the soldiers of Styxia had already sealed off the entire area, forbidding anyone from approaching recklessly. Aside from the queen of Styxia herself, along with the soldiers and elders from Styxia's Council of Elders, the ordinary civilians could only stand far away in anxiety as they watched the terrifying scene from a distance. In their eyes, the enormous dragon corpse lay motionless across the entrance like a mountain of pale scales and shattered flesh, its lingering pressure still enough to make people instinctively tremble with fear. Your Majesty, the female infant brought by the dragon is by no means an ordinary being, since she possesses the power to bring death. Moreover, that dragon should also be a creature from the Netherrealm, so it must be related to the Death Titan. That's precisely why that infant is our salvation. She must be allowed to grow up safely, no matter what. But the river of souls keeps rising, and the rate of increase has been accelerating lately. If this continues, we may soon be forced to relocate. Relocate where? We can't leave with this dragon here, blocking the path. Even if we somehow manage to leave, where would we settle when wars are raging everywhere outside? At this point, we can only seek help from Fagusa. We can only pray that they will save us. Save this city-state that now believes in death.